Welcome to Silverstone on 750 Motor Club TV on Alpha Live for the 74th running of the 750 Motor Club Birkett 6-hour relay, brought to you by Yokohama Tyres in association with Darkside Development. And we have 70 teams that will be very shortly beginning the 74th running of this race. My name is Josh About. Lewis builds alongside me. Lewis has done this event for so many years and it always has a full grid, Lewis.
Absolutely wonderful event, a great end to the season. Everyone can come along and have some fun, which is what it is. However, it can be competitive. I know it seems strange, but the Birkett is actually a handicap race as well as a scratch race. So there'll be a few of the radical teams. I think there's 3 of them this year scrapping it out for scratch. Handicap, well, your guess is as good as mine. Anyone from the 70.
Absolutely right. So as Lewis said there, it's a handicap race as well as a relay. So as I say, there are 70 teams which are made up, I think, between 3 and 6 cars this year. Interestingly, the handicap over the last few years has been won by teams of 3 drivers, which is quite unusual, you'd think.
Yes. It's rather strange, isn't it? Yeah, the least drivers seem to do better, but I think they can drive longer and they get more used to the track conditions. I was just talking to John McLeod, who's hoping to be a 3-time hat-trick winner. He's also hoping to be the 6-time winner. If he does it in the RSR Team 17, keep an eye out for them. He's hoping to be able to create records today. And he was saying it's really difficult to, you really have to hone your craft to overtake the cars. They're in very fast cars and there are some quite slow machines out there. But he says you have to appreciate everybody else is racing as well as you. And, I'll grab him during the day in the pit lane and he can explain how you actually weave in and out of the cars.
Obviously, Lewis, you'll be in the pit lane as always for us for this event. And tell us how the pit stop element works at a race like this.
Yeah, it's a bit strange if you haven't seen it before. In the old days, they used to have a sash. So you have to take the sash off, and hand it over. And then that went to a baton. But now we're on electronic timing. Of course, it's much easier. So what happens is as the cars come in the pits, they travel up at 60 kilometres an hour on the outside of the pits, and your car, whichever number it is, that you're sitting in the garage ready to go. So as that car goes past, the other one comes back in and relays like that and carries on up the pit lane and joins the grid. So it's actually quite seamless for the experienced people. For those who aren't experienced, it can be a comedy of errors.
And you mentioned about the electronic timing, for example. That will all be available on the 750 Motor Club website, 750mc.co.uk. Loads of information on there. This year, our new timekeeping partners, TSL Timing, should have who is in the car at the time, so we know who is out on circuit at any one time. And as well on the website, there should be a handicap classification, so we can keep an eye on the overall winner, because the overall winner of the Birkett, Lewis, is the handicap result.
Yes, that is the tradition, isn't it? And it's produced. Normally, you have to get the calculator out, don't you, and just calculate it right at the end, because especially if you have safety cars, then they have to negate all that time because everyone's running at the same pace. So that becomes what's effectively dead time, isn't it? So last year, I can't remember, did we have a pace car last year?
I think we may have had 1 or 2, but not many.
Very, very few. But of course, track conditions, quite slippery out there at the moment. That's going to make it really tricky, and if people haven't got the head screwed on quite in the right way, you can have quite a few safety cars in the very early running.
Quite a lot of the teams are running on treaded tyres. However, the quick teams are on, they can have a choice of racing slicks or wet. So let's go and have a look at the first car that has appeared, which is from Team 5. So that is the RJ Motorsport team. And we can therefore see the tyres, because as you say, it's a bit damp out there, but it is slick racing tyres. You can see Hoosier slicks for this RJ Motorsport Radical. And tell us how tricky the start of the race will be on slick tyres.
Well, I was talking to, actually, I think it was either Matthew or we got B, so that's Paul. Actually, I think I was talking to one of his teammates. Was saying is that basically they're going to try and warm the tyres up in the first 20 minutes and maybe slip back a little bit on slicks till they can get some heat into the tyres instead of running treaded tyres. But I thought that was a bit brave. I thought I would have started on maybe I started on the other way round, give 20 minutes on groove tyres. The pit stop can be quite seamless, but I suppose you've still got to heat the tyre up with the car that goes out. So they know best, don't they? So all the radicals, I've been down the pits, all the radicals are going on slicks. So looks as though I think that could be quite interesting.
Do you want to see if you can have a word with Paul for us?
Well, see what we can do. See if we can get past the mechanic. Excuse us, buddy. There we go. Hi, Paul. Saying it's a bit of a brave decision, do you think, going on slicks?
I think it might be, but we're going to give it a go. I think we might chew out the wets on a dry line.
Yes, that's the other thing. But, OK, so you're going to take it steady for the first little while. How long do you reckon it'll take to warm the slicks up till you get some grip?
I think about 2 or 3 laps, I think. I don't think a lot. I think it'll be good. I think it'll be drier than... we were here yesterday testing, and it was... It was quite dry, it was the same, and we were on slicks and it worked well, so I think we'll be fine.
Oh, so you've got experience of it?
Well, yeah, for yesterday. I wouldn't say experience, but yeah, we're going to give it a go on slicks.
Good luck.
Thank you.
There we go. So, as I said, Paul was saying, from experience from yesterday. Back to you.
Yeah, testing is one thing, isn't it? And actually being in the race is quite another. Behind us, we've got the Dark Side Developments crew in their team of diesel-powered cars, and it's Michael Smith, I think, who's starting that one. The Parkin twins are in that. Scott Parkin's also in our Suzuki Swift team, so he's going to be racing a diesel TT, which is very rapid, as well as Suzuki Swift, which isn't quite so rapid. And with the Suzuki teams, there's a bit more going on other than the racing today, Lewis.
Yeah, I believe they're trying to build one, sort of, or should I say, convert a car into a race spec. So that's in Garage Zero. So we'll have a little look at that during the day, and we can see the progress on the telly.
Yeah, so for next year, the Suzuki Swift Challenge, that'll be new with the 750 Motor Club. I think we've got 6 of them doing the relay today, including Tim Harvey, who's back after 38 years since he won the event. We'll probably hear from him all later with you, Lewis. And then tomorrow, when we've got more 750 Motor Club racing on this channel, they're going to be out in the Hot Hatch Championship as well, and including, we think, possibly, if all goes well with that car that's being built up today. So I'm sure you might find more out about that later. We've got the production spec cars here. We've got, this is an ex-British GT BMW, the ex-Century Motorsport car that's being drove by Paul Simerson, I think, to start. So if I go around here, see if we can grab a word with Paul if we can. Paul, all right for a quick chat? You've been racing this car all year, but this grid's a bit different to Club Enduro.
It is. We've had problems with this car all year with the engine, so we've had new engine, turbos and everything else, but we still keep getting this sort of fuel bogging.
Right.
1 minute it'll run okay, so it actually ran okay in qualifying, fortunately, but whether we'll last the race we don't know, but we'll give it a good go. But really enjoyed it.
You raced in Ferrari Challenge before, where it's all one make stuff. This is everything that isn't.
It's a little bit more chaotic, to say the least. It's great fun in terms of the number of cars on the grid. Yeah. I've got to say thanks to everybody in the paddock for being so welcoming to us. Everyone's been really helpful, and the morale and the banter in the paddock's really good. And anybody has a problem with the car, and all the other guys are willing to help and lend a hand and lend parts. It's really, really good.
And does that mean you'll be doing more 750 Motor Club racing next year?
We're hoping to be back next year in a car that works. Whether it be this one, I don't know.
Okay, well, I hope you have a good time today.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
So there's Paul Simerson, who's out in the BMW M4 GT4 spec car. If we just move forwards, let's have a word with Dave Watson, if we can, who's in one of the Cup 200 cars. Dave, back again this year, because last year went really well for the team.
Yeah, we had a good run last year, so 4th on the road, and yeah, just the radical teams in front of us. So thought we'd come back again and see where we end up this year.
And tell us a bit about these MK Cup 200 cars. They look great fun to drive. Yeah,
so they've got a standard 1340 Hayabusa engine in. They're all identical cars, so it just, in the championship, it just provides for good close racing. So a lightweight car, kind of 480 kilos with a big lump in the front. So yeah, hopefully give the best of the rest a good run for the money.
And that is mainly Caterham teams, and some quite quick Caterham teams this year, so there's quite a stiff competition.
Yeah, well, we were saying that last night when we were reading through the programme, that there seems a lot more Caterham teams here this year than there were last year. So, yeah, all we can do is our best and just see what happens. I think looking at it on paper, Boss Cats have got the big power units in, so they're probably going to be ahead of us, but we'll see what the handicap does to level us out.
Have a good time anyway. Hope you enjoy yourself. So there's Dave Watson, who's in Team 31, which is the T-Cup. So they're the MK Indies Cup 200 machines. If we head a bit further back, you can see more of those Caterham teams that we were just talking about there with Dave. 62, for example, there. That's one of Freeton teams from Macmillan Motorsport. And I think they're all starting together, 62, 63 and 61. So we've got David Yates, who's starting 62. We've got David about. Let's have a word with you. You've got the 3 team cars all together, so will the start be a bit like a Caterham race?
I'm hoping that I can just try and stay in front just a little while longer. These are 420s and I've got the 310s. Yeah. So, yes, I was hoping it was going to stay a little bit wetter because it's better for us. What
do you think the conditions are like at the moment?
I was first out. Certainly when I was out, it was pretty greasy.
Yeah.
So it was fun though.
And this is obviously totally different to a Caterham race with cars everywhere. You're quicker than most of the cars, you've got the radicals and stuff at the front. How do you enjoy? Have you done it first of all, and how do you enjoy it?
I did 10 years ago, and it is just 6 hours of fun. What's not to like? You know, lots of overtaking, lots of excitement. So yes, all looking forward to it.
How long of a stint do you think you can do in your car?
45 to 50 at a push.
So you're doing a couple of stints in the race at least?
That's the idea, yeah. There's 4 of us in it, so 45 each, and we'll see how we go.
Have a good time.
Thank you.
So there's Dave Yates, who's in the car we just walked past, one of the many Caterham 7s that we have in the team from Macmillan, so 3 teams from that squad. If we head a little bit further down, see the variation we have in the Birkett relay is quite like any other. And in 27, which is one of the Motion Motorsport teams, is our Club Enduro champion, which is Sam Dennis. So let's see if we can grab a word with Sam. Sam, it's been a great season for you. First of all, tell us about how it's gone.
It's been fantastic, far better than I expected. These boys at Motion Motorsport built me an amazing car, and we've gone out and done amazing things.
And basically, that's winning every race you've done.
No, we got a second in one, but we got 9 wins this year, so we'll take it.
And obviously, this is quite different. Club Enduro's got quite a big variety of cars. This is to a new level.
Yeah, just a bit. So obviously you've got the Caterhams and you've got the Radicals and the lower stuff in this, not just all tin tops and, you know, sports cars and stuff. So there's a much bigger difference in performance, but it's a lot of fun out there.
And we already know your car can do quite a long stint. So you expecting a long stint to start this race?
Yeah, nice hour and a bit, I think. So teams are trusting me with the start, so I've just got to keep it clean and be fast as always.
Have a good time.
Well done, thank you.
So there's Sam Dennis in one of the 2 Motion Motorsport teams. If I can bring Lewis back in for the next storyline, is Porsches. There are so many Porsches here this week, and I think it's 32, which must be a record.
Yeah, I haven't seen quite so many Porsches on track. You hardly see grids of 32, do you? But aren't they gorgeous looking as well? And quite economical to run, I'd imagine.
Yeah, let's see if we can have a word. So this is 53B, which I think is Bad Starsea, is it? Yes, so we're just saying about how many Porsches there are here, and that is mainly thanks to the Calm series which you're racing.
Yeah, Calm series. Yeah, they've been great this year, and they've helped put the teams together. Yeah. So we managed to get a slot on one of those. So big thank you to Filippo for that.
I think you're about the highest Porsche starting, so how do you think it's going to go?
Yeah, I'm not sure that's because of me. I think that's other people in the team. So yeah, no, I'll just give it a crack. This is my first one, so get out there and have a laugh.
It's so different to everything else you've done, I'm sure.
Yeah, this will be the first time I've done an endurance race. I did the Porsche Club Boxster Cup this year.
Right.
So, it'll be slightly different staying out for an hour. Yeah.
Have a good time. Cheers. So, as we mentioned there, the Calm All Porsche Series have put together most of these teams, which are a mental health charity, but they've brought people from other championships as well.
I was just going to say, the grid is formed by the handicap, isn't it? It's not done by lap time as traditionally in motorsport. So the cars that got the least handicap, or the scratch, starts up number 1 and all the way down. So the teams down here have got a number of laps over scratch, maybe 20 laps or something, or whatever. So I don't know. I
think in the back is 42, so I think there's a difference of 42 laps.
Yes, 42 laps. There was 6. That's a 7, isn't it? Oh, 6, 42. Yeah. So I've got about 7 laps an hour, haven't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. And again, as I was saying, with a pace car, or if you have a safety car, everyone goes the same speed, so everything has to be calculated back and get the calculator out and do fractions and decimals and all that sort of thing. We leave that to Giles, don't we?
That's right. And I'm sure our timekeepers will help out with that as well. So we carry on, look, it's a great opportunity, this, an opportunity we probably won't get quite as vividly in the race, of this variation of car. The Caterham's so much lower down than the BMW, for example, in front of it, and looking at those cars in the mirrors can be a bit difficult.
Yes, I used to run a car for a friend of mine called Howard Payne. It's very similar to this, a clubman's car. And yes, they always had trouble. They were always sitting low down. They were very quick round the corners, not so quick down the straights. But of course, you've got to sort of look to see if that's sort of that BMW. You've got to see if you can see yourself in the mirror. Because if you can be seen in the mirror, the driver can see you. It's very, very tricky. And do talk to some of the drivers. And there is real art in weaving in and out of the traffic. And some of the guys who come from series where they are running at the front, they don't do a lot of lapping or overtaking, can be a bit of a shock, culture shock.
That's right. I see one of the Porsches behind us is one from the Charles Ivy squad. Charles Ivy used to run Porsches at Le Mans.
He certainly did, yeah. Charles Ivy was a Porsche dealer, an importer, forever.
That's right. So that's Team 49, which is another of the Cap Racing teams, the Carmel Porsche teams. And we carry on our look down. It's got BMWs and Porsches definitely numerous at this end of the grid.
Yeah, I was just been noting the saloon cars seem to be going out on groove tyres. Yeah. They're not quite they're not quite as brave as those Radical boys, but yes, it's a difference, isn't it? The Radicals were a very lightweight car on slicks. You would have actually thought slicks would probably work better on the heavier car because they get the temperature up. Because once you get the temperature up, they can work. If you can't get temperature in a slick, you're in trouble.
I think most, not all, the production cars, and most are on Lit 1 tyres, so they're in the class. So they can't, but not everybody. So you say there will certainly be a few teams that are in the classes where you can run slicks.
Yeah, and I think that's a huge advantage, isn't it? If you can run slick, cars are much quicker. But if you have to use the 1A, 1B, or 1C list tyres, they are, well, let's be quite honest. Some of them are, how can we say, best to say they're a road construction with a racing compound. Yeah. And they're much, much better.
So carry on, have a look at further down the grid. There's another Charles Ivy Porsche here, which I think is a 911, which I think is the first 911 we've had at the Birkett for a little while, which has got Kevin at the wheel. See if we have a quick word with Kevin if we can. Kevin, all right, a quick chat before the race. I'm saying out in the 911, there's not too many 911s that do the Birkett, so welcome along. How are you looking forward to it?
Oh, mate, no, it should be good. I've never done it before, in fairness. Yeah. So I'm looking forward to it, and I'm sure it'll be good fun, won't it? It'll be a good bit of fun. But is there no 911s out here apart from me?
No, there's Caymans and Boxers. I think you're the only 911.
That's it. We'll have a bit of fun then, won't we?
And it's great to have so many Porsches here.
Oh, no, it's good to get the Porsches. Calm are good. Calm are exceptionally good. I normally do Porsche GB, in fairness, but this car's been a bit of a pain for the last 18 months. But I've gone into Calm, and, yeah, great setup. Yeah, love it there. But so I'll probably mix between the two with a couple of cars.
And how are you looking forward to this race with this massive variety of cars?
I think it'll be good fun, to be fair. As long as you just slow and steady wins the race, isn't it? So that's what it's about. It's a bit of fun, to be honest. End of season, bit of fun, and have a good time, really.
Well, I hope you do have fun. Good luck.
No, thank you.
So there's Kevin Molyneux in the 911. And who's saying there, Lewis, for most people, it's all about the fun, isn't it? That's what this event is all about.
Traditionally, yes. Everyone's got a chance in the handicap section. After sort of about just 3 hours, and halfway through, people look at the handicap result and they go, "Oh, we're doing quite well here. I think we better get going a bit." But a handicap is very complicated to work out. Every team member has to nominate a lap time, and the lap time is obviously added up and calculated, and that's how the handicap is worked out. So you have to be able to drive very, very close to your best laps time and time and time again.
As I said earlier, this 750 Motor Club event's not just about today, because there's also sprint racing tomorrow and finals championship. If we head over here, Trafford King is also racing tomorrow in the Tigera Type R Trophy. So if we can have a word with Traff if we can. Traff, are you out in the same car today and tomorrow?
I am, yeah. Yeah, both days. We're just today we're just getting our head back round everything, ready for tomorrow, really.
Yeah, and I guess quite important to look after your car.
Yeah, that's it. This is more of a run out with boys. This one.
Yeah.
Nice little day out, and then on it again tomorrow.
And you've got lots of mates, I guess, in the team.
Yeah, well, we've got quite a big team, so there's a fair few of us. We've got 2 teams running today, so I think we're going, aren't we? That sounds of things.
Enjoy yourself. So there's Trafford King. If we go to the side, we can have a further look at the grid while everyone prepared. So the klaxon has sounded. What an exciting part of the race this, Lewis, as everyone gets ready.
Yeah, it's quite unique. We can come down and always have a look. Some of the spectators don't always know, but you actually see the cars. They're absolutely wonderful, aren't they? Great eclectic mix as always here at the Birkett, and it's. I look forward to it. I've covered this event in one form or another since '87, so the year after Tim Harvey won it, and I've never missed one since. So I don't know how many I've done. What was that, 38? Did you say?
Yeah,
so I've done. This is the 37th I've done on the trot. It's wonderful.
So we've got a Mark II escort there.
Yeah, I've been looking at that. That's more my era. That is. But nothing to take nothing away from these modern cars and these drivers. Yeah, there's some great on-track action, and the great thing is when you're a spectator at the event, you can actually go around and see all the corners. Of course, if you're watching it on the live stream, you'll see them anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. So do follow along throughout the whole next 6 hours. We'll be live all the time. Make sure you share the video around on social so we can get as many people having a look at this unique event. It really is your unique event, Lewis. There's nothing like this anymore.
No, people have tried to run something very similar. I think someone's going to have a try at a relay race next year, but this is the traditional end of season. This is the 74 events. Yeah, it's very traditional and long-standing, and this is the one everyone wants to come and do and win.
Thanks, Lewis. You'll hear from Lewis in the pit lane. I'll be in the commentary box a bit later. Ian Soman and Marcus Pyer there. We'll hear from them in a few moments as we look forward to the start of the 74th run-in of the 750 Motor Club Yokohama Birkett Relay.
And a very warm welcome to Silverstone then for the 2024 running of the Birkett 6-hour relay race, and the 750 Motor Club once again in charge, and the event supported this year by Yokohama tyres, supplied by Darkside Motorsport. It's a great day ahead of us, 6-hour race in blue skies now here at Silverstone, and on the live stream there we see the view from the other end of the circuit, the International Wing building, and we will be starting the race very shortly from the other end of the circuit where Marcus Pye and myself are based here at the national end of the circuit. Here's Marcus Pye alongside myself, Ian Soman, in the commentary box for this one. We'll hear from Marcus in just a moment, and the race shortly to get underway on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, the full Grand Prix circuit, over 3 miles in length, of course. And a quick look at the weather, which is set fair, I think. Shouldn't be any rain in the forecast, but overcast maybe. There is glimpses of blue sky, I say, at the moment. And there you can see, with the cars pulling off the grid, the race is underway. The 6 hours starting to count down already here at Silverstone. The cars start, as is now traditional, behind the safety car. The race underway, and let's say a very good morning to Marcus Pye.
Good morning, Ian, and ladies and gentlemen, great to be back for yet another edition of this wonderful motorsport tradition. And it's great outside because it's nothing like as cold as it is most years, or has been for the last probably 15 of the last 20 or so. It's brilliant. What atmosphere. There's a real buzz up and down the pit lane as Josh and Lewis have outlined in their trawl. And where else you can see such a wide variety of cars on track at the same time?
Absolutely right. 73 years ago, it was the team of VSCC Bentleys, and also that won the initial handicap race, the inaugural handicap race. The first scratch race that same year was won by a lineup of Jaguar XK120s. No Bentleys or Jaguars, I don't think, here today, but a very eclectic mix of machinery headed by 3 radical teams on the front of the grid. Team 17 is taking up pole position. That is Team RSR, and they were the winners last year when they had the lineup of James Lay, John McLeod and Ben Stone. This year it's McLeod, Stone and Lay once again going for it, with the mix, we think, of Radical SR3 and a Revolution as well for Ben Stone during the course of this race. Alongside them at the front of the grid, they're already now into single file though, is the 26, which is Daytona Motorsport with RJ. It should be a quick lineup, this one, with Leon Morel, the bike sports champion, Alistair Smart, Charles Graham, who's been a multiple winner of the Birkett as well, and Charles Hall, always quick. He's driving Leon Morel's Radical SR3. It's one of the APR that he's been racing throughout the bike sports season. And then behind them we've got Team 5, which is RJ Motorsport 2, Matthew Jones, Paul Hewitt, who's starting the race for that team, and Joe Crook as well. And next to them it's the 57 team, which is the first non-radical team. That's the Boss Cats of Jeremy Adams, Andy Grant, Richard Carter, Tim Bishop and Stephen Collins in various catering. So those are the cars towards the front of the field, but it is an eclectic mix. We're hearing from Josh Barrett and Lewis Beals out on the grid a few moments ago, telling us about the handicap element of the race, and with the teams towards the back of the grid having something like 40 plus credit laps that will be added to their completed race distance to decide the handicap race winner. And a new innovation for this season is that we should have something approximating a live rundown on the handicap running order, which will keep you up to date on. It's available on the TSL timer. You can get to that via tsl-timing.com or via the 750 Motor Club website, 750mc.co.uk. So whether you're here at the circuit or you're watching on the live stream around the country and around the world, hope you enjoy today's Birkett relay race. And as we said, Marcus, they're starting behind the safety car. This has been something that's been the case for a few seasons now, and this really is to allow for a much safer start to the race than might otherwise be the case.
Yes, with such a mix of cars and performance, etc. It would be kind of daft not to do this, and it spaces them all out. It's allows for drivers to get a little bit of temperature into their tyres, such as is available, and get off in the safest way possible.
Safety car has pulled in, I think, and so if you like, the race proper gets underway. They've taken about 4 minutes or so to do that lap behind the safety car, but we'll now be getting down to some competitive lap times, which will be in the low 2-minute bracket for the fastest cars out there on a circuit that I think is dry, but probably at the moment still greasy. We're hearing from Lewis and Josh that certainly the leading Radical teams do seem to have gone for slick tyres, which I would think, looking at the sunshine that's just about coming through our commentary box window at the moment, is probably the way to go.
Yeah, the point is there's no standing water out there. It was damp earlier on after a little bit of drizzle this morning, but right now the track can only get better. It's reasonable temperature. It's never going to be warm at the end of October, but nonetheless we've got a great afternoon sport in prospect.
So it's John McLeod leading off for Team 17, Leon Morel for Daytona Motorsport with RJ, and actually showing us Matthew Jones in RJ Motorsport 2. I thought it was Paul Seward that we were speaking to on the grid, looking at the number on his car, but we'll keep an eye on that as this race gets underway. And already very busy down through Stowe Corner and down towards the Vale, and this is because some cars will be sort of out of position because the grid set by the handicap, sort of in reverse order from least credit laps to most credit laps, but some drivers will have a mixture of teams and cars in their lineups, and some will be quicker than others.
That's right, got quite a lot of caterhams and locals and things, but also I don't remember seeing the Audi TTs in such profusion, and there's been a new series for the cars over the last year or so, and it's good to see these cars out there in some number.
Yeah, a mixture of tin tops and sort of Caterham style cars as well. The 47 car out there, that looks like it is Graham Crowhurst in his E46 M3, so 47C for the Edmondson Twickenham entry. 70 teams there are, all with their various team names, some of them more repeatable than others, which we'll go through during the course of the day. And there we can see 51, that's the Boss Cats entry. That was the car that started on the 57, that started on the second row of the grid, having lost out here to Crowhurst in that fantastically liveried art livery tribute on his BMW M3 that he's been racing in the BMW Car Club in last season, not so much this season. There's the 26 car coming through. That's the car that is second across the line behind John McLeod. It's Leon Morel at the wheel of that at the moment. Then it's Crowhurst third. And the Boss Cats car, Jeremy Adams, is there in fourth position. And for RJ Motorsport 2, it is, we think, Matthew Jones or Paul Stewart in fifth position at the moment.
Yeah, they're coming down into that amazing flick-flack at Birkett, which takes the cars out from what we know as the national circuit or club circuit onto the Grand Prix layout, and it's essentially as all the major internationals are run at Silverstone these days.
Yeah, and it's the regular Grand Prix layout, not the historic layout that was used for a couple of seasons, certainly, if not a few more, up to 2017, but it's been this same layout with the sort of more challenging, tighter layout at the Vale and into Club than the historic layout. There is one of the dark side cars, that is 6B, so that's Michael Smith out for them in the Volkswagen Golf TDI. Scott and Ryan Park in the Twins, and Lewis Barr also out in that squad as well. And there's one of the Mazda 2s. There's a whole team of these, Team 18, Team Tacona, and that is a team that is going to be towards the back. Just looking to see where it is. It is right at the back, and it's Neil Shaw there in the Team Tacona 2 Racing UK entered car, up against, if you like, the 750 Motor Club's own Swift Sport Challenge cars. That's Team 65, and starting for them, just looking down, it is Ryan Parkin out there in the Swift Sport Challenge car that we caught a glimpse of a moment ago.
That'll be an interesting battle, won't it? Because these are the kind of entry-level cars to the 750 Motor Club race action, the regular championship action. And as long as they run reliably and consistently, I'd be surprised if they don't pick up a bunch of places during the 6-hour duration.
We'll check in, see if the Swift Sport Challenge car that's being race prepped and built up for racing, we think, tomorrow in Garage Zero, just down the way from our commentary box. We'll check in on that during the course of the day to see how that is progressing. And an early problem for Team Takeda 2 Racing UK with the hatchback having popped open.
It's not an air brake feature of these cars that augments the downforce. But it'll be very noisy in there now.
It will be. So I imagine that's going to be one for the pits at the end of this lap. If the team are watching the live stream, they'll have the next car ready to go out into the race, and that's one of the benefits of having the live stream these days. Of course, the teams will all have this on in the garages, I would think, and if they see one of their cars in strife, they'll be able to get the next one ready to go out. But that's the first real drama that we've seen during the course of this race. So that is Team 18 in early problems, and that team being managed
and 66 off at the side as well, one of the Clios.
Yeah, it's either B or E. Hopefully both numbers or both letters are showing. That's the Stephen Richardson and Darren Ransom car. We'll see if we can see who's out there at the moment for them, but they're a long way down my list, so I can't spot them on the time screen. But that's another team in trouble, so they'll be scrambling to get another car out on track. It says it's Shay Kavanagh in the car at the moment, but he's not in car B according to our list. So we'll keep an eye on this as the race goes on. So we have had just over 10 minutes of the race already, 6-hour relay race, of course, and there is the provision for safety car if there is an incident out on track that needs to be dealt with and recovered, as going a lap down already, the Mazda 2 heading shortly, I think, for the pit lane.
It's a long way back to the pits, isn't it, when that sort of thing happens in the early part of this 3-mile lap.
It is. I mean, that car will have been doing, I guess, sort of 3-minute laps roughly. 3-minute 20 was it sort of, I think, probably only flying lap before that happened. So yes, and it will be at a very much reduced pace now as well, one would think. We've got some changes to drivers. Right, we've got Charles Hall actually in the number 26 car, not Leon Morel as we first thought, and it is Paul Stewart as we suspected, not Matthew Jones in car 5, and also James Lay in the leading car is out there for Team RSR. So a few shuffles of drivers on our timing screen. So it's James Lay that is out there first and is leading the race, and he did a very good lap, didn't he? He's done a 2:17.977 already as of his best lap of the race so far.
The Resurrection Shuffle, and here they come then. Some of the midfield Caterham teams are going to be running pretty close together for the next few hours. You see a little bit of spray being kicked up by the cars running offline there, but the actual line itself does appear to be, to all intents and purposes, dry. It looks like one of the Ashgood Porsche through there.
Yeah, and that little bit of spray, that's will drag the lap times down a little bit. The lap record in the Birkett relay is in the 2-minute 4s set by Simon Freeman a few years ago. So we're some way off that, but we're not in completely optimal conditions as one of the Porsches has had a spin up at Brooklands. It's the 911. And yellow flags now waving. That car is not looking if it's heading back toward... Yeah, it is going to head back towards the racetrack now, but possibly to head into the pits at the end of this lap. So that's the 48 C car, which is Kevin Molyneux in the Porsche 911. Let's have a look at what is going on in Garage Zero, though. This is the car that was driven to the circuit yesterday by James Winstanley, the 750 Motor Club marketing guru, who's putting so much effort behind the scenes in the Swift Sport Challenge. And as the race got underway 13 minutes ago, the teams here have started to prepare this car for racing. So I imagine that at this stage, Mark, is probably the stage where they're taking bits out rather than putting things in.
Yeah, I think they've a little bit of preparation has been done, like welding the roll cage feet into the shell. But then that's all been taken out, and I saw them assembling the roll cage area, just trial fitting it this morning, and there it is at the side, the race seat, etc. There's also a livery team on hand to get it looking spick and span and all up together for racing tomorrow, as you say.
Yeah, I mean, it is all looking rather plain red at the moment, isn't it? So there'll be some vinyls, I imagine.
Do they come in other colours other than plain red? Or, I don't know.
I think it might be in black or something like that. But so that's all going to be done over the next 5 3/4 hours. We'll look forward to seeing the finished product a little bit later on. At the moment, though, we're just about 15 minutes into this race. It is still James Lane, number 17 for RSR, that is leading from number 26 in second place. Daytona Motorsport with Charles Hall aboard. Edmondson Twickenham, Graham Crowhurst, they are in third place at the moment in their BMWs, and of Boss Cat's Jeremy Adams in the Caterham. And up to fifth now has gone Paul Simerson in the Four Musketeers in his BMW. He's got ahead of Paul Stewart in the RJ Motorsport 2 Radical. So there has been a change there. As we look at 3A, which is the Mini, it's the Stephen Berry Mini Coupe JCW, the Bad Boy Tuning Cooler Works entered car. And that is running, and just I can see where that is in the order, some way down at the moment.
Is that the one that's 34th?
Somewhere around about there. Oh no, 17th actually.
Okay, there's a Bad Boy Tuning car farther down as well.
Yeah. 30C there. That is the team FFS, aka Well Fast. That's Giuseppe Calari at the moment, and he's in 13th position in this race, in this very early stages, lapping in the 229s and faster than some of the cars ahead of him.
It's amazing how spread out the cars have become. There's actually an awful lot of room on this Grand Prix circuit, and you can see, I mean, Calari there has got a couple of 100 metres to make up on the next group, but they're well spread, which is encouraging from the point of view of kind of setting an early pace and then trying to replicate those laps.
Team 18, which is the Team Dakota 2 Racing UK, that car has indeed been into and now, by the looks of it, out of the pits again. So I think they've probably got a new driver out there. It was Neil Shaw that started. It's possibly now driver C, we think, Lewis Warren, that's gone out into the race, but we'll get confirmation of that as the race goes on, as we're continuing to look at Giuseppe Calari here in the 30C car, which is making its way around. He's the owner of Brit-Italia Auto Recovery from Surrey. He's been racing since 2016, originally in Kimo BMWs. He's also raced in the CSCC BMW Championship this year. There is one of our Sport Specials races, Paul Collingwood in the number 10 Run Baby Run team, a traditional entrant in the Birkett 6-hour relay, last seen retiring from the race at Mallory Park about 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, that's right, and that's the Honda powered Eclipse, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so good to see that is back out. He's in Car E, 10E for Run Baby Run, a team also comprising is the Sports Specials champion for this year, Stuart Thompson in the MK Indy, Anton Lanton in the Sienna, Colin Bedham in the CB Phoenix, and Nigel Brown in the Silver Phaser. We are going to head down to the pit lane now. We're going to head to Garage Zero, and Lewis Beals is catching up with one of the team behind the build of the Suzuki Swift.
Thank you very much, Ian. I've got Eric and Tom here. Simons, your car being built. Come on, tell us a little bit about the how this is going to happen.
How this is going to happen? Well, it's going to happen in the next 6.5 hours during the course of the Birkett relay race, which is quite exciting for us. We are really amateurs to this. We've never done any racing at all. We saw this formula was going to be released, so we thought, okay, let's give it a go. So in the last 2 weeks, we've acquired a car, we've got some engine builders, we've bought some kit, and we've come here and we're like, wow. And then we were asked, can you get some decals and some stickers for it? Like, okay. Tom and his girlfriend spent some time designing some, so they'll be on there later. The whole thing, I mean, it's just so exciting for us. We're really looking forward to it, and it's just great. What the 750 Motor Club are doing here is a fantastic thing.
Tom, you're going to be a dad and lad team then?
Yeah, apparently so, yeah. I'm looking forward to it. You know, me and my dad, we've always done sport together, so it'll be nice to try a new sport and take on a new challenge together. I'm really looking forward to racing.
Right, who are the guys building it?
4040 Racing are building it for us. They've been really helpful. My dad's been communicating with Robin this whole time, and Robin's been really helpful with getting this all done, getting it all sorted, working out the logistics, and yeah, massive thanks to 4040 Racing, because without them it would have been totally impossible.
So you done your ARDS tests?
Yes, did the ARDS test near the beginning of this year, just after April. So, you know, my track experience so far is a half-day track day on my ARDS licence, so once this is built, time to get a little bit of practice in, get used to the car and prepare for next year racing.
Okay, good luck, and I hope the car gets built and you'll be out tomorrow.
Yeah, well, can I just say that we won't be racing it tomorrow because of our lack of experience, but the Malin Sport, Matt Allen, who gave us our tuition, he might take it out and give it a shakedown tomorrow, so watch out for that.
Okay, guys, well, we really look forward to it. And yeah, if you're interested in getting involved in the Suzuki Challenge, all you got to do is visit the 750 website, and I'm sure you'll be able to pick up the information you need. And you can see, doesn't take a lot, just a road car and a few bits and pieces. If we look around there, you can see there's a roll cage and tyres, etc., all going to be put into the car, and we can see that car being built as the race progresses. Back to you, Ian and Marcus.
Thank you very much indeed, Lewis Beals there. And we've had 20 minutes of the Birkett 6-hour relay race. We are watching there Team 70 going through, Team 70A. That is the Mazda Misfit, Stephen Reed aboard that car. He's retired, 71 years of age, from North Yorkshire. He's done 7 years of racing. He's been a previous Northern Saloon Sports Car Championship as well. And he's in a 1990 MX-5. Looking at another group of cars now, including that of our Club Enduro champion. Sam Dennis is there at the back of that group in his Honda Civic Type R. And then we have one of the Caterhams. This is the Breakdancer Racing 2 team, which is a mixture of Caterhams and Paul Herndon's Mazda MX-5 as well. Quite a lot of Caterham style cars out here. I think this is Dave Watson in his MK Indy 31B. Indeed it is, for the Teacups, one of the Cup 200 cars that we've seen as part of the Sports 1000 grid this season. And I think, yeah, they were aiming to set themselves against some of the Caterham teams here, Marcus.
Yeah, supercars with the Suzuki Hayabusa engine, aren't they? So all made to a spec, and they're chasing down that super rather twitchy looking Escort Mark II there, the number 14 B car, that is. That's
Matt Brennan in the Interceptor Racing car, 47-year-old engineer from Wiltshire. Been racing for 3 years in the modified Ford series, and this Mark II Escort has got a Vauxhall Red Top engine powering it. So that's an interesting concoction, and he's part of the Interceptor Racing team, so bringing up several drivers from the Castle Combe Championships.
Exactly, they've been regulars in this race over the years, haven't they? They're the those two Audi TTs still at it, which is good. Various flavours of Mazda MX-5 out there. That's the English car, isn't it? So Doug English's car can get through.
Yeah, the hardtop. Yeah, so we see them here are these Audi TTs coming towards us, and getting mixed up as well with the 66F. That's the little Polo, the SK Motorsport car of Warren Andrews, who's been a competitor in the Hot Hats Championship with the 750 Motor Club, but he's been passed now by those rather quicker Audi TTs.
There'll be plenty of slipstreaming practice going on here during the whole duration of the race, and it's interesting to see how the Mazdas are getting on to terms with the Porsches through here, and that's out through Chapel Curve onto the Hangar Straight, the fastest straight in the old style Silverstone, the one I remember coming to as a lad.
Just picking up on that Warren Andrews car, that's the car that's gone out to replace the Clio that stopped out on the circuit. They did lose quite a bit of time, probably 10 or 12 minutes I think they probably lost because of that. So a long lap showing on the time machine here of over 14 minutes, when normally for those cars it was something closer to 3. Busy bit of circuit. As you say, there's some wide open expanses of circuit, but then there's some very busy parts of it like this. You've got the MX-5 Mark III, you've got the Cup 200 car, you've got Caterham going through, just behind them you've got Doug Inglis in his hardtop MX-5 that we see out.
That's like a one-off, isn't it?
It is.
That hardtop.
Yeah, we see him out in the Armed Forces Race Challenge. And I can see on our type screen that we've got here in the comment box the very early handicap positions, which don't really mean very much at this stage, but we do have Royal Navy Motorsport and Army Sports Car Racing in the first 2 positions at the moment. So it looks like the Armed Forces teams are once again going to be battling it out towards the top of the handicap leaderboard as this race goes on. Last year it was RAF Motorsport that took the win, and they've also had success in previous years in 2021 as well, and 2017 the RAF, but for the moment, very early stages, it's the Navy and the Army Sports Car Racing team that are to the fore in the handicap contest.
Old BMW 3 Series, good old sensible club car. So many of those around over the last couple of decades. BMW Mini, of course, made relatively locally at the Oxford factory. Paul Collingwood cutting his way through past a Porsche there, and the BMW giving chase too.
James Lay, as you've just seen pop up on screen, has done a new fastest lap of the race, a 2:15.263 now, so he's found another 2 seconds from where he was, and part of that will be down to how much traffic he encounters on any given lap, I would think. But nevertheless, going quicker, which does suggest also that the track conditions are continuing to improve here as a drier line continues to emerge, with 70 cars circulating and now having turned, what are we on, 9 or 10 laps, then certainly that would have bedded in a bit more of a dry line. There you can see Team 5 going through. That's in 7th position now. Paul Seward has effectively lost another position because Paul Collingwood in the Eclipse, the Run Baby Run car, Team 10, has now made it ahead and up into
going
5th
away.
position.
Yeah. There's probably 300 metres between those cars now. And that's kind of the displaced radical, isn't it? It's dropped back a little bit.
Yeah, Paul Collingwood is lapping faster on the last lap at least than the 2 cars ahead of him, of Jeremy Adams and Graham Crowhurst. So we'll see if we can get Paul a little bit further up the order. Just looking at that team, I suggest that Paul is probably the quickest of those 2 drivers, but at Mallory Park, certainly Nigel Brown and Anton Landon, who took the eventual win, had a sensational race. I'm not sure what Nigel Brown had for breakfast that particular morning, but he was showing a turn of speed we've not seen for some while from him. So we'll see what he can do when he gets out in his car on silver.
Yeah, Nigel Brown has been absolutely omnipresent in sport. Oh, what a big slide there from one of the BMWs. Got it back, which is cool. It's 13.
We've got notification that Chris Richardson in the Pontiac Ascar, Team 32. This is one to say carefully, Suffolk and fast.
Into the pits has come Paul Collingwood.
And Collingwood into the pits now, yes, so he's in. But he's done 28 minutes, which is probably about as much as those cars can take on a tank of fuel.
Exactly, and around here, because it's fast, lots of revs, etc. It certainly drink a bit of fuel.
So yes, that's one of the earlier cars to head in from towards the top. Yeah, probably 25-30 minutes is probably the limit for them. I think it's Colin Benham that's taken over for Run Baby Run. He's just left the pits a few moments ago, so he's taken over for Team 10. We'll see what he can do. He was involved in a battle with Stuart Thompson that could have decided the Sports Special Championship at Mallory Park 3 weeks ago. Coming up towards the half-hour mark. Well, there's the 3 Amigos going through. They've been very successful here. A couple of times handicap winners in the past in their team of BMW Compacts. Here they come in. You can see blue flags being waved by the marshals, who will have very sore arms by the end of today, with such a disparity of lap times between these cars. But there is Team 25. That is the 3 Amigos, and who is aboard for them at the moment? It is Paul Hinson out there, the Birkett winner in 2019 and 2020. I think they were did try and win it 3 years back to back in 2021, but failed to do so. But Paul Hinton, who's been a champion in MR2s as well, in the past, locks up the brakes there as he heads into Stowe Corner, but has been racing this modified compact for some time now in various different categories.
So he's extolling the virtues of Skeg Vegas. Yes. Oh, another car just pulled off there. We saw a fleeting glimpse of a car off in the gravel.
Was that the Clio of
yes.
Matt Creed, I think, 2B, very random races. His Renault Clio for the 33-year-old from Kent, class winner in road sports in the past, and his car, a supercharged Clio, but it seems to be in a little bit of strife at the moment. So there's Doug Inglis again, who has had such success within his class. Did he win all of the races in his class this year? The Armed Forces Race Challenge in the end? Yeah, I think he did. I don't think I saw the last meeting of the season.
Oh, look at that. Matt
right.
Snowball's big Plymouth. That is a mighty machine. He's been out in it for the last 3 or 4 seasons now from memory, and certainly enjoys his motorsport with that monster.
Yeah, absolutely, and one of the older cars in the race as well, one would think.
Yes, it was equally at home at Santa Pod for the for drag racing.
Yeah, so it is the, as we say, the 32 car. I think there must have been a change of their letters, but that is 32E, Matt Snowball, although it's got a B on the side in the Cuda. And it's being passed by one of the 1 Series BMWs and a Radical all at the same time, which is a very Birkett relay thing to see.
Looking at the Cuda, I recall when Tony Lanfranchi drove one of those at the British Saloon Car Championship.
Okay.
Only for a season, I think. It wasn't all Chevrolet Camaros.
And the 49C car behind him. Yeah, Paul Stewart has come in. It's Joe Crook that has taken over. That was the car that was, I think, in 7th position, wasn't it, at the time of that stop. That's the RJ Motorsport 2 car. So Joe Crook has now taken over for them. We still have James Lay and Charles Horlow in the top 2 Radicals, who are separated by 24 seconds at this stage of the race, just about half an hour or so into it. Down the inside comes one of the Caterhams past the Cuda there, which is sort of cruising its way around the circuit. That was the Macmillan 1 car of Russ Oliphant, his Caterham 420R, having gone through to tight track position on the Cuda.
We've got a winged Mazda RX-8 there in the middle of that group. A few of those in the race this year. Rotary engined car.
Yeah, it's going to be Team 1, isn't it? Can't see the letter designation on that car at the moment. One of the random racers cars, we think, though. The Cuda keeping well out of the way. Left-hand drive, of course.
And bearing the little flash there of Hot Wheels.
Yes.
Every lad who liked cars had a Hot Wheels set back in the 1960s or early 70s. And that's very redolent of that era.
Yeah, certainly is. So we've got, yes, that car at the moment, or that team is in 68th position at the moment. I think they've already had a pit stop as well. So we've got cars heading around the left-hander at Brooklands. One of the Caterhams drifting a little bit wide. That is the 23 car. Can't see the letter on that one though. It's the Enzyme Motorsport car of Richard Mitchell in the Caterham 7, the historic Formula 4 champion. But let's head down to the pit lane now and hear once again from Lewis Beals.
Thank you very much, Ian. Yes, I'm down here with Brian Watson from the Royal Air Force Motorsports, defending the Birkett, obviously the relay handicap event. How are your lads doing?
Not too bad. Early days, as you well know, this is very much a marathon, not a sprint. So early days, good team, cars are reliable. These guys have been competing all year in the Armed Forces Race Challenge, which we do with 750. So we do that with 750 all year, and we come to this event. It's a great event to be involved in at the end of the season.
Yeah, because you've won it 2 out of the last 3 years, so we're going to try and make it 3 out of 4.
Let's not say anything too early, but of course we're out to win it, and of course retain the inter-services, because as an Armed Forces Championship, this is our inter-services, so we're here both aiming for the handicap win and to beat the Army and the Navy as well, of course.
Yes, because this is the RAF, Navy. That's the Army, and the Navy.
Yes. So 3 services. Put out a team. We compete all year with 750, and then we do this. And this is a good coming together for us and our sponsors. This is supported by Carwood for us this year, who are helping us get this event underway, because it's a fairly hefty event to undertake, but it's well worth the effort.
Yes, last year you ran carbon-free fuel, I believe.
We did indeed. So we're still doing that. The car isn't here this time, but we are running a biofuel car next month and a synthetic fuel car. So it's one of those things we're looking to see if we can do more of that, keeping changing how we do things and trying to make it sustainable as possible.
Yeah, it's great. And also, there's not an inconsiderable rivalry between the forces, isn't there?
Absolutely, yes.
And so not only are you trying to beat everybody else, there's a bit of inter-team rivalry too.
Yes, I mean, we work together all year in a normal championship, but this is the one where we have to beat each other. And it's still friendly rivalry, but we're here to win.
And I take it the Royal Air Force are on the top of the heap.
Well, we won last year, so you have to retain the championship, don't you?
Yeah. Okay, Brian, and good luck to you and the rest of the team, and also from the Army and the Royal Navy too.
Absolutely, thank you.
Thank you, and if you're up there again, we'll come and chat later.
Cheers now, bye.
Okay, guys, back to you in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Lewis Beals. We've had 35 minutes of the race, and the order at the moment is number 17 RSR leading with James Lay, second number 26 the sort on scratch Daytona Motorsport with RJ Charles Hall aboard for them. 47 is in third place, that's the Edmondson Twickenham team with Graham Crowhurst out in his BMW M3 right now. Fourth is 57 Boss Cats, and that's Jeremy Adams aboard in the Caterham. Fifth is 63, that's the Macmillan 3 with Phil Jenkins aboard, and sixth is 55 Four Musketeers, having just lost that place to Phil Jenkins. That is Paul Simerson. So that's the top 6 on scratch. And on the handicap at the 35-minute mark, we've got number 13 Royal Navy Motorsport leading the way. From in second place, number 3 Bad Boy Tuning and Cooler Works. They have just moved up into second position. In third place, the 2-time winners, number 25 the Three Amigos. In fourth place, number 29 the Miata Maestros. Fifth, number 8 Breakdancer Racing 2, and sixth, number 30 Team FFFS Racing, also known as Wildfast. So that's the top 6 on handicap. 35 minutes into this Birkett 6-hour relay race. And you can get all of the timing via tsl-timing.com, should you so wish, during the course of this race. So we've got 70 teams out on circuit, a few dramas already, and a new fastest lap for James Lay. Another second or so has been found by the race lead. It's down to a 2:13.975, now within 10 seconds, which sounds a lot, of the lap record for cars in the Birkett 6-hour relay race. And and now a change, because Charles Hall has gone faster than him in the Daytona Motorsport with RJ car. He's done a 2:13.476. The gap between them still around about 24 seconds, but James Lay, the leader of the race, still in the Radical SR3 XX, the 2023, I should say, Birkett Relay Scratch winner, and also last year's Radical UK SR3 champion as well. And he's being chased by Charles Hall in the SR3 RSX, the 44-year-old from Sheffield, the Bike Sports champion in 2020, but back in the late 90s he was second in Formula Vauxhall. He also raced in Formula Renault and British Formula 3 as well, but certainly for the last half dozen seasons or so he's been a regular in 750 Motor Club racing, particularly in the Bike Sports Championship, where he's been a regular front runner and race winner. But we've got a whole bevy of Caterhams on track, quite a few Porsches. We were hearing at the beginning of the race about all of the Porsche teams that were entered for this weekend's Birkett relay race. Oh, and the Cuda's off the road. Is that at Brooklands, possibly? Yes, it is. That's where that car is rejoining, having had a spin. That's the 32. It's got B on it, but we think that's the car that was being driven by Matt Snowball, unless he's decided to share that with anyone else, because I think there may have been some cars that have been lost from that team's lineup. Not had any official word on that. There were some more cars coming through. There is the Cuda back through towards us, Also out there we've seen Stephen Robinson in the Mazda MX-5, and another MX-5 is for the Miata Maestros. Andy Bailey in Team 29C, 56-year-old company director from Bedfordshire, two-time Caterham champion, 2016 Club Enduro class champion as well. As into the pits we've got the car of Anton Martin, but we're going to go down to the pit lane once again, and Lewis Beals has found somebody else to talk to.
Thank you very much, Ian. I'm down here with the RJ Motorsport 2's Paul Seward. So, Paul, what were conditions like at the start of the race?
Very slippery indeed. Yeah, slicks were really hard. The first 2 or 3 just went, and yeah, lack of confidence on my part really. I could have pushed harder, but didn't want to ruin it for everyone else. So yeah.
Yeah, you're in one of the very fast radicals, so you're one of the favoured teams. Maybe not the favourite, but the favoured team. Bit tricky. I had wondered whether that was a bit ambitious. How long did it take for the tyres to warm up to get some grip?
Yeah, it did took about 5 or 6 laps before it really started getting anything. You know, it's there's a dry line now, so it's good. But before that, it was just wet everywhere, and it was the right choice, but probably maybe not the right driver to start with.
Hang on, Paul. Gracious you say that yourself. But of course, there's also the problem is if there's a dry line. You're always overtaking cars here at the Birkett when you're in one of the radicals, so you have to go offline a lot, don't you?
A lot, yeah, and that was one of the problems. You know, we were going over the curbs, and there were still puddles in the dips in the curbs. So, and of course, you know, when they get wet, they get cold, and when they're cold, it dries out. So,
who's hang on, who's out at the moment?
Joe Crook.
So where's Matthew?
Matt, he's an ex-driver in.
Oh, he's an ex-driver in. Okay. Anyway, good luck. Hey, there we go. Paul's got to get in the car at the moment, so the team are hassling me to let him get in the car. So that's the information here from the RJ Motorsport 2 crew. Back to you in the commentary box.
Thank you very much indeed to Lewis Beals. We're both on there, Marcus. There we go. So we're watching the cars head towards the right-hander at Abbey in that particular case, and then sweeping through the left-hander at Farm Curve and down towards the village hairpin. We can see a few of the tin tops out here, including the 6B car. So that is Michael Smith and the Darkside Developments VW Golf TDI Darkside Development specialists in preparing diesel cars, and also out there is one of the Porsches, Team 44. I thought it was E, but I don't think that, which would make it Tom McHugh. Yeah, and he's out there in a box direct. It's not his regular car. 63-year-olds from Surrey who started racing back in 1995 in the Porsche Club GB, and been more recently racing in the Carmel Porsche Trophy.
It's a cracking looking car, isn't it? The Golf there, with all its finery and the wings, etc. In that Advan Yokohama iconic Japanese colour scheme that sort of spread even to things like European Formula 3 back in the 1980s. All manner of Porsches in the race. I saw a 944, I think, just going through out of sight there. And we've got 911, we've got loads of Boxsters and Caymans, etc. as well. And so the two Audi TTs that were battling earlier on, they're still not far apart.
No, they're not, are they?
Carving their way through traffic the whole way.
No, that's right. And we also saw a few moments ago another Porsche box dress of Rob Hardy, the Rowan Builders entered car. Again, another driver. I think we've seen it in Carmel Porsche, but also raced in CSEC as well. Races over the seasons. So we've got the 55 car. That's one of the cars up towards the sharp end, 5th position. That's Paul Simerson in the Four Musketeers car. He's just carving his way through in that M4 GT4. 47-year-old chief exec from Warwickshire, so fairly local to here. Started racing in the Ferrari Challenge 6 years ago now, and this Century Motorsport, next Century Motorsport car. And he's he's got next to him the 52B, which is the Area Motorsport TT All-Stars. Rob Baker, the 3-time Club Enduro champion, is aboard that one, and he always a very quick driver indeed, as we've got a new fastest lap that has again gone to Charles Hall, and now it's into the 2-minute 12s, a 2-minute 12.498, and interestingly it's got the lead gap down. It was up as high as 24 seconds or so now. It's now 18.3 seconds between James Lay in the lead and Charles Hall in second place. The other of the Audi TTs out there at the moment is the Harry Yardley Rose car in the TSR Performance car, and as you were saying, Marcus, they are still, well, they are absolutely adjacent to one another on track.
Yeah, amazing, isn't it? And you talked about Charles Hall there, and of course his father Bill used to race all manner of cars, including old Formula One cars, and great that he's still involved and supporting his lad. Yes, those TTs getting closer and closer to be now under pressure from so it's the 9 car, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right, and that is the car of Yardley Rose. And this is for 6th and 7th overall as well. The Paul Simerson car just ahead, the BMW M4 GT4, that is for track position as well in scratch. Those cars 5th, 6th and 7th as things stand. Paul Sethi has just taken over in the number 63 car. That is in 3rd position. That's for Macmillan 3. So he's just taken over from, I think it's Phil Jenkins, who was in the car out of the car before that. Paul Sethi having taken over for Macmillan 3. One of, unsurprisingly, 3 teams run by Macmillan Motorsport, and by Macmillan Motorsport, who are Caterham preparation specialists. As we're watching this battle between the Audi TTs, they're going past one of the slower BMWs there, either side of it down the Hanger Straight. Fantastic duel they're having. Paul Simerson a bit further ahead now, just lapping the 43C car, one of the Porsches going through, which is that of Stuart Jeffcott in the Cayman S. As those two Audi still locked together as another new fastest lap goes to Charles Hall, a 2-minute 10, and the gap now down to 15 seconds, so he's taken another 3 seconds out of James Lay that time. So Charles Hall in this Radical SR3, not the car he's been used to racing this season, but the car of Leon Morel, who's been racing with him in the Bike Sports Championship this year. That is closing in on the leader. And
we're seeing now that we've been told that Bradley Burns is in the 52 TT. He's a young lad who's a rapid racer. A little bit of historic stuff as well in an old McLaren M1.
And there we've got the Z Series car. That's the 56A car, I think, that we have of Steve Woods in his BMW Z4. It's a whole team of Z4s.
If you're into your German cars, there's a good choice, isn't there, for this type of racing, with the BMWs, the Audis, the Porsches, and here come there's a change in the TTs. That was Yardley Rose, I think, going past a massive slide from 52B there. That was at Brooklands.
Yeah, and that position has changed. He's got quite a few car lengths ahead already, hasn't he, as well, ahead of Bradley Burns. That's 9 now up into 6th position ahead of 52. And now we can go on board for the first time in this race. We will just confirm which car that is. It's one of the MKs, and it is the Teacups. Do we know which one? It's 6A, so it's car A. We'll pick up which driver that is aboard that in a moment when I found it on my list. But it's great to see the onboard shot here as they go through. It is Richard Webb, I think, that we're on board with. Yeah, just looking at his helmet and just see his name in the right-hand corner of the shot. So Richard Webb, the RLM boss, and he has ahead of him, he's got the Swift Sport Challenge car, so it's an excellent market opportunity. Yes, Team 31A, the Teacups, Richard Webb in the MK Indy. He's got the Radical going past him of Charles Hall, also goes around the outside of the Swift Sport Challenge car, and there you can see a good view back on board with Richard Webb, and he will be one of the next quickest cars out there at the moment after that Radical that's gone flying past him.
Yeah, very difficult to judge. You're in a low car and you go into a blind area, blind spot, as you try to overtake into some of these corners. Difficult to see a kind of 7 type car closing up. But you can see on the straight he gets left for dust by the 944. Then he outbrakes him into the corner at Stowe. You see the bonnet chattering on that MK with the RLM Suzuki Hayabusa engine. Boosters everywhere these days in Club Motorsport.
There's that Rob Hardy car again, the Van Builders team.
Yep.
Alan Drain, Thomas Simpson and Jerry Simpson also forming part of that lineup. So if you spectated the grandstand at Abbey, hello to you. Watching on there. And it's good to have so many of you joining us from around the country and around the world on the Alpha live stream as well of this Birkett 6-hour relay race brought to you by Yokohama. Tyres supplied by Darkside Motorsport.
From Barnsley, the Barnsley speed shop of choice.
And there we see the
specialist in VAG tuning.
Indeed, 57E there we could see that's one of the Boss Cats cars, Stephen Collins in the Caterham 420R. That team running in 8th position at the moment. They are 1 lap down on the leader, which is RSR James Lay as things stand. So that's turning its way through Copse Corner with Gold Art's name on the side of the car. Gold Art's long association with the 750 Motor Club as sponsors of the Sevens Championship when that was part of the 750 Motor Club portfolio as well.
Weren't they the first to put bike engines in Caterham? The Honda Blackbird engine, as I recall.
Yeah, and that I guess kind of predicated what became RGB, Road Going Bike Engine Sports Car Racing. It was rather clumsily known originally, and that's evolved into Sports 1000 these days. But that's been run by the 750 Motor Club for more than 2 decades now, very successfully. These 2 red Porsches have been together as well on track for the last 3/4 of an hour, really. By the looks
kind of a bungee strap between the 2 of them. The Ashgood car, 45A, I think that is.
Yeah, 45A.
There seems to be a very thin stripe through the B, but it's. And then the Chase car is 53.
Yeah,
53.
It's Zach Falk out in 45A for checkered past with Carmel Porsche, and 53 we think is B, I reckon, which is Baz Dart, who started the race, didn't he, in the Cap Tasty's car, 47-year-old chief operating officer of a surgical robotics company from Cambridge, and he's done motocross and trials racing in the past. On board with Richard Webb, who's working very hard here, having a battle with one of those Caterhams. In fact, it's the 7B car that he has just got past. That is the 6.7s entry of Michael Downing in his Caterham Supersport, a very experienced driver in the Caterham Graduates Championship, which has been run for a number of years now. Richard Webb, who's got those sort of LED lights attached to the roll cage as well as his headlamps on to let slower cars know that he is coming through. It's the 41 car that he has just passed. That's the Sushi and the Baguettes team, and that being a Renault Clio, it's either going to be Richard Fowler or Matthew Johnson. Couldn't quite make out the letter on that car, but now the
big
lead
spin,
gap.
68D goes round. That's Maneve.
Yeah, one of the Routek BMW cars, the BMW 325 Ti. As into the pits has come James Lay from the lead of the race. The gap had been brought down to around about 8 seconds at the time that he came in, with Charles Hall having slashed his advantage. But now James Lay has come into the pits from the lead of the race for Team RSR. And we can see that on screen now, in fact. So he's going to drive all the way down to the end. So that's John McLeod, I beg your pardon, going out, isn't it? So it's John McLeod going out into the race for 17A, taking over from James Lay, who will be driving into the back of the garage as we speak. So John McLeod is out at the moment. Watching the cars as they make their way along the Wellington Straight. We can see the Swift Sport Challenge car, Team 65. Is that still Ryan Parkin out there? I think it may be. He's heading down the straight. It's on board. We've got John McLeod just ahead of Richard Webb here, I think, haven't we, on the inset of that screen. But there's 65A. It is still Ryan Parkin aboard in the Swift. And here's the on board with Richard Webb.
Yes, he's definitely in the toe now of the Radical, and you can see that bonnet shattering.
And there's been a coming together here by the looks of it. 62B is one of those.
There,
That's
isn't it?
Gary Tutell in the Caterham 420R for Macmillan 2, and it's the Mark Wyatt BMW E92 M3 for number team 14 Interceptor Racing, or possibly Russell Humphrey. We can't see which of those it is, but two Castle Combe regulars involved, and both off into the gravel trap. We didn't see how that incident happened, but I imagine that the two cars fell over one another, and as we come up to the 1 hour mark in this race, I do wonder if that might predicate the first caution period of this race. In fact, it has. The safety car has been deployed to allow the recovery of those two cars up there at, I think that was up towards Club Corner, wasn't it? Let's have a look at the scratch race order at this stage. It is number 17 leading still, RSR for John McLeod, but only just from Charles Hall, Team 26. That now changes as Charles Hall comes through to complete his lap. I'll see the gap possibly back to John McLeod as he comes through. That'll be a little bit false now with the safety car having come out. So it's 26 leading, Charles Hall for Daytona Motorsport with RJ. 17 in second, John McLeod for RSR. Third is number 5, Joe Crook for RJ Motorsport 2. In fourth position, it's number 1, that's Harry Yardley Rose for TSR Performance 2. In fifth place, number 57, that's Stephen Collins for Boscats. Paul Simmerson's just come into the pits for the Four Musketeers from sixth position, car 55. Seventh is 52, that's Area Motorsport TT All-Stars, Bradley Burns at the wheel. Eighth, number 6 is Darkside Developments, Michael Smith. Ninth is number 63, Macmillan 3 with Paul Sethi, and then it's the Teacups with Richard Webb there in 10th position.
Now this might be an absolutely perfect opportunity for teams to pit, given that we're virtually at an hour, and it's an opportunity to make a little bit of time, perhaps depending on where you are on the circuit. If you can duck in, you can probably make a few seconds on the rivals.
As we've got cars coming into the pit lane, as we predicted, that's the 3A, the Bad Boy Tuning Cooler Works car, Stephen Berry in the Mini Coupe JCW. He's heading in, and you can see cars heading out. So the Three Amigos have been in for a change as well. That looks like it's Adam Reed going out in his BMW Compact, I think, to take over from Paul Hinson. But yes, these cars to be recovered then. This is up at Club Corner, and that's the view in the BRDC Grandstand, I should think, that we're seeing at the moment, with spectators watching on there. This first caution period of the race as we come up to the hour mark in this race. And yeah, almost a drag race down the pit lane there between a couple of the Caterhams that are coming in. So this safety car is going to be out for a few moments, and important to note that this does mean some adjustments to the handicap situation, in that the for every minute that the safety car is out on circuit, then the time the handicap credit laps are adjusted to reflect the fact that all cars theoretically behind the safety car are running at the same speed, so those laps are prorated. We're going to take a short break now, and when you come back you'll hear from Josh Barrett in my place.
Yokohama. Yokohama.
Well, here in the pits, we are down here with James Lay, who race leader and also defending champion from last year. James, I was led to believe you were going to go out on slicks, but that was not the case.
No, I was last out in qualifying, so I had the best first-hand experience. So yeah, wets was definitely the right choice, I think.
Yeah, I've seen them. They were a touch chewed up, but you got the best out of them.
Yeah, and it was getting a bit close, I think, towards the end of the stint. So I think we made the right call to change over and get John in the car.
Yeah, I take it you can go a bit longer than you went.
Yes, yeah, ideally. I think I could have done another maybe 5 minutes, but that would have been pushing it then.
So just over the hour is as much as you can do.
Yes, yeah, it is. We've got to be careful with that.
Yeah. So obviously in the lead. What's the? I was talking to one of the other radicals. I can't remember who he was saying that there was a dry line, but because you spend a lot of time offline lapping cars, it was still quite tricky.
Yeah, that was part of our thinking. You spend a lot of time offline, so obviously that's the last bit to dry up. So yeah, I think that worked into our favour for quite a long time.
Yeah, we've got Ben Stone back in the same car as you, but he's on slicks. So John's going out on slicks.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is, and hopefully he can capitalise on that.
Yeah. So hoping for 3 times on the trot, isn't it?
Oh, don't jinx us.
Possibly.
Allegedly, I don't know.
Okay, well, great to talk to you, James, and best of luck for the rest of the day.
Yeah, no, thanks a lot.
Okay, back to you in the commentary box.
Thanks, Lewis. So the recovery continues around the circuit. Good information there from James Lay that car did start on wet tyres, Marcus, which makes sense to how quickly he was going at the beginning and then why he was being caught.
Yeah, that's right. As you said, spending a lot of time offline going past the cars. There wasn't standing water really around, just a little bit of spray offline. That's just enough to hamper these lightweights, but good decision. It worked very well for them, and so able to come in just before the hour mark, as you said, probably 5 minutes less than he could have done optimally. But there's the Motor Club Renault safety car leading the pack round. There's a little coupe there I saw, the Hyundai coupe in the middle of that. There's a Toyota MR2 Roadster in the middle of it. Massive variety of cars, including some stuff we've not seen in the race before. So yeah, it's a great field.
I believe John McLeod, who's taken over for RSR, has got caught towards the front of the safety car queue, which means he's sort of lost about half a lap or so on Charles Hall, who has not pitted yet for the Daytona Motorsport with RJ squad. So where it all seemed to be going well, I guess that pit stop and then the safety car comes out at any point, and that's just pure luck. That's worked out, it would seem, at this early stage, Marcus, in the favour of Charles Hall.
Well,
and
you
the
could have just gone past the pit exit, couldn't you, as the safety car is deployed, or you could be 90% of the way around the circuit. So it's a bit luck of the draw, and you rather hope that if there are more delays, and we keep our fingers crossed that they were kept to a minimum, that kind of stagger might kind of balance out, because the chances of you being as a team in the least advantageous place twice or more running are pretty slim. So hopefully the balance wears out, but they're running pretty slowly, this group of cars now, and of course it would be better for them to keep up with the those at the head of the crocodile.
Notice after the first hour, it is the Royal Navy Motorsport Squad 13 that leads. That was, I think, Adam Dewis who did a lot of the start in the 1 Series BMW, which may be one of the quicker cars in that team. Gareth Moss, Richard Phillips, Jack Squires, Sean Graham and Charlie Spice. The others, you can see the recovery continues, and it looked like it was 14A, wasn't it? So that was Mark Wyatt's BMW that caught up in that incident.
And those two cars are now kind of sitting nose to tail in the gravel. That they can be removed. Yes, the Royal Navy off to a flying start on the handicap. The Miata Maestro's second. And where are the rest of the Army Sports Car Racing? They slipped to 6th, but of course the Stagger, they're just ahead of the RAF. The Stagger might just have unwound a tad with this safety car.
And of course, on the first hour, if you've got your quicker car out to start, that's going to be advantageous, compared to others. So it's really only those last couple of hours where things start to make a little bit more sense.
And the way it's handicapped, some of the cars and driver combinations are a great deal quicker than others. Others are quite a lot slower, but there are cars with maximum amount of lappery they can do. Also cars with a minimum amount of lappery. So you can't just send your quickest car out repeatedly. If that's going to reach its maximum, that'll be it. That'll be curtains.
That's right. Couple of front runners who haven't pitted yet include Charles Hall, the race leader, but also Michael Smith in the Darkside Developments Golf that you were talking about earlier. That's in 6th on scratch, and that is the car that Scott Parkin won the Club Enduro Championship in last year, the Diesel Golf. Scott Parkin will be out in his championship winning Audi TT from this season, but while we continue to be under safety car conditions, Interceptor Racing were one of the teams involved in that incident. I think Lewis Field will be catching up with them in just a moment's time.
Here we are down the pits with Adam Morgan. Adam, good morning and welcome to the Birkett, because this is your first time, isn't it?
It is, yeah, it's great. It's just started to dry up now, so we can start pushing on a bit more in the car. First time I sat in it was this morning, so a bit of a step into the unknown, but yeah, so far so good. We've done my first hour, or 2 touring car races, so I'm knackered now. But no, all went well. Car felt really strong, so we'll just hopefully just keep plodding along and be there at the end.
Yeah, so what's it like? You said, obviously, the first time with the Birkett, there are 70-odd cars out there, a lot of lapping, a lot of overtaking.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of fast cars out there and a lot of cars that are slower as well, so it's all about your average lap time and trying to keep that as low as possible. But then the racer in me gets annoyed when I can see a car in front of me. I'm like, come on, let's have him, let's have him. But actually sometimes that's slower because you end up slowing yourself down. But overall it's great fun. You know, there's lots of cars, there's a huge variety of cars, and you end up in battles that you think, I should be racing this, but it's mega. Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah. I was going to say, yes, conditions that you were here last week with your dad in the Mini. Oh, conditions were bad, but not so bad out there today, this morning.
No, it's drying up. I mean, it's a very similar temperature and ambience, and what we learned last week was how long it took to dry. And I've just done an hour then, and it's probably 90% dry, but it took a very long time. And a silly odd patch, if you catch it, it can catch you out. So you've got to have your wits about you, and especially when you've got radicals either side of you at 110 miles an hour.
Just on that, is this something that Silverstone it takes a long time to dry out compared to other circuits?
I don't know, maybe it's just the time of the year, the temperature. It's probably still drying out from race 3 at the BTCC round. It was that wet then. But I think it's just the temperature, you know, and if it doesn't rain again, it'll be bone dry for the rest of the race, which will be good fun.
Yeah, that should be, yeah. And touring cars, yeah, congratulations, Jenny, you did quite well. You made the top 10 in Autosport.
Yeah, top 10 in Autosport, so it was a good year, you know. I've loved driving for West Surrey Racing and Team BMW. It's been a mega year. I always come away thinking I could have done better, and I definitely could have done better, but I've really enjoyed racing with Colin, and you know, and Jake to win the championship was really good as well. So it's hopefully, touch wood, fingers crossed, salute at Magpie, we'll be back next year.
Oh, that'd be great. Come on, which do you prefer? Hybrid or weight, or the ballast?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. It took me so long to get used to the weight when you throw 75 kilos in, and now all you have to do, instead of changing your driving style, you just press a little button on your steering wheel. So it's easier for the driver to adapt to with the hybrid. And I think this year it has done what it's supposed to do in terms of, you know, the change in balance of performance. It has kind of worked. So hybrid. Look after the planet. We're going green, so we'll look after the planet.
Political answer there. Anyway, have a good day. Have a good day for the rest of the day, should I say, and good luck. Great to see you here.
Perfect. Thanks very much.
Thank you, guys. Back to you in the commentary position.
Thanks, Lewis. Yeah, good to hear there from Adam Morgan in Team 12, the 11-time BTCC race winner. In that stint, his best lap by 2:37.4. and averaging a 2:42. And what he was saying there, Marcus, is all important for everybody out there. It's all about the average lap time in your stint.
It is, and you know, particularly you've got a larger team, you've got a bigger variance of driver and car. If you have a smaller team, of course, you can restrict that to a narrower envelope, but you have more of a problem if you lose a car or have one that hits trouble, because suddenly you're short of options.
Just saw Charles Hall go through there. We're back under green flag conditions after that safety car period. I think the lead gap about a minute and a half back to John McLeod, but everyone getting back up to speed. And I guess what we heard there from Adam saying about the track temperature, that important for the slick shod radicals and keeping temperature up in those slick tyres under the safety car period, Marcus.
Yeah, that's right. The first couple of laps were a bit tricky afterwards, particularly the front tyres. But we've only got, apart from Charles Hall, we've only got, I think, 3 other teams in the top half of the field who have yet to make their stop. So although that gap appears to be quite large at the moment, that will be reined in just a little bit. I know you can send someone else out immediately, of course you can, but it's a slightly false kind of look at the moment.
One of the ASCARs out there, we just go through shortly, the old Rockingham Oval spec machines. I think that's Bradley Horsnell's low cost we just saw going through. It's about the smallest capacity car, one of the largest capacity cars, not that far apart. So one of the DTO Motorsport BMW 116s, which I suspect handles a bit better than the ASCAR through the Birkett Cessors.
Well, the ASCAR kind of lumbered down the outside, didn't it? Got its nose ahead and then had to brake early and all the rest of it, and is now being threatened by a Caterham, sort of run rings round it in the corners, but will suddenly start to... there you go.
Oh, perhaps that is actually the NASCAR, Marcus.
That's
I think.
the NASCAR
that is
Chevy,
the NASCAR.
isn't it?
Yeah, so that's Kevin Borland's Chevrolet from 1996. He's from Corby.
It makes so nice and convenient for the ex-Rockingham.
Yeah.
Corby. But look how quick that was in a straight line, but it just got gobbled up under braking. Yes, that's a Chevrolet Monte Carlo sheet metal work over a tube frame chassis. Just
got passed by the Boss Cats and Richard Cater, who is running, Richard Carter rather, who's running in 5th position overall. 27A, that's a TT driven by Wayne Lawson. It was a problem for Stuart Thompson, the Sports Specials champion. Has got the front left corner that's been taken a knock, I think, Marcus, and for the Sports Specials team, which is Run Baby Run, isn't it? Team 10, but that's the Sports Specials champion from this year, Stu Thompson, out of the car.
Yeah, he's clonked something with that, and it's not to say that if it's just a corner, it could be hoiked back to the pits and another corner bolted on and sent out again later, but it could well be curtains for the afternoon.
Before that, we saw the Audi TT. That was Wayne Lawson, who's in his first season of racing, and he'll be sharing that car today with James Pickford, the ex-British touring car racer, ex-SEAT champion. And Wayne's in his first season. He's 52 from Lincolnshire, and he's a wheelchair user using hand controls and being coached by James.
Quite a lot of competitors are wheelchair users these days, aren't they? And obviously, Natalie McGloin was a bit of a pioneer with her Porsche. We see Peter Elliston at Castle Combe with his Golf Turbo, and others, and very much to be applauded.
There's the Army sports car team and Dougie Inglis, the Armed Forces Racing Challenge champion from 2 years ago. He's a double class winner here at the Birkett. He's 39, he's from Scotland, and he's a senior permanent staff instructor for the Army. He has just in front of him one of the Audi TTs, another one. That is Cole Swift, who won on scratch back in 2018, the year the touring cars beat the Radicals. But for Cole Swift this year, out part of the Area Motorsport TT All-Stars squad, a triple Club Enduro champion in the past. Meanwhile, the car in 3rd position has just done the fastest lap of the race. Joe Crook has done a 2 minutes 10.327, and on that lap 4 seconds quicker than the 2 leaders, but that squad lost quite a bit of time in the opening stint, so sort of playing catch up at this stage.
Yeah, that's impressive, and so the record is somewhere down in the 4s, I think Ian was saying. Here's 52C, which is another of the Audi TTs.
Yeah, that's Cole Swift, I think. And they fall a bit further down the overall order, perhaps.
Yes, they have.
They're down to 17th. Well, that's showing as Rob Baker on the timing screen, isn't it? So it's one or the other.
Yep.
But yeah, they were up well inside the top 10 earlier on. Back on board with Richard Webb.
This has been fascinating with the gear change lights flickering up along the top of the dash.
These MK Indies built in Braintree in Essex, and there's been 7 or 8 within the Sports 1000 Championship this year, and he's just behind Michael Smith's Golf, so this is about of a 7th in the race on scratch.
That's diesel Golf, it can run for about half the race.
That's right, yeah, it hasn't pitted yet. Bit quicker at the end of the straight is the MK. Webb on the inside. Smith obviously saw him coming because he gave him plenty of space.
And then some, because he was out over the curbs on the outside there, Michael Smith.
Just passing Stu Thompson's MK. Don't think the squad have got any more cars out at this stage. Car 10 not showing us done a lap since. But so that's Richard Webb up into 7th, isn't it? Now he's passed Michael Smith. The next car only 3.5 seconds up the road, which is Mark Lee's BMW. As the MK flashes past the low cost. 750 Motor Club have a great range of 7S sports car championships nowadays, with low cost Mazda 7s, which we'll see tomorrow, and then these Cup 200 cars.
Yeah, very much in the ethos of the club, which started out with this kind of car. You know, appeared towards the end of the 1950s. We saw things like Lotus 6s and early Lotus 7s, and you can see how quick Richard Webb is round the outside of those two saloon cars at Woodcote.
There's John McLeod in 2nd. Charles Hall's just set a new fastest lap though up front. He's into the 8s, so we're only 4 seconds away from that record time now. John McLeod though looking for a 6th scratch victory this year. He first won the event 10 years ago in 2014. He won in 2017, 2020, 2022 and 23, so that's quite a record he's got going. And he's got 2 very quick drivers sharing with him. Last year's Radical champion James Lay, Ben Stone, who races in the Le Mans Cup in LMP3 machinery, who was due to be out in a Revolution, but it rather looked like a Radical that was behind Lewis that he was getting ready to go out.
I have to say, I looked up and I did a trawl of the pits up and down, and I didn't see any sign of a Revolution. But I thought then again it might have been out on track at that point, but clearly not.
Yes, we saw him add another letter to his team, so perhaps that's what that was all about. More Porsches coming through shot, and an Audi TT again. I think that is the Area Motorsport car, isn't it?
Yeah.
Which either Rob Baker or Cole Swift. 43C is for the pit lane, which is Stuart Jeffcoat, the 71-year-old, who's been racing since 1989. His stint is done by the looks of it.
We see him in the 911 sometimes, don't we?
That's right, yeah. He came out in the Carmel Porsche series earlier this year.
But this is a newer car to him. Ginetta there.
That's a G20. There's a few G40s, but that's the Cy Frohan G20. Simon Frohan, who's been part of the RAF winning squad twice in recent years. There is Stuart Jeffcoat. There's Mike Goods, Corsa, having his first outing at the Birkett, another Castle Combe Saloon Car champion.
Yep, champion of last year, 2023.
And Charles Ivey running a number of these Porsches as well, Marcus. A great squad.
A spinning Mazda MX-5, 35E.
Safety car is being deployed as well. That's Paul Lightburn who's had that spin, but is it because of where Stu Thompson's MK is that the reason for this safety car, or is there something else? We will see if we can pick anything up around the circuit.
Leader's done 32 laps, incidentally, 32 laps, and we have 4 hours and 39 minutes, 4:40 when the safety car was deployed, so 1 hour and 20 into the race.
Yes, and Charles Hall still hasn't pitted, so obviously with these lap times that haven't sort of been on full dry conditions, much more than an hour has been eked out by Charles Hall. I think it's fair to say in that squad that Charles Hall and Liam Morrell are the 2 quickest drivers, but they are sharing the same car, so they won't be able to do as many laps as otherwise they might well have done. We've seen the Audi TT squad out a lot with Area Motorsport, and I think Lewis Bills is catching up with them.
Well, here we are down in pit. Oh, we're in garage 11A. We're right up the top end there. The Reno Motorsport TT All-Stars and Carl Swift. Good morning. I'm not sure it's morning or afternoon, Carl, but anyway, you know, one of the team that, we were saying, the first and only front-wheel drive winners of the event.
Apparently so, yeah, in the tin tops, about 2, 3, 4 years ago maybe now. Seems like 2 minutes ago, but probably a lot longer.
Yeah, it was with the TCR cars.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. Stuart brought it over the line with the 10th to second place in the end.
Yeah, it was absolutely really close. So, yeah, it's always a chance for everyone. But what are you in this week?
We're in the TT Cup cars this week, so we've got a team of 4. Brad Burns, Luke Handley, Rob Baker's driving one for the first time, team manager area, and then me. So we're doing all right. Brad's done a stint. Rob's out there now. It's his first real lapping in the car. But we had a bit of a bad pit stop. We came in 7th and out in 18th. Just bad timing, got stuck on a red light at the end of pit lane. So we'll see. It's a long race.
Yeah, but that's the variances of trying to stop under safety car, isn't it?
Exactly that. In hindsight, a lap earlier up, a lap later would have been better, but hindsight, a wonderful thing.
Who's the team manager then?
Yeah, exactly. Where is he?
But anyway, you enjoyed it. How's the season gone so far?
Season started off great. I won the first 4 races in the championship and then kind of downhill from there. Rolled it at Alton Park, reshelled it, and just never really quite had that little edge since then, and got 3rd in the championship in the end.
Oh, that's unfortunate. You weren't hurt, I hope?
No, it's a bit of an easy rollover, but they're an aluminium chassis, so too much roof damage to repair, really, or to be viable to repair.
Are they easy to get parts for?
Oh, so easy, yeah. To buy a full car is peanuts, but then to go and buy a front bumper, like Rocky Note shit, after this championship, yeah, you pay nearly as much for a front bumper as you will for a full car.
Anyway, good luck coming back next year?
Yeah, we'll be back at the Birkett every year, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what are you going to do next year, season-wise?
I think, because we're set up for the TTs, probably do another season in that. We've got all the spares and everything there, so another season in that unless something else lights up. Maybe a look at those Swifts for a bit of fun. Okay. Swift challenge.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Yeah, maybe for a bit of fun. Might build one and share it or something like that.
Okay, Carl, great to talk to you, and good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and back to you in the commentary box.
Thanks, Lewis, and it looks like the recovery is for Stu Thompson's MK. It's an unfortunate way for his season to end, Marcus, after winning a championship in the main part of the year.
Yeah, there's plenty of drama along the way with that. He got involved with the thick of some great battles during the year. There's the Renault Megane safety car making its way around. So that's down at Luffield by the looks of things.
Interesting to hear from Cole. Yet another person interested in the Swift Sport Challenge. I think that grid's going to be pretty large next year.
Absolutely, and so the cars can be bought very inexpensively. The build-up of the car that James Winstanley from the 70 Motor Club drove down yesterday continues apace in Garage Zero, and it's likely that there'll be a complete car at the end of it, liveried and kind of ready to go.
And of course, we'll see a number of them out tomorrow in the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship, which has got a really big grid to end the season. And I think that's going to be an exciting way to end the year on the national circuit.
Yeah, lots of laps in your time tomorrow.
Yeah, that's right. See the dark side TT going through, weaving about trying to get some tyre temperature into that. Looks like Nigel Brown's out for the Run Baby Run squad, I think, isn't it, going through
yes,
there?
Yes, he is. There it coming to the centre of our screen. Nigel Brown, absolutely omnipresent for years.
And Paul Simerson, who we spoke to earlier on the grid, the Ferrari Challenge racer in a BMW, is downstairs with Lewis Bills.
Thanks very much, Josh. Yeah, we've actually found Paul Simerson. Paul, we had to get a substitute off the bench really quick there with Carl Swift. But anyway, we found you anyway. Yeah. We were just talking, with the 55 car, the Four Musketeers, you came in as first, if you like, in the saloon car section, and you went out 3rd or 4th.
Yeah, I don't quite know what happens there. I mean, look, we still don't understand. This is the first time we've done the Birkett. We still don't really understand the rules, to be honest. We're just getting driven by Simon, our team manager, from Simon Green Motorsport. And look, I don't know, we got a good start. Our car, we struggled with our car, bogging and fuel issues all year. And for the first 5 minutes it was fine, and then as soon as you get down the straight it started bogging, and you just got to try and manage it. So we managed to get a good gap.
Yeah, there's a lot of cars just over our shoulder, isn't there?
There's a lot of cars out on track as well. But yeah, we managed to get a good gap, and then the car started playing up, and it's just like, doesn't give you full power all the time, then it goes, and it stops, and it goes. So yeah, look, we managed to pull in P1. There's a bit of, it was more about, towards the end, it sort of came, with my stint, it came more about how to overtake and get past the cars, and keep the cars behind you. So if I managed to sneak through, then they couldn't, then I'll get a bit of a gap then. So I use that to my advantage. So the guys have gone out, Mark Lee, our number 2 driver, he's off out, and then we've got Andrew sat in the car ready to go. So yeah, we're doing everything we think we should be doing.
Well, that's the way. You just got to keep ticking on the laps. So it's the first time you've done the Birkett?
Yeah, first time. So the first time I've raced in the 750 this year. I usually used to use driving on slick tyres, so we're still getting to grips with the tyres and how much we can trust them. The track, it's a dry in line, but it's still a little bit greasy. It's a bit green, especially compared to a dry day. So you just got to be a little bit careful and respect it a little bit. But yeah, we're enjoying ourselves. We're here to have a good time.
That's the main thing, and congratulations, Paul, for, that's what we want. Everyone to have a good time here at the Birkett, because it is the end of the season, but we want to be competitive too, don't we?
Well, we do. Well, I've got to hot-foot it out of here, because my wife's booked us a holiday at 4. We get picked up at 4 o'clock in the morning, so we might be a bit, hopefully I might be able to sleep on the plane. We'll see how we go.
All right, mate, and
right,
have a nice holiday.
Cheers, take care, thanks. Cheers.
There you go, that's the information from the 4 Musketeers and Paul Simpsons, and back to you in the commentary position.
Thanks, Lewis. I think the safety car lights are out. We're about to get racing back underway. But good to hear there from Paul Simmerson, the Warwickshire-based driver, who raced successfully in the Ferrari Challenge over the last few years, but broke his back at Spa last year. So I think after that decided that was enough Ferrari racing, and has joined the 750 Motor Club with his ex-British GT spec BMW. But it sounds like they've had a few issues with it over the course of the year, but it's running okay today. So the race is about to get back underway with the TGR Norfolk Mini squad leading the cars up towards Copse Corner. And I think the gap between Charles Hall and John McLeod has probably come down during that safety car period. We get a confirmation of that when they come through. So at the front of the handicap are the 3 armed forces teams, with the Royal Navy leading the RAF and the Army Sports Car squad. But we can ride on board with Scott Parkin, this year's Class A Club Enduro champion, Darkside Developments, who are running in 8th position in the scratch order at the moment, Marcus.
Can I say on this, on the windscreen, you'll see the name Bailey Holden, who was a 17-year-old lad, total petrol head, mad on cars, sadly passed away in September. And he's a friend of one of the team sponsors. They decided to honour his memory by putting the window strip on the TT. So, RIP Bailey Holden.
And I'm sure the Darkside squad will do their best to do him proud, and they are helping support the live streaming as well this weekend. Darkside Development, it's part of their Yokohama tie-up. Here is Leon Morel, the leader, who hasn't pitted yet, an hour and a half in, and he leads by 36 seconds over John McLeod, which is probably around a pit stop worth of time, Marcus.
You'd have thought so, yeah. I mean, it should all unwind, and we are now at a quarter distance, aren't we? We're an hour and a half into the 6-hour Birkett Team Relay Race of 2024.
I think Charles Hall's going to have quite a bit of clear track here. Whether he's got much fuel to make the most of it, I'm not sure.
Yeah, that must be getting pretty marginal right now.
That's right. He's in, I think, in Liam Morel's championship-winning Radical. Charles Hall hasn't done that much racing in Radicals in the last few years. He's been racing Mattel's more against Radicals, but next year the Bike Sport Championship becomes the Radical Club Challenge. So if Charles is going to carry on in the championship, he will have to get used to driving something like this.
Yeah, there's a great belch of flame there on the overrun. It's changed down. It's rather splendid. Charles Hall then, 36 or so seconds ahead. It came down from 55 the previous lap.
It may go up though on this lap if McLeod's got more traffic. There's Joe Crook, who is in 3rd in the 2nd RJ Motorsport squad in a similar SR3 RSX. There goes the NASCAR being passed by Scott Parkin, who we can ride back on board with 5 cars just ahead of him. There's a Caterham, there's a Clio, there's a Porsche, a Toyota, and another. And this should probably be one of the quickest cars in this train. for Scott Parkin, who's was in 8th position and still is.
And you saw him hook 6th gear there on the dash. And it's a great eye line that you get from this live streaming, because over the years the streaming quality just got better and better and better, hasn't it? And it's all so smooth from within the car.
And just behind him is Adrian Bradley, who's in 9th. So 8th and 9th are together on the track.
And that's a quick BMW, Adrian Bradley's, isn't it?
And here they are. They've got a couple of cars to lap. The M3, they're right behind Parkin. Scott Parkin, who turned 35 a couple of weeks ago, we can ride back on board with, and the BMW goes through. So Adrian Bradley goes through up into 8th, and you can see the power that car's got.
That is absolutely mega, isn't it? Yeah. Because we know how quick the TT is.
Yeah, back in top gear. It's in top gear for quite a long time, isn't it, before going down a gear into Stowe. So Bradley on the last lap did a 2:28. They were both lapping quicker than Mark Lee's BMW that's 7th. And we can see there Rich Webb in 6th position.
It's gone back to 47 seconds, the scratch lead, incidentally. Charles Hall in the Daytona Motorsport Large A car 26, over 17 the RSR team car of John McLeod.
Car's still streaming down the Hangar Straight. Go back on board with Rich Webb, who comes from a great motorsport family. His sister, I think, was part of the presenting team for the Isle of Man TT motorcycle races, and Rich Webb was a former motorcycle racer himself.
Some of the best television you'll ever see. The TT coverage is just staggering.
Charles Hall's into the 7s, 2 minutes 7.960. There's a huge amount of cars here.
And Joe Crook in the RJ Motorsport 2 team, Radical, the dark green car. He's just going past the good Corsa.
He's not used to this in Castle Combe Saloons, is he, Mike Good? The cars coming either side of him. A bit more runoff here than at Combe, admittedly. But it's quite a new experience, I suspect.
It's interesting, the temperature's obviously not picking up now. In fact, it's mistier now than it was. You almost wonder whether it might drizzle again. There's the Chevy Monte Carlo, which is a real monster.
Lotus at the front of this group. Another Porsche 48B is Andy Baker's Boxster S. It's Porsches wherever you look. A couple more here. Must be the most Porsches that we've seen at the Birkett ever, Marcus.
And different models, so a whole variety of models. There's I think that was the Fentiman's car, Fentiman's soft drinks car, just on another Porsches. Absolutely pristine.
Up the curb there was 68C, which is the BMW of Phil White. Got couple of the 116 trophy cars either side. Wonder if the two 116s are on the same lap. They are 69 and 24, so they are battling for position.
I saw Doug Inglis dive into the pits with his Mazda MX-5 Langheck. A second to go.
Morales still going, isn't he? It's an endless fuel tank on this car, it seems. Charles Hall, who was a front runner in single-seaters, both in this country and in the States, before having time off and then returning with 750 Motor Club about a decade ago.
Yeah, he was a long time out of racing, wasn't he? I think due to injuries sustained in a road traffic accident.
There is Scott Parkin on your screen, but his twin brother is down in the pit lane, and he's a part of a couple of teams, so let's see what he's going to talk to Lewis Fields about in the pit lane.
Thanks there, Josh. Yeah, I got Ryan Parkin. Right, I didn't know you and Scott were twins.
Did you not?
No, I didn't. You know, you look very similar. I interviewed your brother last year. I'm going, look very similar.
Yeah, it does happen every now and again.
Who's the oldest?
In by 8 minutes. He's always first.
But anyway, Darkside Developments, tell us all about it.
So we tune diesel engines primarily, mainly road cars, but for the racing, that's just to push everything to the limits and see what breaks, and just to show what a diesel car can do, really. not a lot of people. I think we're probably the only team of diesel cars here today. So, and we normally do pretty well. These cars have both come first and second in the Club Enduro Championship, so they do pretty well.
You're going to do well. You're getting a bit of an old hand at this Birkett business.
Yeah, I can't remember how many times we've done it, 4 or 5 now. I think we've missed one since we started doing it. Yeah, it's good fun. Obviously, sometimes you can end up the wrong side of the handicap or just some issues with your cars and you're nowhere in the scratch either, but it's just driving as fast as you can for as many hours as you can.
I take it you did the first session?
Yeah, I did it in a Swift. So we're running 2 teams today, so we've got a team of 4 Swifts and 3 diesel cars. And I've done an hour and a half in the Swift. It's only used half a tank of fuel as well, so I says I'll keep going, but they're like, no, you need to get in because you're going to get out in this soon. So they didn't want to have a problem and then meet me out there.
This one's a bit quicker than the Swift.
Oh, a fair bit, yeah.
So yeah, I can see the in-car camera. I tell you, that's pretty neat. You've got there live feed out of your car on the track at the moment.
Yeah, we live stream pretty much all those races now, so all the people saying we're cheating can have a look and see what gadgets we're twisting while we're there.
Anyway, good luck to you and the team, both the Audi team and the Swift team. Good luck.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you too. Anyway, back to you, Josh, in the commentary box.
Thanks, Lewis. It's looking rather grey over Birkett. I did get an alert on my phone that said it might rain soon, so we shall see what comes of that, and that will change the strategy, that's for sure. Back on board with Rich Webb then, the Sports 1000 champion from 2 years ago, the Cup 200 champion from last year. Up towards Brooklands, down a couple of gears, and sliding his way all the way through the corner. He is catching Mark Lee, because that is Lee ahead. He's got back ahead of Adrian Bradley, and he's catching that other M3 that's just up the road, Marcus.
And it's fantastic. In the corner, you can see that front inside wheel just hovering just above the curbs as he turns through Luffield. And there he is, chasing down Mark Lee, as you said, past the heritage pits, as they like to be called, the old pits we call them, and into Copse Corner.
The leaders, both of them, have been through the pit lane. So Alistair Smart has taken over from Charles Hall, and John McLeod is currently in the pit lane right now. So 2 pit stops. It's in the penalty box, Marcus, so it's not just a pit stop. Not sure if we have any confirmation of what this penalty may be for, but it's not a short one by the looks of it for John McLeod.
That's cost them the lead.
And it's going to cost them quite a bit of time as well.
There's that Fentimans soft drinks Porsche, number 45.
Andrew Juice, I think, at the wheel.
Superb. 120 years of soft drink tradition.
Andrew Juice in his 2nd season of racing. He's 45. And we're hearing it's a yellow flag infringement for John McLeod. And his car's still in the pit lane, so I'm not sure how costly this could be, but it might put them a lap down, I'd expect. And this isn't how John McLeod's going to win his 6th scratch victory, I don't think. One of the Lotus sports cars there, which is Campbell Cassidy's Exige in 28C, part of Matt Cherrington's squad, TMC Race Engineering. Campbell Cassidy, I think, used to race low cost back in the day, as did Matt Cherrington. McLeod's pit stop is complete, I think, so at the end of the next lap we'll see how much time that has cost them.
Nice to see a VW Corrado out there on track in the middle of your screens.
I think that's Stuart Kennedy, who raced in Hot Hatch last year, who was due to be out in a Civic, but has gone back to his trusty Corrado. I think he was going to be out in the Polly's Civic, but they've sold it in the week, so I guess Stu Kennedy had to go back to his standard car.
Plan B.
That's right. Got a Mini, there's quite a few Minis here. That's Andrew Hawes, part of one of the 2 bad boy tuning squads. There's the DTO Motorsport 116 trophy car, which has got James Allen at the wheel.
That's a cracking scrap there, with cars running with the same liveries.
Yeah, the 2 Macmillan cars. They are on different laps, but
Fusima.
Similar pace. Is rain on its way? Quite possibly. There's a couple of radicals together That is Alistair Smart, I think, our race leader. As Richard Webb comes in, and this is what happens after you finish your stint. You go back to the paddock. And it's a very busy paddock here at Silverstone today. And that is Rich Webb then done for now. And we will see who takes over that squad. It's Mike Whiteman Hayward, it's already updated.
There's Kevin Borland with the Chevy Monte Carlo, which is not something which is going to enjoy damper weather if we get it. There's the one of the winged Mazda RX-8s. That's number 1C.
That's Wayne Spiller, who I think races this car in the Welsh Sports Car series. Great big felch of flame out the back, and you've got a bit of experience, Marcus, of driving similar cars around here.
Yeah, I did the Will Hire 24 hours in a RX-8, and it is amazing how different the kind of the whole atmosphere is around an endurance race of that nature. 4 times what we have today, because whereas you do a sprint race and you think, well, if something goes wrong, you've already only got yourself to sort of worry about later. When you're sitting there at 2 in the morning in pitch black and pouring rain going down the Hangar Straight, and you think, you know, if I drop this, there's probably 20 people in the pits who are going to be groaning and sort of, you know, throwing pins at effigies. But no, it's wonderful. The whole team tactic, the whole camaraderie, the way that the techies, the mechanics, the team managers, etc., all work with the drivers is very different.
These 2 Caterhams are being driven by Gary and Lewis Tuttle, so 2 relations. Not sure what their relationship is, but they're both in Caterham 420Rs, which are basically the old Caterham Superlight top range Caterham spec machines. They are on different laps, though, I think.
They're having a great scrap, aren't they?
Lewis Tuttle is in 11th. The other car quite a bit further down, so perhaps they've had problems.
Yeah, that's what team 62 and
62.
61.
It's down in 48. So they must have had some dramas, I think, during the course of this race.
They're related to Bryn Tuttle.
Not sure.
Race Van Diemen.
That might be one for Lewis to find out about later.
In Formula 4.
There's Joe Crook, who is 3rd. He's only 40 seconds behind John McLeod now, so he's fighting back into contention, particularly with McLeod's penalty.
And the hot Bosscats Caterham going quickly too.
Notice up to 4th, the best non-Caterham team is the TSR Performance squad that's got Jay Hadley at the wheel in his Golf. That's the team that had Harry Hardley Rose out earlier in his Audi TT. So they're up to 4th overall on scratch. Meanwhile, it's still the Free Armed Forces teams at the front, with Army Sports Cars leading RAF and Royal Navy within the handicap, which is interesting at this stage.
That order's been kind of fluctuating, hasn't it, too?
So Adam Lockwood at the back of this group, who was battling for the MR2 Championship this year, beaten by Sean Traynor.
They really have been the dominant pair. I think that was the good Corsa that's dived into the pits just across our screen.
Early BMW in this group, as well as the Caterham of Tom Otherton, the extra 3rd of the Macmillan squad of cars. I think the top 3 now all just about on the same lap by the looks of it. So Joe Crook has unlapped himself from Alistair Smart, who isn't lapping particularly quickly. 2 minutes 20 last time for Alistair Smart. Meanwhile, we're looking at Brian Bransom, the Norfolk-based E46 M3 driver.
He's done this race many times, hasn't he? And always quick in the Beamers.
Got a mixed team, hence the name of the team, the Mixed Racers. They've got a Ford Fiesta, a couple of smaller engine BMWs, and then a couple of M3s. So that's really what you were talking about earlier, Marcus, where very different pace within one team.
That's where you see the quicker cars sometimes limited the number of laps they can do. 41 laps down for the leader. They've done 40 laps with 4¼ hours to go in the race.
I think that's Stephen Scott Dunwoody out in the BMW 3 Series, who's a very experienced driver, Marcus.
He is.
More powerful cars.
Yeah, you can see that Radical hurtling through there, and I was just watching to see whether there was going to be a change there. That Radical was. That's Joe Crook, the dark green car, number 5 in 3rd place. Last time round, yes, 2:20 for the leader, 2:13s for the chasers. So that gap will, or certainly should, come down.
Mark's in the in the Ford EcoBoost engined car rather than the motorcycle engine car. The others are in the SR3s. I don't think there's any PR6s this year, are there?
Didn't see any on my pit trawl. Most of them have got the Suzuki Hayabusa engines in them.
There's Mark Lee, who is in 6th. He's still ahead of Scott Parkin by 5.7 seconds. Mark Lee, I think, is planning to race in Club Enduro next year. He's been racing in other long-distance races, but having a go with the 750 Motor Club, and we hope to see him out next year against the likes of Scott Parkin, I'm sure.
And there's a Mev there. Is that Gerard O'Donoghue?
Yeah.
It is, yeah.
He thinks it's the first time a Mev has done the Birkett, so hopefully he's enjoying himself. There he's sideways. It's one thing when you're sideways against when other smaller cars are around you. It's a little bit different here, though, Marcus.
Yeah, it is. It's being kept busy. So a new Mev design on the way. I heard whispers.
There's certainly a road version of one. Whether they're going to turn it into a race car, I guess time will tell. 3 abreast. It's still the two tails going at it in the Caterhams. Caterham drivers can't help themselves, can they, when they get together?
It's absolutely brilliant. These two are having a whale of a time.
Oh, one's given
peeled
up.
off.
So that's the end of that for now. Pick up for Scott Parkin again. Last time Scott did a 2:26. His best, though, a 2:20.3. And he is 6 seconds behind Mark Lee and 5 seconds ahead of Wes Payne, who's out there, I think, in a Caterham. Up towards Stowe Corner. There's Brian Bransom, who is a few laps down, 42nd, but he's just gone past Wes Payne, who is in 8th position in his Caterham 420R.
Gap between the leaders is 1:13, 1 minute 14 effectively, and 7 seconds taken out of Alistair Smart by John McLeod that time, and Joe Crook that time a fraction quicker than McLeod.
There's one of the Mazda 2s driven by Matthew Adcock, who is a late addition to the squad. Apparently these cars got 100 brake horsepower. And how are they doing on scratch? Well, they're not last. They're ahead of 2 cars now. The SK Motorsport car that had problems earlier, and 51, which is in the pit lane and may have been for a little while, is the Arciol Hyundai Coupe squad. And I'm not sure how much longer they're going for, because they are 3 laps behind the rest. There's Adam Reed in the...
That's the Three Amigos car, isn't it?
Yeah, they're 4th behind the Free Armed Forces squad on handicap. Adam Reed runs the Skegness Tyre company, hence the Skeg Vegas on the windscreen.
Scott Parkin, very different line round Luffield to get maximum exit speed. And he shot past the Three Amigos Beamer and a Mini 2 on the way down towards Cops Corner.
I think that was the 2 bad boy tune-in minis that were side by side, 3 and 4, who are on different laps. The free squad are in 18th on scratch, which is quite impressive. Sean Wortley at the wheel at the moment. There's the Audi of Wayne Lawson, who we spoke about earlier in his first season of racing. And there's 52C, that's Rob Baker, isn't it? We heard from Cole Swift earlier.
Yeah, comes the IDTC running in the Dutch national racing colours, for whatever reason. In the days when you were obliged to run your national colours in internationals.
Of course, last weekend was a big celebration of one of the Dutch Formula Ford greats, Marcus.
Yeah, Gerrit van Kouwen, 40 years since his Formula Ford Festival victory. Gerrit, who passed away earlier this year, aged 60, remembered by everybody very fondly for those days, the Lola.
And my kitchen table currently is full of stroopwafels because I seem to end up with everything that was left over from last weekend.
There goes the VW Corrado coming into the pits. I really missed my Corrado. I had a lovely Corrado on the road for a couple of years.
Yeah, that's the other team that had problems after the Clio stopped earlier for SK Motorsports. They're only 69th. And that team will be out tomorrow with hot hatches. Here's one of the Swifts.
65D by the looks of things.
That's Tim Harvey. So the 1992 British Touring Car Champion going through Luffield, where everything happened that year, Marcus.
A very different mount to the Chevron B8 that he raced here successfully in the 6 hours all those years ago. Team Estelle car. One of his personal sponsors was Estelle.
So I guess if Ryan Parkin went for an hour and a half, Tim's in an hour and a half stint. So in about an hour's time, hopefully we'll hear from him with Lewis Bills.
What if we do a Sterling Moss and put the radio on sort of while he's accompanied down the straights?
Let's have a look if we can find Tim's lap times. He has done a 2:52, which is 3 seconds quicker than Ryan Parkin went in the similar car earlier.
And problem for one of the Golfs here. That's the
4th place car, Marcus. That's Jay
car,
Hadley. Yeah, so that's from 4th place. And it's not going any further currently. Everybody's at Birkett, seemingly. About 20 cars just went through shot there. But if that Jay Hadley car can't go any further, we may need an interruption. No, he's away again. So wonder if did the modern thing of resetting the car and
switch it off, reboot, and see if it'll go again.
That's right. But yeah, Tim Harvey's done a 2:52 in his Swift. As I say, that's 3 seconds quicker than Ryan Parkin was doing. Tim Harvey's laps very consistent. 2:53.3, 53.6, 54.4, 53.6. Then he did his quick 52.1, then a 54.0, 53.5. So most of his laps all within a second of each other, which in this race is very rare.
Yeah, absolutely remarkable.
He hasn't lost his touch too much, has he?
I remember Tim in Formula Ford.
Yeah.
Had a monster accident, didn't he? Broke his ankles and reset his parameters and went for, I think it was a bit more metal around him after that. 16
British Touring Car Championship victories Tim got in his time. He won a couple of Porsche Carrera Cup titles after that as well. As we've got a BMW, he's had a lurid spin at Birkett. 34A is that?
Looks like it.
Which is Kieran Powers' BMW Z4. There's Mark Lee, who is now 5th. Still behind Jay Hadley. So did Jay Hadley not pit then after that stoppage? Obviously happy to carry on. And he lost about 45 seconds, but still 4th in the race. There's 4C, the Andrew Hawes Mini Cooper S. Gerard O'Donoghue's in the MEV, which is the car that Trevor Gregory's wondering where it is, the team boss. Well, it's coming into the pits now, so hopefully Trev's got another car ready. There's a Clio, which is 64D, which wasn't a Clio, I don't think, on the original.
Big Plymouth Hemi-Cuda's back out, Matt Snowball.
Does that mean they're down to 2 cars?
I think they could be struggling.
So we've seen the NASCAR, haven't we?
And they lost the MCR Sports 2000. That broke diff bearing in quali, and it went back to the pits, and they had the whole of the diff out, etc., and they were scratching their heads somebody had gone in search of another gearbox. It'd be easier to go and get another gearbox and bolt the whole back end back together, get it going. It's a bit spooky, wasn't it? It was like a Halloween Halloween bag. No sweets though.
So 3 leaders separated by less than 90 seconds for the first time in a while. Joe Crookwood, that car was a lap down after not very long, the RJ Motorsport team. So Joe's driving that really well. 47B is Noel Bradley. 3 years ago, the BMW Car Club Racing top class champion.
That was classic, with all the lights, etc., etc. The poor chap in the 7-side car just couldn't evaporate.
One of the cars had window wipers on in that group, so whether it's raining or not, unsure. Of course, so many times here over the years, Marcus, it could rain at one part of Silverstone and not another.
Yeah, Silverstone, because the size of its camper, it's absolutely famed for its microclimate. International Trophy Formula 1 race one year, there was snow at part of the circuit and quite a few fell off.
Stephen Scott Dunwoody's still going, I think, in the 3 Series. Is he for the pit lane? I think he might be.
Yep.
Ian's been outside. It's not raining there, but we're hearing it is raining over at Stowe. So, as we suspected, different parts of the track has different
Stowe
conditions.
Is diametrically opposed to where we are at Woodcote, sort of draw a straight line. Because the original Birkett 6-hour race ran on a course that stretched from Stowe to Copse.
Yeah.
And in fact, they ran effectively the old airfield perimeter road down to Stowe, and then turned really sharp into the right, and all the way back up what is now the Silverstone Driving Centre. So it's a very, very narrow, confined circuit.
I think Colin Chapman was on the grid back in 1951. Graham Hill was the winner in 58. Was he racing Grand Prix by then?
Sorry?
Was Graham Hill in Grand Prix racing by 58?
Graham Hill was in there with Lotus.
Yeah, so he was and he was racing Austin A35 here.
Because he was the director of Speedwell,
yes.
who put together tuning kits for A35.
Just behind the Plymouth is Alistair Smart, the race leader. There he goes.
Now we're going to see some spins if it gets a bit damp, aren't we? I suspect. But we are now within a minute or so of the 1/3 distance mark.
And it's still then at 2 hours 26 that leads the Daytona Motorsport with RJ scored for Alistair Smart. By about a minute from RSR Team 17 and John McLeod. Third is 5, the RJ Motorsport 2 team with Joe Crook. Then fourth, the Best Non-Radical team is number 9, TSR Performance and Jay Hadley. Fifth is 55, 4 Musketeers and Mark Lee. And sixth is number 6, Darkside Developments and Scott Parkin. There's rain on our camera lenses, we can see now as well. Leading the handicap is Team 19, RAF Motorsport, but up to second in 45, which is checkered past with Carmel Porsche. So they're coming into the handicap, and that is Zach Falk, Richard Neal, Andrew Juice, who I think is at the wheel at the moment, and Charlie Falk as the fourth driver. Then Army Sports Car Racing a third. DTO Motorsport are up to fourth in the BMW 116s. Fifth is the Royal Navy, and sixth is 2 Racing UK, the Mazda 2 team. May not have the quickest cars in the race, but with the handicap, anybody can win it. So the lap times at the moment are kind of static. Alistair Smart's done a 2:17, John McLeod's done a 2:13, and Joe Crook is pitting on this lap, but he was on similar pace as yellows. And what is the reason? There's another safety car, so that's the third safety car, I think, Marcus. And while we work out what the safety car is for, we're here from some of our partners.
Yokohama. Yokohama. Yokohama.
The 74th running of the Yokohama Birkett 6-hour relay at Silverstone continues, thanks to our partners for helping enable this live stream to happen. An incident at the exit of Stowe means that we are under safety car conditions currently, with Alistair Smart staying out as the race leader for Daytona Motorsport with RJ, Team 26. Second is 17, John McLeod's RSR squad. Good to see lots of people in the BRDC grandstand here today. I'm sure family and friends of the competitors that have made their way here to Silverstone to watch, and always a popular place overlooking Brooklands. And it's a place where you can keep dry, unlike around the circuit. You can see on the lens of the camera there through the loop and raining around the venue, so a good opportunity to say a big thanks to all our camera operators for enabling us to be able to watch the action, and the people outside Luffield as well. So good to see people here at Silverstone, Marcus.
Yeah, exactly, and I think that people come out of the museum, etc., and go and watch as well as a bit of a bonus for their day. It's a superb museum, well worth a visit. I haven't been for a few months, but always good, and plenty to see on various levels, and good for all members of the family too. There is the Brennan McGann, the 70 Motor Club safety car, leading this group round. And of course, in endurance races, the safety car just goes to a convenient slot. Doesn't have to pick up the leader or wave anybody through. And the came back from the Spa 6 hours, where there were so many safety cars this year that I think the safety car driver, had he had a transponder on, and it does today, would have probably finished about 48th.
Yeah, I heard there was quite a lot at that event.
But that goes from effectively just before 4 o'clock in the afternoon to just before 10 in the evening. So about half the race is run in darkness. Different dynamic again.
Yeah, no cars in this race, I don't think eligible, are they? Everything's post 66 today.
No. I mean, in the old days, you had many different types of car. Even up to probably 15 years ago, you had sort of teams of 750 Formula cars. Occasionally, you got something really crazy. I remember one year there was an Austin 17 that I'm within living memory, which was great.
Yeah, I think all vintage cars now are not eligible. But I think historic cars still can. There is the lead car in and out, because that's the Liam Morrell car that's pulling off. In fact, that was Alistair. Oh no, John McLeod, similar livery. Apologies. So that was John McLeod from second into the pit lane. Similar livery.
That is
Morrell's.
the third stop for that car, or that team. The leading team has only made one stop. There is the replacement 17 going out.
Well, we haven't seen Ben Stone yet, so I presume Ben Stone will be in that. Ben, who was a race winner this year in the Le Mans Cup, the support race to the European Le Mans Series, which will be coming here to Silverstone next year as international sports car racing returns to Britain. And Ben Stone, he's 40 from London. He's won this event twice in 2022 and 23. So with John McLeod, the double reigning winner. I wonder what tyres they went out on, because we do know it's raining around the circuit. Whether it's getting wet enough for wets, Marcus, it's hard to say.
The teams all had some experience of running in mixed conditions at the start of the race, and they'd say they'd probably be back on wets now on that basis, because running offline you can see a slightly glistening surface.
Hearing that 3B, which is Charlie Newton Derby, has been excluded from the race, so we won't be seeing any more of him, and that, I think, therefore significantly affects their result, plus a 5-minute stop-go penalty for the team. So the one of the two bad boy tuning teams are basically out of any contention for the handicap. But yeah, we're hit, or the screens are suggesting it's James Lay again, so perhaps using that experience from that first stint, they've elected to put James Lay out rather than Ben Stone for RSR, last year's Radical Cup UK champion. But at the moment we continue behind the safety car. That should, I think, put the RJ Motorsport 2 squad up to second, but we'll check that at the end of the lap.
Yes, top three teams have done 49 laps. That's on wets now.
Yes, I presume that's why they went with James Lay then. So that car was ready on wets and they have sent him. I guess he can go out and have a look what the conditions are like while the safety car's out, and if he's not happy, bring it back in and go with Ben Stone instead.
Yeah. Oh, let's hook in that Clio.
That looks like Jan Whittaker's car, who'll be racing here tomorrow, if it is.
What is it?
It's a 197, isn't it?
Yeah, trying to see the number on the window.
It certainly looks like Jan Whittaker's car, the ex-Jack Dwayne championship winning Clio Sport championship car. So, safety car continues. The RAF Motorsport... there's the Lotus. It has had a big accident, I'm afraid, on the exit of Stowe. Looks like it's gone backwards in. And is it the bodywork that makes that look worse? Where the rear bodywork has come detached?
The whole rear end is twisted, I'm afraid.
But hopefully that means we're not too much longer behind the safety car. But yeah, the RF Motorsport squad lead, that's team 19 on handicap. That's Simon Froen in his Ginetta G20. We've seen him out already. Matthew Beach in a 3 Series BMW. Alex Smith's Honda Integra. Ian Cooper in the Daewoo next year. Has a Daewoo ever won a race in this country? is a possibility today. And then Luke Arpino's Mazda MX-5 is the 5th car.
That'll be the day, as the adverts used to go.
Is that the headline if it happens, Marcus?
I'm not kind of holding my breath, really.
Second is the RB Sports Car, scored in 21. That's the team of Kieran Lambourne's 3 Series BMW, the 1 Series of Ewan Evans, Mel Highland's 1 Series, Dougie Inglis, who we saw earlier in his MX-5, and Alex Rivette's Honda-powered Lotus Elise. Third is the 2 Racing UK Mazda team of Neil Shaw, Nick Dougal, Robbie Boot, Joe Jacobs, Lewis Warren and Matthew Adcock. Fourth is 13, which is the Royal Navy. Adam Dewis's 1 Series. Gareth Moss in his MX-5. Some more 1 Series for Richard Phillip, Jack Squires and Charlie Spice. And the Peugeot 206 of Sean Graham.
The longer we run under yellows, under the safety car situation, the more it kind of affects the ongoing handicap, doesn't it? Because that has to be factored in, the amount of safety car lap rate.
We have 2 British Touring Car champions on circuit at the moment. We've seen Tim Harvey. Colin Turkington is out now.
He's in the 12 car, isn't he?
That's right, 12A, in his similar car to what we saw Adam Morgan out in, the BMW 2.5 litre compact. Colin, who lives in Buckinghamshire nowadays, but originally from Northern Ireland. 4-time British Touring Car champion, 2009, 2014, 2018 and 2019. And he's won 72 British Touring Car Championship races now. And was a great help to Jake Hill a few weeks ago to win the title this year for West Surrey Racing. It's looking much damper, isn't it, down there at Stowe. We'll see how damp it is in the pit lane, because Lewis Bills has found another driver to catch up with.
Thanks very much, Josh. Yeah, I'm Interceptor Racing here with Mark Wyatt. Mark, unfortunately, you brought the safety car out. We had a little bit of a clash with a caterer, I believe, with your BMW.
Yeah, that's correct. I didn't see him come in. First thing was turned into the corner and there was a big bang. Apparently, the car went up in the air slightly and then carried on towards the gravel, but managed to stop it just short of the wall. And the catering was ended up in the gravel as well. Yeah, racing incident. And thankfully, the catering driver, was kind enough to see it the same way.
Well, that's very gracious, isn't it? I believe you've both been to the car.
We both went to see the car of course, and he's drawn a line under it. Well, unfortunate, not what we come racing for, obviously.
No. Obviously, you've got a. Is that a driver's door, or are you a left-hander?
Left-hand drive. Yeah.
Oh, so it's a passenger door. We should say on the right-hand side of the car then. Got a bit of a damage at the front bit, but the boys are putting it back together.
They're trying, yeah. Yeah, it's not too bad. But they've got a problem with the bottom dropping down. So yeah, hopefully they'll fix it, and we'll see.
You're going to hope to get another run?
I'll see how I feel a bit later.
Anyway, I'm glad.
I think I'll be looking in the mirrors the whole time when I'm driving around, which is not the way to go racing. But
yeah, I'm just glad you and the catering drivers are both well and okay. That's the main thing.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mark. Good luck for the rest of the day. Anyway, that's the information down here. The boys are working hard to try and put the 14A car back together again. And meanwhile, back to you in the commentary position.
Per 3 now, Josh, are 3 laps clear of TSR performance on scratch. That's Harry Yardley Rose at the moment in the 9 car, 4th. Then it's the 6s. It's got parking for Darkside Developments in the Audi TT, and then 57 Boscats, who've been there or thereabouts all through the race so far. Tim Bishop now racing with them, who we see at Castle Combe in the GT Championship sometimes. Green flag, we're away under racing conditions again after what has been effectively a 4-lap safety car interlude.
There were people being very cautious into Cops. I think Tim Harvey's about to overtake them all in the Swift, how quickly he closed in.
Yes, I think Tim didn't really consider using the brakes, did he? He now bobbled over the curb on the outside.
Going to pass all 4 of them? with probably less power than all of them as well. Well, he got a few of them, that's for sure.
Classic.
And now round the outside into Birkett. Gets one, he's going to pass a Porsche as well, and does.
This is fantastic. You can't suppress quality, can you?
And he's going to try and get the Mini as well to take the pseudo lead of the race after the safety car. So he's obviously, well, people are certainly taking caution. Those are perhaps a bit less experienced. So the Swift's going to be gobbled up down the straight.
Have to do it all again at the Vale and Club. Ah, now there's the TT coming through the middle of it, and Tim's not going to give away to the TT. Why should he? Because he's there first.
I think that was Luke Handley, the former class champion in Club Enduro, so he's not slow. So yeah, I think the extra power of that, the Zuki's certainly not quick in a straight line. That the Ginetta there, that's this year's Class B champion in Club Enduro. But Tim Harvey round the outside, but has to give way.
Ginetta's running a kind of a quasi Golf Porsche 908 sort of Targa Florio colour.
It's an ex-Goethe car. I think Ollie used to test in it, but never raced in it as a Ginetta Junior spec car. And Chris Webster, who's mates with Stuart Hall, had managed to get rolled to sell it. Doesn't really need a Ginetta G40 in his
stable.
That's right. And they've put a 2.5 litre Duratec engine in it, so it's not in any sort of Ginetta G40 spec anymore. Tim Harvey on the inside of the Mini, down into the loop. Almost gets past. For Neil Clark, I suspect when he finds out who he was racing side by side with, will quite enjoy himself. There is Neil Clark in the Cooper S, driver from Norfolk. That's an R53 shape car. There's Luke Handley though. So you've got two former Class B Club Enduro champions together, just ahead of that Mini.
Luke Handley built that car himself, didn't he? I mean, he's from the Martins motor group, but I think that's a car that he actually built himself at home in his garage to get into that TT series, which fits in with their marketing of Audis and VWs, Skodas, Alpine, I think, is on the group as well.
Huge amount of cars, included the Escort Mark II that's back out.
Yeah, the Vauxhall powered Escort Mark II that's lacking a rear light, or lacking a brake light.
I think second place car, which is the RJ Motorsport 2 car, might have been in the pit lane. Oh, and James Lay may have came back in to hand over to Ben Stone. It's showing us Ben Stone on our timing screen at least. But it's still on 3 stops, so it might have just been adjusted again.
Charles Graham's out in the lead team.
Here's the Charles Hall Liam Morrell Radical with the rear wheels off, but also the engine cover too. 54D is the Porsche of Gary Martin from Hertfordshire, sharing that car today. No, so the gap between Charles Graham and what we think is Ben Stone is 37 seconds. Both lapping not terribly quickly, so conditions have deteriorated quite significantly. See on the next lap how their
times aren't
lap times
representative yet, because Charles Graham's done an outlap. There's the lovely Escort Mark II.
Matt Brennan from Wiltshire at the wheel. We just saw Leon Morell's car that was driven by Charles Hall earlier. I think Leon himself is downstairs and talking to Lewis Builds very shortly.
Thanks very much, Josh. Yeah, Daytona Motorsport with RJ. It's Leon Morell. Leon, you just crossed your fingers when I asked you. Said to you, you're in the lead.
It's the Birkett. Anything can happen, can't it? We've had a pretty solid start to the race. My car went out first with my friend driving Charles Hall. Phenomenal drive. The car was faultless and over an hour and a half stint. No issues, no mechanicals. Somebody did hit him under the safety car. So he was cruising around and someone just driven at the back and so there's a little bit of damage to the back bodywork, but nothing the team can't put back together. The RJ Motorsport boys obviously grafting away, as you can see behind us. We had the SR10 out a minute ago and the drizzle. Last thing we want is a 180-mile-an-hour car going down the back straight with any form of moisture. So we did a quick pit stop and put the other car out on wets. So there's Charles Graham in the seat at the moment. He's the owner of Daytona Motorsport. So yeah, I'm just about to get back in my car now in case we have a shunt or anything happens on track. I'll be the next one out. So yeah, it's a crazy race. I'm tired already, and we're an hour and a half in, aren't we? So yeah, mental.
So tyre strategy. At the moment, you're on wets.
So car out currently is on wets. It's that fine rain that wets you through out at the moment. It's horrendous, isn't it? Super slippy, but not loads of moisture. Obviously, Silverstone F1 tarmac is actually designed for spray suppression. So it generally settles into the track and then takes ages to dry. Because we were
talking about this earlier, weren't we?
Yeah, because it's literally lifting it out of the tarmac. So you need the cars over it to suck it out and then literally dry it off. So I think it'll be a while to dry. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. You never know. We'll just keep an eye on the lap times, and that's the telling thing. You'll see the point where they come down to maybe like a 15 or a 16, and then it's back for slicks again.
So what are you going to put your car on? Slicks, wets, 50-50. So you only got two to change.
So currently we've got the SR10 back in the garage behind us. That'll remain on slicks, and if all goes to plan, that'll probably go out again in front of me, and mine will sit here as a reserve on wets. I think that's what we'll do, but I've literally just got told to chuck my helmet on and get in the car. So yeah, let's see. A lot can change very quickly.
That's great to hear what the tactics are from one of the leading teams. Thanks very much, Leon, and we'll let you get in the car.
No worries. Thanks to all those marshals out there who sat there getting wet as well. We couldn't do this without them. So yeah, keep it up.
Cheers for that. Thank you. Yeah, there we go. We have to reiterate that. Thanks to the Orange Army for all their help and support right throughout the year. Doesn't matter when, and they're always here to help, and we couldn't do it without them. Anyway, back to you in the commentary part, Tar.
Thanks, Lewis. Heard there from now three-time Bike Sports champion Leon Morel, who has Charles Graham leading and going away from Ben Stone up to 44 seconds the gap, a 2:29 from Charles Graham, a 2:36 from Ben Stone, which always makes you wonder if Ben might be on slicks and struggling a bit at this stage, but time will tell, I guess, Marcus, as this stint continues.
Yeah, exactly. I'd have thought they'd have had sufficient data from earlier in the race to know that probably had to be on wet tyres at this time.
There's no spray at all, though, is there, from the back of Charles Graham's
Quite remarkable.
car. So the Daytona Motorsport boss, Charles Graham, who has won this race twice in 2019 and 2021, and that lap a 2:23, so getting quicker. We heard there from Leon about a 2:15 is a
being
slick.
About the tipping point, yeah, going back to the slick tyres.
So we'll see how that goes. Ben Stone in second, Joe Crook in third. One advantage for Charles Graham, he's not got masses of traffic. He's got a couple of cars to pass through Birkett, but that's been done without a problem. One of them is a Porsche driven by Gary Martin, the design manager from Hertfordshire, experienced Carter, and the Cadbury's livery BMW alongside of Simon Mann.
I was watching there because RJ Motorsport 2, Joe Crook, took a bunch of seconds a couple of laps ago, but now he's got to continue the chase of Ben Stone. Ben Stone's under 54, and that time round, yes, 3 seconds clawed back, so it's down to 12 seconds now, second to third. It was 15. Getting tighter for second place.
37B on the inside of Luffield there was the Mazda MX-5 of Daniel Douglas. Got another Lotus out there, 28A, which is another car in the TMC Race Engineering. Martin Gambling at the wheel, the ex-runner-up in the Low-Cost Championship. So Campbell Cassidy have an accident from that team earlier. Out of Cox Corner, one car, a Z4 from the pit lane, rejoining. 34, Callum Bates, I think that was. Got a front-engined Porsche in this group. There's Cole Swift, we heard from him earlier, he's out there in his Audi TT now. That's Joe Crook, isn't it, just putting a lap on him.
Yeah, it is, and Joe Crook's trying to get back to within single figures of second place. It was down to 12.6 before. Looking at the handicap, the 2 Racing UK Mazdas, including the car with the air brake, are up to third.
Yeah, that's right. And for the first time in my stint up there is Rutek, former winners.
Yeah, who lost a couple of cars yesterday apparently in testing.
So they might not have many left, but they're going well in second, and the RAF continue to lead. Not sure Cadbury ever actually sponsored any race car, did they?
Oh, they did.
Oh, they did they?
Formula 3000 radar.
Yeah. Who was that all?
Ended up with it. I think it was a deal that was put together initially for Core Oiser, but I don't know that Core ever drove it in their colours. Mark Blundell drive one in Cadbury's colours.
For my
somewhere.
time.
Couldn't possibly be.
There's Crook in the Radical. Ben Stone's lap that time was better, a 2:24 to Charles Graham's 26. There he is, Ben Stone, the 2-time winner of this event.
And a 26 for Joe Crook. So Graham and Crook very similar, but that time Stone the quickest of the 3 of them in the white, black and orange car.
So where he was the slowest of them for a couple of laps. Sort of suggests they're all on wets, doesn't it? Because they're all doing similar lap times. 66C.
Look at that, we've got you can see illustration of how cars seem to grow over the years as the next evolution model comes out. You've seen a modern Mini Countryman? You can get about 3. Oh dear, that's messy. 16C,
I think. Klaus Kukia.
Kuika, yeah, he's.
That's JTK Racing. Before that, the Clickvio 197 was driven by Josh Hilton, who's in his first season, but he's looking to win the Hot Hatch Championship tomorrow, but not in that car. He's out in a different car today, maybe in a BMW tomorrow.
A compact BMW, isn't
That's
it?
it, yeah. Just 21. Former short oval driver. Might be the ex-Matthew Mandapira Clio, I think. It looks like that, from the SK squad. Well, the BMW's made it back to the pits. What's left of the engine, not sure. Is that an MG in behind, I think? ZR?
Yeah, ZR, yeah.
Which is from Team 1.
Ooh, that does sound a bit kind of last legs-ish, doesn't it?
A couple of Boxsters together there, including Gareth Knopp's Boxster S. Is that still Scott Parkin going, I think, in 6A? So that's again going to be a long stint, I suspect, Marcus, in the diesel car.
Yeah, the diesels always run long, don't they, or are capable of running long.
Car 7 there is Charles Elliott in a Caterham Supersport. He's been racing Caterhams for 20 years. Nowadays in the Graduates Championship. Ben Stone's done another lap quicker than Charles Graham by a couple of seconds. With just about 3.5 hours of the race to go, Marcus.
Yeah, we're down to that next moment where we can take a look at the handicaps as well. RAF Motorsport, Motorsports Team 19 still ahead. Rutek BMWs are in second place, and 2 Racing UK, the little Mazdas, in third. Royal Navy Motorsport is fourth, DTO Motorsport is fifth, and Army Sports Car Racing is in sixth. Although it's just jumped up, the Army Sports Car Racing. 3 Amigos now, fifth, checkered flag with cap next up.
And let's head down to the pit lane once again. Lewis Beals is there. He's speaking to one of the Rutek BMW drivers, Sergei Maniv.
Thank you very much, Ian. Yes, and we're down with one of the Rutek BMW, Sergei Miniev. Sergei, you're going really well in the handicap section. You're taking on those RAF Motorsport boys. They're pretty keen and really quick, and they know how to do this. So pushing them for the lead is pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's very impressive. We had very good time in there. Hopefully we can beat RAF boys in the end. Hopefully get first place and get the trophy this year as well. But track, as you know, is very slippery. I start my first stint. I start a race. It was very, very slippery in there. But it's getting improving. But we now see raining, and it can bring a lot of surprises in the end with this weather and changing condition. And hopefully you can get.
Do you think obviously the track is a bit slippy? Do you think that will play into your hands?
Possible, yes. Yeah, it's possible because we're quite good on the wet tires as well. Hopefully, and it's as usually in the wet condition, it's bring everybody closer together. It doesn't matter how much power you have on your car. It's more about your skills, and it's equalized for everybody. It's in this condition actually it can be a win or lose. It's very difficult to say because we can win and they can win, but yeah.
So who's about to go out? Who's in the car? Who's out on track at the moment?
In the track, it's Phil White at the moment.
And who's in your? Because this is your car, isn't it? Yeah. So yeah. So who's about to go out?
Yeah, it's my car. I'm sharing with Sarge today. Yep.
And are you programmed to have one more session?
Me not. I done my session already. That's it. We have Phil going next, Sarge going next, and last one will be Sam going in there.
So you're doing about an hour and a half each then?
Yes, an hour and a half. Yeah.
That's good. That's good tactics because you're doing less pit stops as well. That's a neat way. That's a way of beating the RAF boys.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and this time we dedicated our race to Sam father because he passed away last year suddenly, and we dedicate this race for him this year.
All right. Thanks very much, and good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you, Sergi. So there we are. It's going to be a tough battle, I think, for the relay race. Oh, sorry, the handicap race of this relay race, and we'll have a look at that as we go through the day. Back to you in the commentary box.
Thanks, Lewis. And yes, the Routek BMW team, in memory of Bill Redrop, they have dropped down to 7th place. They were running, I think, second at one point not too long ago. But it's obviously very fluid, in particular the handicap positions. We've zoomed in once again on Tim Harvey, who's out there for... no, it's a change now, isn't it? It's the 65F that's out there now, which means it's Peter Keane out there, I think, for the Swift Sport Challenge team, and they are just behind that the Alfa Romeo as well, the 23D car, the Alfa Romeo GT of Alex Charles for the Ensign Motorsport squad. The race has got just under 3.5 hours left to go. It's still being led on the road on scratch by Daytona Motorsport with RJ Charles Graham, who has completed 58 laps, or that team has completed 58 laps in the just over 2.5 hours that we've had so far in this race. My name's Ian Sowen, Marcus Pye alongside me as we're enjoying this Birkett 6-hour relay race, supported by Yokohama, the tyres supplied by Darkside Motorsports. And Marcus had an interesting race so far, a few incidents. I think we've had 3 safety car periods now, but for the moment, he said, touching wood, we're under green flag conditions.
Yeah, we are. We're now got to the point where we've had 2.5 hours of the race. A little bit more than that, in fact, now. Very close in the handicap section, and on the scratch race, they continue to fight in this kind of Formula Libre tussle. Such a wide variety of cars out on track. Little Mazda 2 here, that team doing superbly well. 2 Racing UK, currently 3rd on handicap.
Yeah, that's Joe Jacobs out there at the moment, the 40-year-old telecoms engineer. He's had experience in Track Attack and Club Sport Trophy as well. These Mazda 2 sport cars, they produce only around about 100 brake horsepower, so not a lot, but they're quite lightweight cars as well, of course. We also saw a few moments ago the Honda Civic Type R 27B. That's William Pottigill in the Motion Motorsport entry. There is another of the Team 55 cars. That's the 4 Musketeers, and this is now Andrew Shepherd out there in the BMW M2 CS. 39-year-old business owner from Leicestershire. He used to be on the same school bus route as me back in the 1990s. Was Andrew Shepherd, and he was 2nd in 2023 Club Enduro Championship. And this is a 2021 BMW M2 CS racing car purchased from the Netherlands. We saw that a few moments ago. we're now watching the 54 car, which is one of the Boxsters from Speed Carmel Porsche.
You get such unlikely kind of pairs in this race, don't you? You expect a sort of a Porsche to be challenged by a Mini or you know, a little Ginetta or something, to be humbling something much more powerful. Comes the I saw it quickly, the Parkin TT, one of two in the garage.
And here is one of the teacups out again now. This is the John Cutmore car, was the champion this season in Cup 200. That was decided a fortnight ago at Donington Park on the Grand Prix circuit. Also a three-time class champion in RGB, as it was during the period when he took his class championship titles as well.
And a great devotee of 750 Motor Club racing over the years.
Absolutely.
The builder from Bury St Edmunds in Suffolk.
21D is out there now. That is the car, the Army Sports Car Racing machine of Mel Highland. Obviously it's a BMW 116i, 36-year-old driver for the Armed Forces, based in Dublin. Started racing 5 years ago, and it's a 2005 car, and that team has dropped down the order somewhat to 11th place in recent moments on handicap as well. So a little bit of work for Team 21 Army Sports Car Racing to do.
Can't believe how many Porsches were in the screen then. Probably 4 or 5 or something like that.
Saw us well a moment ago, the Paul Seward Radical. He's back out there again for RJ Motorsport 2. They've climbed back up to 3rd position after the initial damp running, and obviously there's been a shower of rain since then. The 3 Radical teams have got themselves back together at the top of the standings. It's still number 26, Daytona Motorsport with RJ, Charles Graham aboard leading from RSR, and Ben Stone in 2nd, and RJ Motorsport 2 with Paul Seward in 3rd, 4th being the Darkside Developments car with Scott Parkin out there as things stand. Anderson Landon going through, we can see him in his Sienna there. There's work ongoing on the earthworks ahead of the Silverstone kart track, as they are passing by that scene as they go through the loop of Brooklands and Luffield. There's Andrew Shepherd being passed by the 28A car. That's Martin Gambling out in his Lotus Elise. That's the car that lost, or the team that lost the car of Campbell Cassidy, his Lotus Exige, car crashing between Stowe and the Vale half an hour or so ago, quite heavily. And that team, where are they in the running order now? Fairly well down, I think. 58th position after their early dramas. Light shining brightly on the 26 car in the lead of the race. Charles Graham, of course, in his RJ Motorsport car. He's just putting a lap on the 60D vehicle. That is the DH Racing 2 car. Matt Duffel, the 37-year-old, or he will be tomorrow anyway. He's an IT consultant from Leicestershire, started racing 2 years ago in the Type R Trophy, did some autograss racing as well in the past.
Civic EP3, isn't it?
Certainly is, but we're going to head down to the pit lane now. Lewis Beals has got another driver to talk to. We'll hear from him in the pit lane.
Thanks very much, Ian. In fact, I've got 2 drivers from the 2 Racing UK team, which are currently running second to the RAF Motorsport boys in the handicap section, which is extremely good. Just come off track is Matthew Adcock. Matthew, what conditions like at the moment on track?
I only got a couple laps under the safety car restart before coming in, but it was greasy, I think is probably the best word for it. So I think a lot of the guys who are out on slicks have probably gotten caught out a little bit. But fortunately for us, just running on, you know, those treaded tyres, it wasn't too much of a switch. But yeah, just got to be a bit careful.
Matthew, did it start raining out the far end of the circuit before this end?
Yeah, so it started in and around Stowe was probably the heaviest place when it started. So Stowe and Club, you had to be a bit careful on the brakes. Few laps, you could then keep it pinned everywhere else. But yeah, it was just a slowly lap by lap kind of get a feel for it and try and lose as little time as possible in the transition.
Okay, let's have a talk with Neil Shaw. Neil, you were telling me about some interesting things about the team. Can you brief us about that?
course. So the team exists purely to try and get more people into racing. We're trying to bring grassroots through, give pathways into basically this type of event. So it's looking at bringing people from go-karting, giving them an option that when they can't afford to step into, say, a Ginetta, it's just another route that they can get into proper car circuit racing. The cars that we use, we try and use the Mazda 2. So it's a Fiesta derivative. Very light, very agile. It doesn't quite go like a Fiesta, but it handles like one, which is what we need. So it gives people the confidence to start throwing a car about rather than being stuck in the middle of a pack somewhere and basically battling flat out. So
you can't be. You must be doing something right, lads, because you know, second on handicap, 70 teams. That's not a bad thing. Are you aware of when you're on the track, you have to keep up the pace?
Yeah, it's you know, a very unique race, and I think that's what appeals people to a Birkett, because while you are out there racing, you know that really all that matters is the raw lap times you're setting. So it's kind of a time trial with other cars trying to overtake you and time trial at the same time. So it's about really, especially in a car which is, you know, a big speed differential to a lot of stuff like the Radicals, picking when stuff's going to pass you and everything to really, you know, not necessarily hold a position, but maximise what you're getting from a lap time so that you can climb the handicap positions is, you know, something unique in motorsport, and it's a real joy to be part of it.
Oh, it is absolutely unique. And Neil, just to finally, have you done the event before?
Never done the event before, absolutely loving it. It's crazy. You're doing constant mathematics, trying to work out where your handicap's going to go, try and keep on top of what your pace is going to be, who's where, and it's non-stop action. It's absolutely brilliant.
Well, that's great to know. We hope we see you back. We hope you have a good day. I hope we're going to see you back next year.
More than likely. Yeah, more than likely.
Thanks very much, and hope the rest of the day go well for both of you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you very much. There we go. So there we go. That's 2 Racing UK. A novice to the Birkett, but doing really well there in the handicap section. So we'll wait and see. Back to you in the commentary box.
Thank you very much indeed, Lewis. 3 hours, 16 minutes left to go here. And it is still Daytona Motorsport with RJ Charles Graham leading. But in recent laps, the fastest car on track has been the car that's actually in 5th position, the Edmondson Twickenham BMW. Niall Bradley, this is team 47, is the quickest car out there, possibly with these damp conditions playing into the hands of the BMWs. Josh Barrett's popped in alongside me for the moment. There is the car we're talking about, Josh.
Yeah, that car is in the class where you can use racing tyres, isn't it? So it might be on slicks, and the weight of the BMW perhaps is allowing it to sort of get temperature into those tyres. And Noel Bradley's a good driver, isn't he? And is flying along. He's 3 or 4 seconds a lap quicker than the leaders.
Yeah, so 12A, I think that was, we saw
it's
going...
2, isn't it, I think?
2A, beg your pardon. Yes, that's Ben McCauley, isn't it, in his Lotus Lease for the very random races.
Ben's regular in road sports. The NASCAR's back out, so I think that team down to 2 cars, which are both working at this stage.
Yeah, so that's the Suffolk and Fast, pausing deliberately between the 2 parts of that name. Yeah, so they've lost the Sports 2000 component of their team, haven't they? And also part of their ASCAR or NASCAR contingent as well. So it's just Matt Snowball and Chris Richardson's cars. Possibly whether any other drivers are taking part, not quite sure. But yes, they're suffering as a result of that. Here's one of the Radicals.
It's Ben Stone, I think, in second, who's generally been a little bit quicker than Charles Graham, I think, in this stint.
Yeah, on the last lap he wasn't 2:24 compared to a 2:22 for Charles Graham, but that could just be traffic. As we're seeing the 16A car come through, that's John Cockerton in the JTK Racing E46 M3. He's going to pass one of the 116s as well.
See Ben Stone pull into the damper side of the circuit to try and get some cooler temperature into those wet racing tyres. Just ahead of this M3.
Yeah, so this is Cockerton, isn't it?
Yeah.
Looking splendid, that car. And that team, they are running in. There's lots of teams to sort of
That's the one that had the
33rd position.
The team that had the what looked like an engine blow.
Yes, that's right.
From that lap, Ben Stone again was a couple of seconds slower than Charles Graham. Consistently, though, Noel Bradley faster than them all, which makes you wonder if Bradley might catch Scott Parkin for 4th in this stint. Scott Parkin, Starkside Developments team, still only on 1 pit stop. Who's out in the Swift now, do we think?
It's still, I think, Peter Keane out, isn't it?
Was it Adam Blair who they swapped letters?
No, they were back to the original letters. Yeah.
Okay. Peter Keane, who's traditionally raced in the 116 Trophy, but yet another person looking, I think, perhaps at this Swift Sport Challenge when you were off earlier. Cole Swifted, he's thinking about it.
No, right.
So goodness knows how many cars there are going to be next year.
It's interesting because I think it's primarily aimed at younger drivers coming into the sport from. That's not up the circuit. That's the runoff area being used by 64.
The Mazda 7.
One of the Mazda 7s, David Jones in the Four Corners car. So he's resumed the circuit now. But yeah, originally the idea of the Swift Sport Challenge was that it was to appeal to younger drivers to get them into motorsport in a very low cost and cost effective way. But it seems that it's proving very popular with those of even a more mature vintage as well.
That's right. Hopefully we might hear from Tim Harvey a bit later with Lewis to see what he thought, but he looked like he was enjoying it by how he was going. A couple of Caterhams together.
Yeah, 61D there, that's the Matt Reeve car, the 420R for Macmillan 1. That is, as I say, Team 61, just looking to see whether they are 10th. And as befits the name, they are the best of the Macmillan squads. Here's some drama though.
That Brad Burns?
It is Brad Burns, isn't it? And he's got the door open. He wants to get out of that Audi TT pretty quickly now. And
he might want to put the handbrake on too, because it started to roll.
Yeah, now how close is he to anyone with a fire extinguisher, like a Marshall there? But there is thick black smoke coming from underneath the engine base. I think it's fair to say it's on fire. That Marshall does appear on the scene now. So that is the team of Brad Burns, which is team number
52, is it?
52, the Area Motorsport TT All-Stars, and that team was running in 12th position. They've just dropped down a couple of positions because of that drama behind, I think, a couple of the Porsche teams now, including the checkered pattern with Carmel Porsche Richard Neal. He's moved up into 11th position, so drama there for Brad Burns. So Team 52 will be looking to get a car out on track very shortly, Josh.
Charles Graham has lapped Paul Seward, so a bit like in that first stint, Seward's gone a lap down in the RJ Motorsport squad. So he is lapping about 4 seconds slower on that last lap was Seward. So Charles Graham's put a lap on him. Is that Colin Benham out?
Yeah, it's Colin Benham in the CB Phoenix, the retired man from Toaster, 74 years of age.
Just behind him on the road was Colin Turkington, and the Birkett team BMW squad 8th now on handicaps. So
yeah, going very well. Colin Turkington, the 1998 Northern Ireland Metro champion, and the 4-time British Touring Car champion as well. Also won a season of Fiestas in 2001 as well, which I remember following that year. There you can see in the inset the drama befalling Brad Burns, with the smoke still issuing from that car. The marshals hopefully have done their work to extinguish that. We'll see if any further intervention there is needed with that car having pulled off.
So one of the 116s out for the Army, who have dropped down to 13th on handicap. The RAF, who had dropped back, have fought back to 2nd. So the Vrutec squad lead, RAF a 2nd, and the Miata team up to 3rd. I think the first time they've been high up. That's the Barnards, Mary and Paul, with Andy Bailey, Martin Vernon and Ian Tomlinson, who briefly had been up there, but now the Mazda 2 squad are leading once more, the 2 Racing UK team.
I was just thinking to myself, because every time Lewis seems to pick someone to interview based on their handicaps, they drop down the order, but now 2 Racing UK have gone back up the order again, so that's good news from their point of view. I suspect part of this is about how the sort of prorated laps get divided by a sort of 47%, now 47% of the way through the race, and so I think that really has a part to play. So really things don't fully settle down until you get right to the end of the race as far as handicap is concerned.
Showed you how many teams are in contention though.
Yeah, on our screen we can see the first 27 teams, and they're all within 3 laps of one another on gross laps. That's their scratch laps plus their credit laps added. Yeah, you can see that the bonnet has melted through there, hasn't it, where that car has been on fire of Brad Burns, and that clearly is going no further today.
Yeah, it's a shame. You can see why he wanted to get out pretty swiftly in all of that. There's the Mini Coupe. Is it Stephen Berry, I think, who has that?
Yeah, I think so.
One of the... There's quite almost all the Mini Challenge Club Sport competitors seem to be taking part today.
And that team, they're down to 2 drivers now as well, aren't they? Because they've lost Charlie Newton-Darby, I think, was set.
Yeah, I think that was for yellow flag infringement, I think, wasn't it?
So Stephen Berry and Sean Wortley, the 2 surviving drivers in that team.
John Cutmore's front left wheel arch has been dislodged on his MK. And Erie Motorsport got another car out, 52C, who I think is Rob Baker, because they switched all the letters around. So Rob Baker goes again. He was out a little bit earlier. The Area Motorsport boss.
Peter Keane in that Swift, he's been busy setting personal lap times. He's done a personal best lap times on a 2:50.919 now.
There is quite a bit of fluctuation in the lap times in the Swifts, isn't there? 'Cause I think Ryan got a car off, which is one of the Caterhams from the boss team, 57.
That is the Boss Cats car of Jeremy Adams, the Caterham 420R, and it is pointing in the wrong direction. Vale covered for the moment by yellow flags. So 3 hours and 7 minutes to go. There's that car being pushed away from, I think, around the pit lane, or into the pit lane entrance. So that's going to be out of harm's way. So no need for a further safety car period as a result of that. Yeah, we saw a few moments ago as well on screen the Colin Turkington BMW 325i that he's racing for the Birkett version of Team BMW, managed by Neil McDonald, who also runs the BMW Car Club Challenge, which concludes tomorrow here at Silverstone. And as we're going into a safety car phase, unsurprisingly with that car seemingly immobile in the middle of the Vale. Yes, that Birkett version of the Team BMW, it's the first time they've all raced together at the Birkett, and the first time that Colin Turkington and Adam Morgan have raced it. Of course, Paul Laramie's raced it 4 times before, and the attraction of it for them is that it's a fantastic event with a massive variety of cars and very difficult typical sprint racing that they compete in, and also the fact that the 750 Motor Club do a fantastic job running the Birkett and race events throughout the year. Here. Colin Turkington, of course, a patron of the BMW Car Club GB, great supporter for the championship over the years, and after talking about him racing in the Birkett for quite a while, it's finally come off. Hopefully we'll hear from him at some point during the race. But everyone now is reducing their pace, and they'll form a crocodile behind the safety car, which is now out for the 4th time as we come up to the towards the 3-hour mark in this race. So again, maybe another opportune time for drivers to make some pit stops. They had one driver, and this was Niall Bradley, who did his best lap on the previous lap of the race, a 2:16.887. So conditions clearly not too bad there, and he is only now 1.4 seconds behind Scott Parkin in the number 6 car. So number 6, Scott Parkin, the Darkside Developments Audi in 4th, and Niall Bradley in the Edmondson Twickenham BMW M3 in 5th place, and they're only a second or so apart for 4th and 5th. The leader, Charles Graham, before the safety car came out, was 40 seconds ahead in the Data Motorsport with RJ car, ahead of Ben Stone in the RSR entry. So just going past our commentary box window now, the smouldering Audi TT, pursued by Bradley Burns, and the marshal is pushing it down the road. There we can see the Caterham being pushed out of the way. Jeremy Adams in the Caterham 420R. That was the team that was fairly well up in the early stages, but has gradually sort of tumbled back down the order somewhat, down to 38th in fact, so more than halfway down the order, Boss Cats, having flattered to deceive in the early stages of the race. So as you can see, the cars are at reduced pace for the moment. Spectators still taking advantage of the shelter afforded by the grandstand as they watch this Birkett relay. Don't forget, 750 Motors Club back here tomorrow as well, with sprint racing, 5 different categories taking part in their championship finals. So lots of exciting racing to look forward to as well tomorrow, and you can catch all of that in the same place that you're watching this via 750 Motor Club TV, 750mc.co.uk/live, or via YouTube and the Alpha Live channels there. So do watch out for sprint racing from Silverstone tomorrow.
It's not many occasions I don't think the BRDC grandstand is as busy as it has been today.
No, this and the World Hayes Trophy, which is here next weekend, probably will be another such occasion.
Looks like Charles Graham and Ben Stone are in the same safety car train, so that lead gap will probably stay about what it was. Unlike in the early safety car, which split them for a moment.
So just to give you a rundown on the handicap positions, what we've got at the moment. This is at 2 hours 55 minutes. Number 19, RAF Motorsport, having dropped down the order, they've gone back to the top with 71 gross laps, and they are a minute or so ahead of number 68, Rutec BMW in memory of Bill Redrop. That's Team 68, 13:29, the Miata Maestros, and they are also on the lead lap. 4th is number 12, the Birkett version of Team BMW. 5th, 69, Mint to Mint Racing. 6th is number 18, 2 Racing UK. That's Kerner Racing. 7th is 24, as the safety car lights are out. DTA Motorsport 7th. 8th, number 13, Royal Navy Motorsport. 9th, number 45, Checkered Pass with Carmel Porsche. And 10th, number 46, the Calm Birkett Billies, as the green flag is waved and racing back underway here at Silverstone.
There's some quite big gaps developing, because one of the radicals was only at club when the safety car came in. It's, the 2 Macmillan cars have got themselves together again. Is that possibly Caroline Everett and Russ Ollivant, I think, have got themselves together. But earlier there was a couple of Macmillan cars that were nose to tail, and they are again. But they don't... Well, earlier they weren't on the same lap, and yeah, they're not on the same lap again, are they? So that's 61 and 62. It might be David Yates, actually, who we heard from before the race, the first of those two, who's been winning races in the Toyo Tyres Caterham Championship this year.
There's been a change for the team in 7th. John Cutmore handing over to Dave Watson, and Andrew Shepherd is also in. That's the team in 8th place, the 4 Musketeers. I think they are going to have a change. We'll see who it is that's going to take over for Team 55 in just a moment.
There's Paul Seward in 3rd, I think a full lap behind Charles Graham. There's Dave Watson after that changeover you told us about, Ian.
Andrew Shepherd's gone back out again by the looks of it in the Team 55 car. The information we've got is to be believed, so we'll keep an eye on that.
I think the MK team, Dave Watson, is ahead of all the Caterhams, isn't it, for the team of Cup 200 competitors?
Yeah, that's right. They're in 7th position at the moment, and the best placed Caterham team is Macmillan 1, I think, now in 11th position. Caroline Everett now out on track for Macmillan 1. Macmillan 3 are the next best Caterham team, and Macmillan 2, I think, are well down the order.
Yeah, not sure where they lost out. Must have been a bit earlier on, I think. Oh, that was a big moment for Paul Seward. I think he caught Roger Good's Fiesta and a huge twitch as he pulled hard right to avoid the back of it. Oh, it looks like Tom Walpole's out in the Ariel Atom, isn't he, rather than the KTM that he was originally advertised to be aboard. So that's a car in 5th place. Just saw a brief glimpse of. There's 63B, which is Phil Jenkins, rather, isn't it, in his 420R. So the 3 Macmillan cars are basically on the same part of the track. Yeah, there's Caroline Everett, who's a front runner in that Toyo Tyre series. And the Daewoo.
Yeah, that with the Daewoo just in front of her. That is the number 19 RF Motorsports car. Ian Cooper, effectively it's an Astra GTE under the Daewoo clothing, of course. The Daewoo that particular mark. The Nexia was sort of based on that Mark II Astra GT or Astra design.
9 seconds behind the leading car and handicap, the 2 Racing squad. But on gross laps, they are 5 apart. So that over the distance, the RAF have got to be consistently quicker. There's Dave Watson. He's still 7th after the pit stop.
Yeah, we saw Will Puttigill going through as well, I think, didn't we, through there?
This year's Clubman Cup champion in Club Enduro.
Yeah, that was only decided, wasn't it, a couple of weeks ago at Donington in the final round of the season. We just saw the 67 Futuro Classico entry, Michael Watson in his Lotus Elise. He's just got that Porsche right behind him as well as they head along the pit straight. There's a car going slowly there on the Hamilton Straight.
Is that the Neil Luke, the winged MX-5?
Yeah, I think it might be. It's just going to turn its way around Abbey, but it might not get round to the end of the lap. It's still got sort of 2/3 of a lap to go from there, or half a lap certainly to go from there. If it can get it back, he will do, but...
Team 37.
Yeah, the good, the Bay and the ugly. Yeah, Neil Luke in his MX-5. The team also includes Scott Ferguson and Daniel Douglas.
Oh, it might be Scott Ferguson at the wheel, because I think this is a double-driven car, isn't it? Which is concerning.
Yes, that's always a problem, isn't it? When you go into the race with 3 drivers and potentially 2 cars, it just does leave you very much out of strategic options.
We were talking to Lewis earlier about most of the handicap victories of recent years have been 3-car teams rather than en masse. Is this the 3 Macmillan cars altogether?
I think it might be, yeah.
They're not in numerical order though, because 63 Phil Jenkins has got to the front of the trio. Then I think it was 61 and 62 behind.
Just seeing where 62 have landed up even in all of this. Yeah, they're in 31st position. Dave Yates, I think, aboard that car at the moment. And as I say, 61, which is Macmillan 1, are in 12th, and Macmillan 3, Phil Jenkins, are in 11th place so far. So you've got 3, 1 and 2 in that order.
Big dive up the inside from Martin Gambling.
And he goes through. Martin, who we've seen out on occasion this season in sports specials in an Eclipse.
Not sure how much he's raced this Lotus. He did have a brief go in road sports, didn't he? But that didn't seem to go terribly well.
Done some compact cup racing and low-cost racing before that as well, Martin Gambling. Quite experienced now, and done a lot of his racing, or almost all of his racing, with the 750 Motor Club. There's that car that is going back. It is the 37A, so it is Scott Ferguson on board at the moment, and he is just about going to get back to the pit lane, isn't he? But it's been a very slow in-lap for him, so hopefully Daniel Douglas, therefore, will be able to get back out in the surviving MX-5 in the good, the Bay and the ugly squad.
Quite a few competitors doing personal best laps, aren't they, recently? But the Radical teams, I think, still on wets, about 10 seconds slower than they have been, which is interesting.
Yeah, so last lap, for example, Charles Grove did a 2:20, the best for that car was a 2:07. Ben Stone did a 2:27, a 2:10, the best for that car. And Paul Stewart a 2:19, compared to a 2:0 or high 2:07 that car's capable of. So somewhere between 12 and 17 seconds off the pace, probably, depending on traffic. Because of the changing conditions and because of the sort of amount of traffic that we now have at this stage of the race.
There's the aerial atom, which looks pretty extraordinary. Tom Walpole in 5th on scratch.
Yeah, he was entered in the KTM Crossbow, wasn't he? But he's actually out in the atom. Yeah, that was ruled out with some damage earlier in the season.
It was out though in GT Cup a couple of weeks ago, so it's been fixed, and obviously deciding to give because the Atom doesn't have many places to race, to be fair, does it?
Yeah. So probably this car has better visibility as well than the KTM does, which is all important in a race like this where there's lots of traffic. 22B is probably one of the easiest cars for anyone to see, though, whatever amount of visibility you've got, because it's bright yellow. That's John Glover, the 2-time Birkett class winner, multiple winner in the Puma Cup, and he's part of the St Winifred's School Choir team. So that's team 22. Matthew Footman, Chris Fontana and Mark Chappell also make up that squad.
Being passed by the Atom, which I guess is only really eligible for all-comer type races.
Yeah, there's not a lot else that it would be eligible for, really. So,
is this a 4 or 8 cylinder one? Do we know?
Not certain on that.
It's certainly got a lot of sort of extra stuff around it, with a great big roll cage. Passing the Swift up towards Brooklands.
It's worth mentioning Todd Morpole in that area is in 5th place, isn't he?
One of the Caterhams have stopped from the Macmillan squad. Is that David Yates, possibly?
It's frustrating, you can't quite see the number from where it stopped.
Looks like his car, I think. Is that Birkett? Yeah, because you can see the Escapade building in the background.
Yes.
Where there is now a spectating viewing area in front of it.
Driver getting out of his car, as you can zoom out to see the recent developments that have been going on here at Silverstone. Always something going on here at Silverstone.
Yates was in the team that were delayed anyway, wasn't he? So how many cars they've got left could be a question. 62, I think. Yeah, with Gary Tutel, Ryan Grant and Matt Drew. There's Colin Turkington, I think, at the back of this group. If he's still out there, it's certainly Team 12. I think that's Colin, isn't it? In A.
Yeah, just trying to see where they are in the running order at the moment.
On handicap, they're 9th.
Just trying to see where they are in scratch. It's quite difficult to see. They're 22nd, yes, and it is Colin Turkington out there. 8 laps behind the leader. He's lapping in the 2:35s, which is sort of middle of the pack, really, in terms of cars in this race. But he's enjoying his first experience of endurance racing. Let's now go down to the pit lane. Lewis Beals has got some more news for us on a car that's had some recent dramas.
Thank you very much, Ian. Yeah, and you can see here we've got the Audi TT from the Arena Motorsport TT All-Star teams. We did have a word with Carl Swift earlier in the day, but we can see the 52B car. This is Rob Baker, and you can see the absolute mess underneath the bonnet of his Audi TT. This is the car that caught fire. As you can see, the marshals have done an absolute excellent job and putting it out. Rob, come and have a chat quick. There we go. Look, we got it's Rob, isn't it? Rob,
Bradley.
Oh, Bradley. Well, yeah, you changed D to B, but anyway, well, Bradley, I do apologise,
Right.
but you're okay?
Yeah, just literally, I think just caught into Brooklands, just started smoking, caught fire, so I just left it on the tarmac to pit entry and then caught fire. People to put it out, but yeah.
Yeah, the guys in the orange did a marvellous job. Not a huge amount of damage. Looks a lot worse than it really is.
I think there's a fair bit of damage there, yeah. Whole wiring loom, hope the engine's all right, I don't know, we'll see. But yes, it's definitely not ideal, but yeah.
No, but as long as you're okay, that's the main thing, isn't it?
Yeah, that's all
So
good.
we just had to move because look as though the truck is now coming to pick it up and take it back to the team. So that's the main thing. So that's one car down. The Luke, Carl and Robert are still going round.
Yeah, I think Carl broke down as well a couple of laps before, but he's back now, so it's not a good day, but yeah.
The Audis are not having a great day, but as long as you're okay, that's the main thing.
Yeah, thank you.
So yeah, you've done the Birkett before?
Yeah, I did it last year and I think the year before, different cars. So obviously Audi's not the one to be doing it in this year, but yeah, it's a great event. It's a good laugh.
Anyway, yeah, great to see you're okay, and hope we'll see the car back up and running again for next season.
Yeah, definitely. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you very much, here, Bradley. Anyway, back to you in the comms box.
Thanks, Lewis. Yeah, shame to see a car ruled out with a fire like that, but fortunately Brad was able to get the car stopped reasonably quickly after he first noticed it, and that no doubt has helped to limit the damage, although there is still quite a bit that will need to be put right on that car, ready for next season. So we are into the second half of the Birkett 6-hour relay race, brought to you by Yokohama Tyres, supplied by Darkside Motorsport, here on the Grand Prix circuit at Silverstone. Myself, Ian Soman, Marcus Pye on commentary at the moment. As we go into the second half of this race, there we can see the 31B car pushing on. That is Dave Watson out for the teacups, one of the 4 MK Cup 200 cars, along with John Cutmore, Mike Whiteman-Hayward and Richard Webb out in that particular configuration. Marcus?
Yeah, Tom Walpole making very good ground in that area Latham, the local concrete man from Northampton, and he's closing in on the Parkin TT, Scott Parkin's TT. Just a second and a half or so between them last time through, and wait to see whether that exoskeletal area Latham is charged past. Next time we pick it up. Oh,
big moment, which is held.
Great catch.
Well caught, sir. That is 50, I think, E. Ben Griffiths in the Mini Cooper S.
All fine and dandy.
Indeed, for Hammersheimer's, but there's a car with a problem coming towards us.
Yeah, the BMW's smoking, isn't it?
That is... What was the number on that car?
Doesn't say.
16, we think. So is that John Cockton's car, I think, for JTK Racing? Possibly the car that was in trouble. Just having a look to see if that is the car. Yeah, it is still John Cockton out there at the moment. It's not smoking at that part, but it looked to be a few moments ago on the way up to Stowe.
Under braking towards Stowe, it looked like it was something coming out of it.
So we're going to have a look at that. Oh, and off the circuit, that's one of the front-running cars, Scott Parkin, from 5th position in the Dark Side Developments Audi TT. He has pulled off the circuit, and he's looking for the gate out onto the perimeter road, I think, isn't he? So Scott Parkin for Dark Side Developments hits problems, and that means that one of his teammates, either his twin or Michael Smith or Lewis Barr, will need to get out in one of the other cars, either one of the other Audi TTs or the Volkswagen Golf TDI that makes up the rest of that outfit. So that's a potentially important moment from the team that's out there in 5th position at the moment, and they were a lap ahead of the Audi TT of Harry Yardley Rose of TSR Performance, but also behind the Edmondson Twickenham Tom Walpole car. They were only 2 seconds behind Tom Walpole, though, the last time Scott Parkin crossed the finish line. So that was bubbling up into potentially a decent battle. So we'll now head down to the pit lane. We're going to go back to Garage Zero and see the progress of the Suzuki Swift.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we're down here with the Suzuki Sport Challenge and Tim Harvey. Tim, superstar he is, as you are. Race winner back in 1986. So that's a long time ago. That's even before I started coming to the Birkett.
Yeah, in fact, until James pointed out from the records I won it on scratch in 86, I'd actually forgotten. It's that long ago. That was in a Chevron B8, so a Suzuki Swift is a bit different today.
Just a bit different, isn't it? But did you enjoy yourself?
Yeah, look, I've always been a big promoter of low-cost entry formula motorsport because, you know, in the rarefied world of touring cars and GTs and everything else, you know, people hear the numbers and involved in financing it and think, well, there's no way they can get involved in motorsport. And the truth is they can. You know, anybody can go out and buy a Suzuki Swift and a kit of parts, and we're building one while the race is going on next door. That's how easy it is to do it. And get into racing. So it's good to help promote it. But the cars are a lot of fun. You know, the more money you spend on racing, the less fun you have. The less you spend, sorry, he's not coming out yet. The less you spend, the more fun you have. And you know, this championship's in its initial stages, and I was delighted to be asked to sort of have a go and give some feedback.
Well, and what is your feedback? Can we inquire?
It's a great little car. You know, I've raced the Ford KAs a little bit with my son and the Trophy 116 BMW. So I've got a little bit of background in these sort of formula. And this has definitely got a good place amongst those because the cars are easy to drive. They're very forgiving. Perhaps a bit too much understeer at the moment, but I think they'll dial that out as they get more used to the car. But great fun to drive, and that's the key.
Well, that's the main thing. Track conditions, what were they like out there?
I had a damp qualifying. I had a dry start to my race, then a bit of wet, which was quite exciting because on the restart I could pass a few quicker cars initially, and then I think it's dry again now.
Is it? Obviously, you're in one of the slower cars. I take it you're forever looking in the mirror, up and down?
Yeah, but that's one of the skills of driving, isn't it? You've got to work out how to let the faster cars through without losing time yourself. So there are times when you might actually slightly selfishly take the line and make them wait till you're out the corner, and there are other times when it's good to let them through. But that's one of the skills of racing. But yeah, obviously you're doing a fair bit of looking in the mirror.
Yeah, it's a skill that we don't actually sort of hear about how to manage your races. In the Birkett, in the sort of endurance racing, it is about your consistent lap times, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. In sort of professional endurance GT racing and prototypes, there's an awful lot of data now about your average stint time, which obviously takes into consideration traffic and how you manage those things, whether you're overtaking or defending. So drivers are rated on their average speed as much as the fastest lap.
I have seen some of that data in race car engineering from Paul Truswell when he analyses what happens at Le Mans. Very, very interesting, isn't it? And it's still applicable here at this level.
Yeah, it's hugely applicable at every level of endurance racing, because if you're a tenth or two quicker than your teammate, but you lose half a second every time you pass a car or let a car pass, overall your stint time is longer, and that's what it's all about.
Okay, Tim, thanks very much. And I have to say, it's great to hear you on the tour and doing the touring cars. Are you going to be back next year?
Yep, looking forward to it. I think we've had a fantastic season this year. I've loved every minute of covering it, and I hope we'll get more of the same next year.
Yeah. What we need better weather, don't we?
Well, that's the one thing we can't control. I sometimes think Alan Gow does control the weather, because he likes to add a certain frissons to the racing and unpredictability, but that's the one thing we definitely can't control.
Yeah, the weather has had an impact this year, which sadly, but there we go. Everyone's got the same. It's level playing field, isn't it? Everyone's got the same.
Best man always wins. Cream always rises to the top.
All right, Tim. Thank you very much, and great to see you here.
Okay, thanks a lot. Pleasure.
Okay, back to you in the commentary box.
Thanks, Lewis, and good to hear from Tim Harvey there, hearing his view on the Swift Sport Challenge car, and also his views on the British Touring Car Championship as well, which he commentates on alongside David Addison each year. Didn't quite manage to get him onto the subject of track limits today, which was probably just as well for everybody. Anyway, we've got 2 hours 40 minutes left to go in this one. 2 Racing UK, Takeda Racing 2 Racing UK are leading on handicap at the moment. On scratch, we have Ben Stone into the pits from second position. He's literally just come in to make that stop. There he is, and that is in the penalty area. It is not for a driver change. So Ben Stone, for some reason, has picked up a stop-and-go penalty of some description. We'll see if we can work out why that has been the case. But that will mean that he will lose time to Charles Graham. He was 40 seconds behind, I think, as he came into the pits. And that was on his sort of slowing down lap to come into the pit lane as well. But a lap clear of the Paul Stewart car. So Ben Stone for Team RSR serving a stop-go penalty in the pit lane, Marcus.
Yeah, that's right. I was watching there as I think it was Trafford King in the AP3 was having a good old tussle. And there's the red Porsche is going very quickly. I noticed down at Stowe, he was picking off places left, right, and centre. We'll pick up the number on that one. 53E is that car.
Yeah, that's the Carmel Porsche Tasties. Warren McKinley is at the wheel of that car at the moment in that Boxster S.
Going very strongly.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the Trafford King EP3 ahead of that.
Yeah, we're seeing on screen there some news that we brought you earlier, I think, about the disqualification of Charlie Newton Derby, Team 3, but all of his laps have effectively removed, which means that team is going to be well down the order. Paul Stewart's now into the pits as well for RJ Motorsport 2 from third position. Now, whether this is for another penalty or if this is a routine stop, we will remain to be seen. But let's now go down to the pit lane once again. We're going to see how the build of the Swift Sport Challenge car is going in Garage Zero.
Thank you very much, Ian. Yep, here we go. Look, there's the 44 racing car. We've got logos on the car now. We've got new rear brakes. EBC green stuff in the backs. Oh, Rob, he got 2 seconds. Oh, 2 seconds. He's got 2 seconds. They've got the roll cage in, if you can see, with the safety bars in. All nicely done. So we got the safety stuff in. And well, they're working on the front end. Oh, I got the... Sorry. Let's have a look. Can we shut the door for a second? So for the cameraman, we've got some new shocks on the back, new discs, new pads. The guys are just fitting the front bumper back on. We've got a few under bonnet bits and pieces. So the car is coming on. Rob there is the main man. He's now, if we can find the cameraman, we're getting all the electrics sorted out. Obviously, what we got here is the switches for the master switch to turn off all the electrics in case of a problem, and we've also got the onboard fire extinguisher system, which is, if you have a problem like the Audi TT, you pull the fire extinguisher, or you sometimes, if it's electrical version, you can press the button. Obviously, at this level, the budget level, you tend to use the old Bowden cable method, and with the more expensive cars, you have a full electronic system. Press the button and it goes. And you have to have something like 4 under bonnet nozzles and 4 in the cockpit, two either side. What we can see. Here we come, a word with Rob.
It's going to make lots of noise.
Rob, obviously, how's the build going?
Stressful. It's good. It's good. I think we're a bit ahead of schedule, so I hope. Yeah, a little over halfway now, so yeah, there's quite a bit to do still, but we're getting there.
Okay, I take it you got a bit of plumb the extinguisher in and etc.
Yeah, extinguisher's got to go in, got to be plumbed in, seats got to go in, harnesses, harness eyes, bleed the brakes, set the suspension, wheels. There's a fair bit to do still, so, but 6 of us on it now, so we should be all right.
Okay, mate, we'll come back and see you just before the end.
Yeah, no problem at all. See you soon.
Thank you very much. Well, there we are. That's the build of the Suzuki Swift in Garage Zero here at the 750 Motor Club Birkett Relay Race. Back to you in the comms box.
Thank you very much indeed, Lewis. Coming up to 2.5 hours left to go in this Birkett 6-hour relay race in association with Yokohama tyres supplied by Darkside Motorsport. And it's still Charles Graham, Daytona Motorsport, with RJ leading, but now by an extended margin because of that penalty that Team 17, RSR, had to. I think it's John McLeod now that's gone out for that team. Ben Stone had come into the pit lane. James Lay, the 3rd member of that squad, and Matthew Jones is now out on track for RJ Motorsport 2. That team is in 3rd position, so 2nd and 3rd, a lap behind the leader at the moment on scratch. 4th at the moment is Edmondson Twickenham. Tom Walpole out in the aerial. Atom is in 4th in 47, and 5th is number 9. That's the TSL performance car. Harry Yardley Rose out for Team 9 at the moment. And completed the top 6 is number 6, which is the Darkside Developments car. Lewis Barr has gone out in that car, the Volkswagen Golf TDI, to take over from Scott Parkin, who pulled off the circuit after 41 laps out on circuit. So it may have been him that he was out on track so long that he ran out of fuel, because that's longer than he would normally be out on track during a sort of Club Enduro stint. One car that's off the road is 4B. That's Emma Dawson in her Mini Cooper S for Bad Boy Tuning TPE Precision. So Marcus, race going on. 2 hours 35 left to go, and still all to play for.
Yeah, very much so. But out front, there's solid daylight between Daytona Motorsport's Charles Graham and the rest. But much of that is down to the fact that they've only made 2 pit stops. The RSR team, currently 2nd, have made 4. RJ Motorsport 2, 5. So a lot of time has been lost away from the track, and that would seem to be one of the great arbiters in this race. The Edmondson Twickenham team, Tom Walpole up into 4th place, but a long way behind the Radicals, as expected. I mean, you know, in the aerial Atom, it's a very, very quick car, but it's a mixed team, but doing exceptionally well at this point. Harry Yardley Rose, TSR Performance Audis, that's cars currently in the pits car 9, will be replaced by its stablemate, and Darkside Developments competing in the top 6 there. But now it's the little Mazdas that have gone top of the handicap section.
Yeah, as we are watching the Team 30 car go through, that's Team FFS, aka Well Fast, and I think it's Matt Adams or Graham Price, one of the other of them out at the moment in there, Renault Megane. We are going to go down to the pit lane. We've heard from one BTCC champion. We're going to speak to a 4-time BTCC champion now. It's Colin Turkington with Lewis.
Thank you very much, Ian. Yep, we've got Colin Turkington here. Colin, you just tell me you've just done a 70-minute stint. That's as much driving as you normally do in a day, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a lot more than 3 touring car races, and it was probably just as stressful in there, but a lot of fun. You know, this is my first time competing at the Birkett, and yeah, I'd recommend it to anybody. You know, that my first stint there was just like a game of snakes and ladders. You know, you pass 2 or 3 cars and think, yes, I'm doing well here, and then the next thing 4 or 5 comes past you. But yeah, just the biggest thing is just trying to be to navigate the traffic. You know, you just have to, your peripheral vision, you have to be looking everywhere just to try and see who's coming behind and who's coming up ahead. But you know, a lot of fun in these little BMW Cup cars. So Adam Morgan is just handed the baton over to him, and yeah, the plan is that I'll do the last stint this afternoon. So yeah, already looking forward to getting back in there.
That's the main thing, isn't it? Yeah, you said that's the first time you've done endurance racing. Yeah, somewhat different, isn't it? It's about, as we keep saying, we're just talking to Tim Harvey, it's about keeping momentum up, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's just about trying to, I think, not lose too much time in the traffic. You know, if you see a faster car coming behind you, sometimes it's better to let him go in the straight rather than, you know, fighting it out in the corner. So trying to also have a bit of mechanical sympathy. You know, it's quite tough on the cars. You know, as much as it's an endurance race, you know, you're sort of driving it flat out. So I feel like my front left tire is absolutely cooked. So yeah, I think I'll have to put it on the other side for my last stint. But yeah, it's really rewarding. Yeah, I've really enjoyed that.
Does this sort of, I know you did some club motorsport prior to the BTCC season kicking off in a Mazda MX-5. Does that sort of keep you sharp?
For sure. You know, that's why I started the season. You know, just racing in the Master Super Cup, just to get race sharp. You know, you can test and do track days and drive around by yourself, but you know, my day job is racing, so it's good to be in the thick of a battle. And you know, I definitely was you know, out there. And also, it's not often you get to drive Silverstone GP. You know, I think this is only the second time that I've actually raced on the GP lap. So you know, when Neil McDonald asked me you know, what I fancy doing, I jumped at the chance. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see where we finish today. It's you look at the timesheets, but I think we'll know better in the last hour.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Yes, that's absolutely right. That's one of the great things about the Birkett being as a club motorsport event, but you're on the GP circuit, which is the circuit where basically you can run, where they run the Grand Prix on. It is usual for people to be able to have a go. That's one of the attractions of the Birkett.
Yeah, and I sort of always knew the conditions could be difficult today. So the start of my stint, the rain was coming down. The safety car was out at the same time, so it gave me a couple of laps to sort of acclimatise and sort of feel the grip on the track. And it was very greasy, but it was similar to qualifying. But within probably 3 laps, the grip came back. So yeah, I can only echo, you know, how much fun I had out there. So I need to go and have a full change of suit and underwear because I'm absolutely soaking with sweat. So it's definitely, you know, you sit in the grandstand and it just looks like people are cruising around, but yeah, working quite hard in there.
Well, that's great to hear. Anyway, hope to see you in the BMW next year in the touring cars.
Yeah, that will be great. You know, we had a super strong season this year, you know, winning the Manufacturers' Championship for BMW, and obviously Jake winning, and I finished in the top 4. So yeah, very competitive season. You know, BTCC only gets tougher, only gets harder each year. So this is keeping my hand in. So started pre-season early at the Birkett.
I'd say some of them youngsters aren't youngsters anymore, but they're super quick, aren't they?
Yeah, there's always a new breed, you know, coming through. You know, the sort of, let's say, the Tom Ingram, the Ash Sutton era. You know, the guys that are just turning 30. and of course Jack. You know, all those guys are super hungry, super fast. So I think I'm the era beyond that, but you know, I still have the motivation and
you got the speed because you won the Wingfoot prize.
Yeah, just about still got the speed. So and I enjoy it. So that's that counts for a lot. So yeah, hopefully you'll see me back out there.
Well, that'd be great. Thanks very much, Colin, and hope you can enjoy the rest of the day.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. There we go. That's Colin Turkington, 4 times British Touring Car champion, shall I say? Back to you in the commentary box.
Thanks, Lewis. Great to hear from Colin Turkington as long as the BMW Z4s get towed back. But yeah, sounds like Colin was enjoying himself out there, Marcus.
Yeah, he was, and there's Mini's been picked up as well. I see that we saw abandoned a while back. Also, I saw, as Lewis was speaking there with Colin Turkington, that the Mike Wyatt Interceptor Racing BMW is back in BMW shape and ready to go again after the earlier bingle.
For Colin Turkington, his best lap in that stint was a 2:35.1. In a similar car, Adam Morgan has managed a 2:37.2. But in that team, the quickest driver, I think a slightly more powerful car, is Paul Laramie. He's done a 2:33.0. But there is Adam Morgan out in his Cup car. We'll see a number of these tomorrow in the BMW Car Club Championship finale. But it must be such a different sort of understanding of a race circuit when there is such a big speed differential, when that's not something you're used to.
I think it was interesting what Colin Turkington was saying there, that sometimes it's better to let a quicker car that you can see coming out behind go in a slightly unnatural position maybe, just so you don't get involved in a kind of a scuffle in the corners. And that's all those years of experience and pragmatism saying, you know, this is how it's best in this kind of club level race with such a differential of cars and drivers. And but the good thing is, he's got a big smile on his face, he's enjoying it. Who wouldn't?
Absolutely right. In the scratch race, I think John McLeod and Matthew Jones have come in for slicks, and they're lapping about 10 seconds a lap quicker than the race leader Charles Graham, who is still out there on wets. And he is on a stint that he's done over 30 laps in, so a long stint. As you were mentioning earlier, Marcus, the lead car's made much fewer pit stops than the chasers, but is it time to pit when the car's behind a lap in 10 seconds a lap faster, I wonder?
You'd say so. I mean, it's obviously sending out the warning. So,
couple of cars for the pit lane here, including one of the Megans. There is one of the Radicals heading down towards Stowe, and that is John McLeod, the 5-time winner of the event. He is 80 seconds behind the race leader Charles Graham, who continues on for now. It's interesting how the Radicals have taken much longer to get up to speed in these drying conditions. I think when the Ariel Atom was out there, it was actually lapping quicker consistently than the Radicals.
Yeah, Walpole was flying in that car, and he was really maxing it everywhere. But maybe he's not quite on the team strategy that the Radical guys are, particularly when they're running on what is now inadequate tyres for the job.
Yeah, that's
suboptimal, I think is the term, isn't it?
Yeah, but shows you the heavier cars can sort of get tyre temperature better, perhaps, in those damp conditions. Matthew Jones is about a minute behind John McLeod and trying to get himself onto the lead lap.
Another 2:21 for race leader Charles Graham in the 26 D Cup.
Andrew Hawes, we can see on our screens now, and his Mini Cooper S heading down towards the Beckett's S's. Got the DTO BMW in there, who are third on handicap at the moment. Round the outside comes the NK Cup 200 car, but DTO Motorsport going well. For Ben Wilshire, Sammy Walton, Will Tyndall, James Allen, Steve Lloyd and Jose Covaro. Third on the handicap, or they were, but we've just had an update down to 6, so changing all the time. But it's the Mazda 2 squad of 2 Racing UK that continue to lead.
Yeah, that's right, and with under 2.5 hours to go, that is. So There's that quick Porsche chasing the Cup 200 MK. Matt Snowball's Plymouth in. Is that the second or third stint it's done?
So you might be able to work that out. Let's have a look. 32. So we had at the beginning of the race for that team. Yes, it's at least the third stint, I think, for Matt Snowball. Although that stint, I think, was only about 5 laps long, so the car is doing less and less laps at a time.
Yeah, but that may be a holding stint to go out there while another car is prepared or get tyres going.
Jack Charles going for the pits we saw there in 26, I think it might have been.
Yes, and that is at 84 laps. 84 laps, so Charles Graham in. That's just that car's third stop.
And that stint for Charles Graham was 33 laps. His best lap in the stint was a 2:19.3, averaging a high 2:22. So averaging not that much slower than his best.
Still good considering the variables he faces lap after lap.
Yeah, Ben Stone's similar stint, which was 27 laps, he was quicker on his best at a 2:16.9, but his average was slower, 2:23. Charles Hall, we think, which maybe Liam Morrell would, I'd imagine, won't it? The car that Charles Hall was in earlier, but probably Liam Morrell at the wheel, that has gone out as the leader, but a reduced leading margin it will be, of course, to John McLeod. Going through
under a minute now, 53 seconds.
Going through a couple of BMWs. I think the first of those, an E92, a much later model, which I think is Jazz Zafra, who was originally going to be in an E46 and an E36, but he's chosen the E92 in the end.
Oh, to have the choice.
And he's heading down there, the front of this group. See, offline, it's still pretty damp, isn't it?
There's lots of marbles as well.
And 30C is the car, the second of the BMWs, which is Giuseppe Calari, driver from Surrey.
That's the Britannia car, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. There he is. Livery looks good on it. Britannia on the windscreen and on the side of the car. And off is the car that Paul Simerson was in earlier, but it's now Rich Stanton. And we heard from Paul how this car's been a bit troublesome this year. I'm afraid it's ground to a halt. The car that was in 8th position on scratch. But while we work out what's going on there, I think there's some more news from the pit lane and Lewis Builds.
Thanks very much, Josh. Yeah, I'm down here in the with the three amigos and Paul Hinson. Paul, winners in 19 and 20. You're there or thereabouts today, and you've got the fastest car to go out, you tell me.
Yeah, we basically, I think we were P1 on handicap after the first hour, so we put the fast car out first. Had a really good stint. Dropped down to about P15, I think, hour 2 and 3. A lot of safety cars, we couldn't really stretch the car. But Adam did a great job. David's out there now, Dave Drinkwater. But we've got 27 laps left of my fast compact with a 3 litre in it, so I'm hoping I can get out there in the next hour and start chewing into this lead that the other guys have got. I think we're P8 at the minute, so yeah, we'll see what we can do in the last 2 hours, really.
Yeah, but yeah, just to tell people who may be watching, is just that if you have a fast car in your team, you are limited to number of laps, aren't you?
Yes, we got limited to 48 laps this time out, so we decided to split my car. 1 hour first hour and then 1.25 hours in hours 4 to 5. So we'll see how it goes. First hour was fantastic because it was wet, so we could really stretch the compact's legs, and I think there were only 3 cars overtook us in the first hour, which was amazing. But yeah, there's some real fast teams out there now with some good handicaps. So, you know, I don't know, our handicap wasn't great this year, so we'd have to pull some special moves in the last hour, I think, and just send it.
Yeah, if you win at once, losing twice, you do tend to get a tough handicap like next few years, don't you?
Yeah, we had a decent handicap 2019. They cut us a bit in 2020, and they've just been cutting us ever since. So I've already been up to see Giles twice in race control, saying what's going on with these handicaps. But you know, he assures me that we're in with a chance. So yeah, we'll just see what we can do. David's coming in the next half hour. I'll go out, hopefully smash some great laps in for an hour and a half, and then I think Adam's probably going to finish.
So that's how your tactics are. So you've got the fast car in, R1 and R5, so sorry, R4, yes. 4 to 5, and then okay, we should see you climb back up the order in the handicap.
Yep, hopefully, yes. See us rise, hopefully to the top.
Thanks very much there, Paul. Cheers for that.
Thank you.
There we go. That just explains is that if you do have a fast car, you are limited to a number of laps, and if you have a slow car, there are a minimum number of laps. So it does depend, and the handicap is a real, shall we say, challenge for the team managers. Anyway, back to you in the commentary box.
More of a chase on now, thanks Lewis, because we've got only 18.5 seconds between first and second. Leon Morel in the lead car for Daytona Motorsport with RJ, Team 26D, and 17D, John McLeod, who we haven't seen a representative lap from Morel. He's had his out lap, and we'll see what's happening here. There's the 26 car, which is Leon Morel.
So his first flyer, a 2:39 on slicks.
Yep, that's impressive.
But quicker is McLeod on a 2:11.2, so the gap now under 16 seconds.
More impressive. So yeah, that's very good news, because from the race's point of view, it's going to put some real pressure on in this hour. We're in still in the fourth hour, but close to the end of it.
The Skeg Vegas strip on David Drinkwater's car is Las Vegas now, as it's being pulled off. We just heard from his teammate Paul Hinson. David Drinkwater, the 5-time Hot Hatch champion, heading down the Hanger Straight shortly to be lapped by John McLeod.
Might even get a shot of the two of them together at some point in the same. There's one car.
Yeah, that's McLeod who's chasing.
That's the chaser. Yes, they're
got one of the Porsches, an MR2. But yeah, just up the road is our race leader. We've just over 2.25 hours of the race to go. And all top three are on the lead lap, aren't they? Because Matthew Jones is only another minute and a quarter back from McLeod. So all three are in contention, really.
And we saw that there's a problem now for the silver Porsche, which ran really, really wide at Brooklands.
67B.
With another air brake.
With Michael Wright, who's had the 944 turbo. The Clio, though, with the boot lid open, is Richard Fowle, I think. There's David Drinkwater, former winner, as we heard from Paul Hinson of this event. Now there's the Interceptor BMW back out. Wonder if Russ Humphrey's getting a go in it, who Mark White was sharing with. Earlier Mark didn't sound terribly enthusiastic about going back out in it. No, yeah, it's E, so I think it's Russ Humphrey.
It's a little bit scuffed down one side. Yes, it's Kari now, yeah, in that team. Interceptor Racing, based down Bristol Way. Air brake challenge, car 2. 41D.
Oh yeah, 41D, so not Richard Fowle, but Matthew Johnson. A better lap from Morel to extend his lead out to 20 seconds. 2 minutes 11.253. Probably about the quickest lap we've seen recently.
Yeah, and it's all about it's where you meet traffic, isn't it? You could easily meet 3 or 4 cars, difficult place, and lose 3 or 4 seconds, or gain 3 or 4 seconds. So it's still wide open, as we've said. 20 seconds between them.
Russ Humphrey, another former Coombs Sling Car champion, I think.
Going back, yes, he's been out in a few cars there over the years. Space Frame Tigger, I think he drove last.
Yeah, I think he's been doing the Intermark series.
Yeah.
With that. They're way down the order here in 60th, but he has just done the personal best lap of the team, a 2 minutes 24.4, which is, if they had a good run, that is sort of pace to put them well inside the top 10.
They lost quite a chunk of time, didn't they, where that car was retrieved after the incident at the club early on.
Got a bit of clear track in front of him as well, which is a pretty rare thing. Into the loop section. Mazda and Toyota Japanese sports car battle. The Mazda being driven by Stephen Robinson, the driver from Yorkshire. And the Toyota is Andrew Baranowski.
A couple of bites at the cherry for the BMW Compact. We've just seen the dark side Golf go, I think, back round the back to be replaced.
That was Lewis Barr who brought it in. So let's see who goes out. They are down to 7th. They've lost some positions. Graham Crowhurst now is the best non-radical team car for Edmondson Twickenham. Jay Hadley is 2nd for TSR of that group. Then Rich Webb for the T-Cups, and Lewis Barr had dropped to 7th for Darkside after that problem for Scott Parkin earlier.
Crowhurst has replaced Tom Walpole with the Ariel Atom, hasn't he? And they're 3 laps effectively behind the Radicals, to be expected, but currently a reasonable best part of a lap, I guess, over the TSR performance. Jay Hadley.
Moran is about to put a lap on Tommy Grout's BMW, which is quite quick in a straight line by the looks of it. Radical makes its speed through the bends. That time it was 2:11 for Matthew Jones, who's lapping quickly in 3rd. Another Type R trophy car. That's Andy Stevens who's driving it today. Just being passed by the Porsche 944 Turbo of Jamie McHugh, who had a race win this year in the Carmel Porsche Trophy. The Clio's still going. It hadn't come in, but has now. And on a bit of road that's not the racetrack is one of the minis for Andrew Hawes, I think. There's Jay Hadley, who is 5th in his Golf. GTI, I think. In 5th. Another Caterham. That's Alex Harbour's Super Sport. And in the pit lane is Lewis Build. Let's see who Lewis has caught up with this time here at Silverstone. So I think we're here from Lewis in just a moment's time, and I think we can this time. So down to the pit lane and Lewis Builds.
Oh, thank you very much there, Josh. We're with Kevin Ballin from Suffolk and Fast with his Chevy NASCAR. Kevin, tell us a little bit about your car.
It's a late 90s, I think, NASCAR. Small block Chevrolet engine in it, 4-speed gearbox. A big sort of a heavy lump of steel, realistically, but very entertaining to drive. Good fun. It's about 540 horsepower, which in modern times is probably not that much, but for a normally aspirated engine, it's pretty good. I generally race in the Burney's V8 series with the car. And but yeah, I've had the car probably since 2016 or 17, but it was a right basket case when I got it. It was all belted down one side and whatnot. So I've done a wee job over the past sort of 4 years maybe, rebuilding it and repairing the bodywork on it and stuff. And just try to get a bit more out of life and enjoy myself a bit, you know.
Was that a genuine NASCAR?
It's a steel-bodied NASCAR, yeah. It was a 2-seater from Florida, I believe it came from. A guy called Gary Fountaine Jr. is the name, which is the original names that are on it now still. So I've left them on it. But yeah, it was some fella in Florida. He generally races these modified cars, they call them, on the short tracks. And it's quite a rarity. I've never seen another one with that same paint job apart from the late model modified things that he races over there. I've never seen them anywhere else. It's the only one in the UK with that paint scheme on it, realistically. And it is paint, it's not stickers.
So, obviously, if you do oval racing, they have sort of asymmetrical suspension and setups.
Yeah.
Did you have to make it symmetrical?
Well, the car was all bashed down the right side when I got it, so I had to repair the bodywork and make my own wishbone arms for it, get different springs for it, get my shock absorbers done for circuit racing. Quite a few bits and pieces, square the car up itself, because they generally run them a little bit crabbed and stuff, you know. So yeah, I've had to do quite a bit on it, squaring it all up and making it behave itself on the circuits. And now you can go around here and you can let go of the wheel pretty much, and it will just keep going straight, no problem. So,
well, from my experience of spannering short oval cars, basically you set them up to go around the corners and fight them down the straights. So you hold them against.
Right, yeah.
When you watch on the TV, they hold them.
They're hanging it across.
Yeah, they hang it to keep them straight and let the car roll through the corner.
It's in the corner they want the pace and the speed. On the straights, anybody can do it on the straight. So they want to be almost off the steering wheel in the corners on the oval stuff, yeah. But it was like that, but it's not like that anymore. I've made all new suspension arms for it and things, different springs, different shock absorbers have been valved differently and stuff. So yeah, it is a circuit car now. Although the body, if you look at the bodywork, it is still slightly a little bit skewy, but I'm not worried about that, you know.
That's like, just to tell people what that means. That means normally as you go round, they go round right-handers. So the left-hand side of the car has a slightly different wing to the right-hand.
Yeah, generally, you'll have your right side of the car further forward than the left side. Yeah. In other words, it basically stretches your footprint of your left rear wheel to your right front wheel. It stretches the car, so it makes it more stable in the corner. That's the idea they're looking for.
Oh, Kevin, that's really good to hear about that. But it's great to see. We don't see many of the cars now, but you're racing the Bernie V8, so you know, it's first time here at the Birkett.
It is the first time in the Birkett, yeah. Birkett, it's very good. I'm not keen on the damp track. I went out with my normal Hoosiers on it, and it was like ice rink. I should have put my wets on it. Hindsight's a great thing, isn't it? So, but yeah, it's very good fun, very good. It's different, completely different to what I've done. You know, normally we do a 20-minute race or a half-hour race or something, that type of stuff. But now we can. The good thing is, if you've got a little problem, you can come back in, let somebody else go out in the car, and you can deal with it. I've actually got an alternator that's packing up at the minute, so I'm hoping we can get enough charge in it to get going again. And we've had one of the other cars had the gearbox go, so they've swapped the gearbox on the little Sports 2000. Got another one with the clutch slave cylinders gone. So me and Matt have been doing the 2-car runs, trying to keep the team going while they fix theirs, and then they can catch up later, you know what I mean? So it's been a little bit of a challenge, but it's good fun.
Great to hear from you, and I hope the rest of the day go okay.
Thank you very much. Enjoy.
Thank you too, and great information there about a car we don't often see over on this side of the pond. It's an ASCAR. Anyway, back to you in the commentary box.
Thanks, Lewis. Just over a couple of hours of the 74th run-in of the Yokohama Birkett 6-hour relay run by the 750 Motor Club here on the Grand Prix circuit at Silverstone, with a gap of just 12 seconds between Leon Morel and John McLeod for the scratch race lead. Meanwhile, the handicap once more being led by the RAF Motorsports Team 19 of Cy Frowen, Matthew Beach, Alex Smith, Joe Jacobs, Lewis Warren, Ian Cooper, I should say, and Luke Arpino for the RAF Motorsports squad, leading the handicap over 2 Racing UK and the Mazda 2s of Neil Shaw, Nick Dougal, Robbie Boot, Joe Jacobs, Lewis Warren and Matthew Adcock. Within third position, Team 24, DTO Motorsports, Ben Wilshire, Sammy Walton, Will Tyndall and James Allen. It's very tight heading down the Wellington Straight though for our race leader Leon Morel, where they're 3 abreast ahead of him. As David Drinkwater on the inside and the Swift on the outside. Not sure who's in that at the moment. About to be lapped by the second place car rather. So that's John McLeod who swoops by in the chase of Leon Morel. Morel did a 2:15.0. Despite the traffic, McLeod a couple of seconds quicker in his later generation Radical, the XXR model. He's now just 11 seconds behind the race leader for a couple of hours to go, Marcus. It very much looks like we've got a race on for the win.
A Silverstone type finish, I do declare, as Peter Scott Russell would have said back in the day. the 50s sports car racer who commentated it here for many, many years, often doing the podiums out on the outside of Woodcote on the old tarmac apron there, where he was clad in a different sort of race jacket for every sponsor.
Yeah.
And this rail was taken out by his dresser, who the good Rhett Buttery, who brought out the coat for Peter and set up on the podium and enthused the audience.
Peugeot 205 T16 replica in the middle of all of this.
Oh, is that a Hubel car?
Yes, that's right.
The Hubels run a pair of those, haven't they? Scott and Madeline Hubel.
Yes, it's Scott who's driving a 205 today. I think Maddie's in a 206, I think.
That looks really cool. It's a great looking car. I was seeing it at Cadwell Park, I think.
Just been lapped by Morel. See if we can pick the Peugeot up at the back of this group. I guess the T16s were never made for circuit racing, were they, Marcus?
No.
There it is. Just going through shot. About to be lapped by McLeod, who's on the damp side of the track. Takes caution for the next corner. But you can see the two leaders in the same shot now. They're both on the Wellington Straight together. John McLeod then, the Radical Cup racer, catching the three-time Bike Sports champion, Leon Morel. McLeod in a slightly later generation of SR3. There's the Peugeot.
They take some speed, don't they? The SR3s round the turns. I remember driving one at Rockingham, and through the infield, the downforce it made was absolutely astounding for a kind of car of its stature. And they gave you a real workout. It was fantastic.
Paul Dolan in his BMW through Copse, a bit wide. I don't think track limits are being monitored too tightly today. Most of the time you're out there trying not to get involved with another car. For the first time in ages, the lead gap's under 10 seconds.
And the sun's coming out, so it's looking quite bright now.
7.5 seconds between Morel and McLeod. Change over there for 45. The checkered past team. I think Andrew Juice going out for another go. The Boss Caterham team there, they've fallen down the order a bit, haven't they, in 57. They're way down, aren't they, from an early high. They're 25th for Richard Carter. He's got Rich Webb, who's up to 6 overall on scratch now for the Teacups team, going past. And still the best of the 7S teams, which is, I think, probably one of the main aims. There's James Pickford in his Audi TT that he shares. James is 45 now. 20 years ago he was the Seat Cupra champion. Before he was a podium finisher in the British Touring Car Championship and then a race winner in the Porsche Carrera Cup, probably the same time that Tim Harvey was doing it.
Did they race Jedis also at one point?
Might have done.
He might do, yeah. I'm looking now. We've got Mazda teams in first and second, with the two racing UK team out front, and the Miata Masters next.
Yeah, we just saw, I think it was Mary Barnard for that team on our screen briefly. Not sure if we've had a female winner of the Birkett before. Mary Barnard could be the first if they can gain one place in the final 2 hours.
Possibility.
Free abreast. Preferably you don't want to be on the tightest line because you can clearly see it's damp. But just in the background, you saw the Sports 2000. We heard that that had been fixed.
That's the MCR that ran its differential bearing in qualifying. It had all the diff out, all the gearbox cassette out of the back of it as well. And they were looking for another gearbox because it was easier to bolt another box on it than rebuild the one they had if they found the correct bearing.
Andrew Butler, I think, at the wheel. He's best at 220. So about 10 seconds slower than the
That's the
Radicals.
The Welsh-built MCRs, aren't they? Which were originally Brazilian designed, I think.
Oh, right.
Oh, that was a bit close between the two big Beamers.
Mark Lee was the E46 on the inside. Possibly Tommy Grout was the other. but they did avoid any contact in all of that.
Trying to work out what was going on in the background there. Well shot.
There's the Suzuki. It's Dan Sylvester who's at the wheel. MR2 race winner. Matthew Jones is now less than 80 seconds behind the race leader. So I think third is catching second, who's catching the race leader, Liam Morrell. But we'll come back to that in a moment. With less than 2 hours to go, we can head back to the pit lane.
Thanks very much, Josh. Yeah, I'm up here in the Garage 10B with Edmonton Twickenham, the fastest team in the fastest saloon car team. And I've got Niall Bradley. Niall, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing good, mate. Thank you very much. It's been an interesting day. It's really good. Conditions are a bit tricky. Just been a bit patchy in places, but yeah, apart from that, all good. Yeah, we're enjoying it.
Yeah. The BMW team seem. Obviously, you're all BMWs.
Yeah,
yes, you are. Well, yeah. Expo.
Yeah. Well, it was supposed to be an Expo, but it's now an Atom.
It's an Atom, is it?
Atom. Yeah. But no, we're enjoying it well. It's good to share the track with some of the touring car drivers and the like. So yeah, really interesting.
Come on, you were telling me something about Colin Turkington. What is this?
I was saying I was the quickest Irishman here today.
Yeah, I think you are.
Yeah. Colin can give me that one. But no, it's all good.
Strike one to you.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, obviously, you've got one of the really quick cars out there. What's it like trying to lap all the rest of the cars? Obviously, you're in about fourth position, so basically you've got 66 odd cars to weave through.
Yeah, to be fair, it's actually not too bad. I know a lot of people make it out, sometimes worse than what it is, but the back markers are they're really fair. They watch you coming through if you flash well and give them enough notice. But yeah, it can be dicey at times. There is dicey places, especially when I done my session that was raining. It started to rain and we were on the slicks, and Matty, the team manager, had said to hang it out there if we could. So that was the sketchiest bit. We'd done about 5 or 6 laps on the cold slicks trying to get the temperature back in, but yeah, there was few choice words said over the radio whenever we were trying to get it back, but yeah, it was good once we got the heat in them. Then we were off. Then it was good, yeah.
So you use the headlights to tell the slower cars that you're there.
Yeah, we do. Yeah. So we just have a flash button on the steering wheel. Just sometimes I don't like to go too hard on the flashing because you can unsettle the driver, but it's just doing enough to let them know, look, we're coming through. But like I say, to be fair, nearly everybody that I flashed could see that I was coming in sort of hot, so they would sort of keep out a car's wet out, which is just enough to let us through, yeah.
Oh, that's absolutely great. Yeah, have you done the Birkett before, or this is the first time?
Yeah, we done it last year with a team of us here, and one of our main men, he didn't, I think, I don't know if he forgot his glasses or something, but there was a black flag incident, and he didn't see it, so we got a 5-minute penalty. But yeah, we said we'd come back this year and see if we can make right what our wrongs from last year, and so far we're going all right, yeah, which is good.
No, great to hear from you, and hope the rest of the day goes as well as the first part.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thanks for chatting to us. Yeah, perfect.
Cheers now, thank you very much. So there it is, the fastest of the saloon cars, the Edmonton Twickenham team, and that was Niall Bradley. Back to you in the commentary box.
Good to speak to Niall Bradley there. And out front now on handicap, it's RAF Motorsports, who've gone top ahead of Team BMW with its all-star lineup, and the Miata Maestros as well. Rutek BMW are in the fourth. They're a bit shorter cars, but going strongly, and the Mazda 2s have dropped to 7th place at this point. Out front, though, it's getting very, very tight, down to 6 seconds between Leon Morrell for Daytona Motorsport with RJ and the RSR rival car of John McLeod.
Yes, that chase is continuing, isn't it? We've got, is that a 205 that is off for 41? F, I think?
Yes, it is, yeah.
Which is possibly Sean Ely's 205. Just going through there with Mary Barnard in the Miata Maestro's team in third. 49B is Darren Claydon's 944. But the scratch short of the top three the same, but with smaller gaps. 26 Daytona Motorsport, 17 RSR and 5 RJ Motorsport 2. Heading down the Hanger Straight, that 205 T16 pretty rapid in a straight line, passing a Cooper S Mini. Busy down at Brooklands as well. Scott Smith in the Lightning McQueen type livery on his Honda Civic Type R. From one of the most popular motorsport movies ever, Cars. Oh, Stuart Thompson's back out. We saw that car
with a corner missing on it, didn't we? That's right. And Miata Maestros have gone top.
So Mary Barnard's got it back to the front. There goes Morel, and the gap down to 5 seconds to John McLeod. You see 21, the Army, who are down to 15th for the early leaders in 21. But here are the leaders into Beckett's with still the same order, but this reducing gap at around a second a lap in this stint. Morel's average has been a 13.8 and John McLeod's average a 12.7, so it's pretty much a second a lap. And that means in 5 laps time it could all get rather exciting with a gap of currently of 5 seconds between the two of them. So there's McLeod, the 5-time winner of this event for RSR. Do we know what RSR is supposed to stand for here?
I don't, to be honest.
That's one for Lewis to find out before the race is over. He's got Alex Smith's Integra, I think, former winner of this event on handicap. For the RAF.
Yes, they're second on the handicap at the moment, RAF Motorsports.
Morel up behind 4A, which is Matthew Hibbert's Cooper S. Then Mark Enoch's Clio.
I think we just saw the chaser appearing.
Two of the most successful 750 Motor Club drivers there, David Drinkwater and Liam Morel. Drinkwater with 5 Hot Hatch championships in recent years, and Morel with 3 championships. But the Suzuki build, that's continuing on just down the road from us, and Lewis Builds is right there to see how they're getting on.
Yes, thank you very much, Josh. As you can see, look, this is all the stuff which is not required. All the interior, the seats are all been taken out. The original belts, as we can see here. There's the airbag, which is, we won't talk about that. Springs and discs. And if we go to the car, we can see that just a few more graphics are going on, which all been cut out. Very nicely done. And we can see what the car is going to look like. And we can see the lads are putting some lovely speed lines on there. They look really super, don't they? Let's have a quick look. Oh, chap, let's have a... Sorry, what's your name?
Elliot.
Elliot. I take it these are standard for the Suzuki series, the speed lines, etc.
Yeah, that's correct, yeah. So this basically is the kit that you get effectively supplied with these vehicles. So you get told what suspension to run, what brakes to run. These are the wheels, the set tyres, etc. And it's all to make the racing as close as possible and take people's choices, etc. out of the equation and make it hopefully a level playing field for everyone. And yeah, today's challenge is 6 hours trying to build the thing.
Well, like I say, it's nice. I do like the wheels. I take it the dampers have been removed, and what sort of dampers have you been putting on?
So they're effectively a control for this series. So they're just a set of yellow speed coilovers that are basically, as I say, going to be the control item for these cars. With effectively the aim for this to be a nice, easy, pocket-friendly, shall we say, if you can say that about motorsport, way to get into it. Again, brakes are mandated, certain pads, discs, etc. And as I say, it's all there to hopefully keep it a fair level playing field.
Thank you very much, Elliot. And what are you about to now go and do?
Just tightening up one of the rear wheels. All the brakes and suspensions now fitted. Brakes are all bled, ready to go. So one step closer to drop it on the floor and see how high or low she is.
OK, we'll let you get on. Thank you very much. So there we go. That's an update after about 4 hours. But I have to say, you can see the guys there with the putting the logos on with their heat gun. And then they'll get the sharp tool out and just cut down the shut line. There we are. That's what's happening at the moment in Garage Zero, and the Suzuki Swift is becoming more like a race car than a road car. Back to you in the commentary box.
And lots of excitement out front because that lead gap is coming down. It's 3.495 seconds, and they're working lap 100, Josh.
So probably the closest it's been at any stage in the race for the lead, isn't it? We obviously had RSR lead in the early stages and go away, but then it switched, and ever since there it is. The race leader has been well ahead, but they're both at club at the same time. Leon Morel and John McLeod, two people who probably don't race each other that much. Morel in the Bike Sports Championship, McLeod in the Radical Cup. But there's no lap cars briefly between them. They've got two front-engine Porsches all of a sudden to par on the inside and on the outside for Morel. And he is probably becoming aware of the chase that he has on here, Marcus, for the race lead.
Yeah, sort of confusing for a distance with the colours being broadly similar of the lead cars. And there is somebody gone off and some smoke there by the looks of things. Now, is that going to reveal a car pulled off behind the barrier, or is it just... there you go, there's your answer. And not so very well, 37.
It's Scott Ferguson, I think, who was a bit smoky earlier for the pit lane, and this isn't a replay, this is it happening again. And I think it's going to make the pits, but not in a very healthy state. Leaders across the line, gap 2.2 seconds, another second. Consistently that gap has come down by about that amount. The XXR SR3 catching the RSX earlier model of Morel into Birkett. So there's a Caterham ahead for the race leader. No time to waste, he swoops around the outside, then there's a couple of Boxsters up next. Again,
that's going to be more of an issue.
Got both of them on the outside, I think.
Yeah, but a more conventional line through for the chaser, and he's going to get the Boxsters on the straight, and they're coming up behind the Nigel Brown car into Stowe. Number 10, which had such a great run at Mallory Park recently.
Sort of come out of nowhere, that performance, didn't it? I think Nigel started in kit cars back in 1985.
Ooh, that was close. The door was closed on the leader by the BMW Compact driver. Slightly unsighted, probably, just out of the mirror's scope.
Wonder now that there is a real battle on, Marcus, whether there's more risk to be taken as well by the Radical drivers.
Yeah, it's all pretty tight around here, and again the chaser's going to get the better run of it probably, because out onto the straight is an easier call to pass a touring car and a Radical.
Almost merges into them all with much bigger the cars around. But Morel has passed a good number on the straight as well. If anything, I think this gap possibly bigger than it was at the start of the lap. Around the outside of Adam Dewis, I think. Possibly Ewan Evans for the Army team, the 23-year-old Royal Engineer. Ewan Evans. It's Tommy Grout's BMW just ahead. Gap back out to 3 seconds. A 2:10 for Morel, despite all the traffic we just saw him pass. So he certainly has got to move on up front to try and maintain this lead gap. Morel has been out there for 17 laps in this stint, 25 for McLeod, so it might be getting closer to a pit stop for McLeod. Sean Graham in the pits in the 206. I think a car you saw being brought here yesterday, Marcus.
I did, yeah. On the M27 onto the M3 yesterday morning. Really glossy conditions.
Yes, much better today, isn't it? We had that one shower, but nothing too much.
Yeah, a little shower mid-morning.
64D, Cleo. Is George Kimber possibly?
Yeah, pop round the outside, the leader, Leon Morel, saw off the Renault.
We're here in the good, the Bay and the ugly team. We saw the smoky Mazda. They're down to one car, which possibly is that car. I think Daniel Douglas is the one that's left, so Scott Ferguson and Neil Luke's car is out. And Daniel Douglas will go alone the best he can for the remainder.
Still with an hour and 43 to run. They're bobbing and weaving down the straight as they come across more cars and so 3 abreast there.
Yeah, they're keen. Morel is keen to sort of get back to the racing line for Brooklands. The Polo's still going. I think that's going to be out tomorrow in Hot Hatch. What's the car at the front of that group? The hatchback.
The Fiesta.
An early one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Quite big arches.
Yeah, fat arch Fiesta.
2.8 seconds. Personal best lap for McLeod, 2:09.345 on lap 102 to bring the gap down, but Morel's lap wasn't that much slower. So both are picking up the pace, carving through traffic. Is that Warren Allen's Cayman possibly going around the outside of for the leader?
That was good work by the leader to get through that group. Another car, smoke coming out of it, just on the outside.
MK Cup 200 cars carving through as well.
It's a fight at every corner, isn't it, for some people?
Yeah, so there's no rest time, is there? Well, Colin Turkington described it saying it was just as stressful as a touring car race, which is quite remarkable.
But 3 times as long.
Yeah, that's right. A different sort of stress, I suspect.
And that was just his stint.
There goes Morel past the wing, being absolutely caught by McLeod now. No lap cars between them through Abbey.
And it's interesting, Morel used half of the curbs on the left to turn into the corner, and Chaser McLeod didn't even go anywhere near the curbs.
There's the Sports 2000 they're about to lap. They have lapped an Alpha. Sports 2000 about as quick in a straight line, the 2-litre engined car.
Yeah, 2-litre Duratec car, yeah.
I think the SR3's have got a bit more aero, Mark.
They've got a lot more aero, but it's also got a lot more frontal area. And a chunk less power, probably.
So across the line they would come. 2.8 seconds becomes 4.5 because McLeod has pitted. So the chase we've enjoyed is going to be paused as John McLeod pits after a stint of 27 laps, where we saw his personal best, I think, pretty much on that last lap of the stint, a 2:09.3, and he averaged a 2:12.4 in that stint.
And how long has Morel been out?
He is been out for 19 laps. Ben Stone, we believe, has taken over for RSR. The Le Mans Cup winner this year. 40-year-old from London, double winner of this event. One of the 116 trophy cars there. 69, which is Mint to Mint, who are quite high up at one stage on handicap. I think have fallen down. The Miato Maestros, though, back at the top of the handicap for Mary Barnard and her dad Paul, as well as Andy Bailey, Martin Vernon and Ian Tomlinson. Got a classic Alpha out there as well. That's the Ben Brain car, I think.
Yeah, an Alpha the 105 shaped Alpha, absolutely stunning.
That
Ben Brain, the veterinary surgeon.
Oldest car here, I think.
Yes, it probably would be.
Going pretty well. Down the Hanger Straight. Got the Volkswagen Polo in behind. This car racing road sports, Marcus?
Yeah, it's done some stuff with other clubs, that's for sure, and it's absolutely gorgeous. It's really, really nicely turned out.
Lifting and inside.
Isn't that good? Yeah, 3 inches off the deck, I would have thought. And this is
Matthew Jones, I think. And third, the Radical that was out wide.
Is that the same one that John Crook was in earlier on? Same colour.
Right. Been doing a long stint, those, Jones. The Polo, the Warren Andrews Polo, is getting a bit closer to Ben Brain's Alpha now.
Yeah, it seems a bit incongruous for VW Polo to be able to chase down a very svelte looking Alfa Romeo.
Warren Andrews, I think, is also out tomorrow in Hot Hatch. Here in the Sports 2000 had an off, but back on again for Andrew Butler, the MCR. 48 seconds the lead gap after the pit stop for Ben Stone. Into Luffield for Ben Brain. He's put a bit of daylight between himself and the Polo. Through comes Rich Webb, who is in 6th. Meanwhile, the 7th place car's just changed over. Ryan Parkin has been in and hands over to Lewis Barr for Darkside.
Rich Webb's charging on in the MK Cup car. That's the Viren Builders car with its kind of almost like a warbird shark tooth nose.
Another Boxster S. .39C, which is Rob Hardy. Down into the Vale. Been used in the full Formula 1 Grand Prix circuit for a few years now here at the Birkett 6 hour. And then past the wing once more. And that drier line getting wider by the lap, it seems. .105 laps done by the leaders. Graham Crowhurst has just done a PB for the Edmondson team, a 2-minute 16.649.
And they're 4th overall on scratch distance covered. Most Miato Maestro still out front on handicap from RAF Motorsports, the 3rd to Execs, and RAF just on top. RAF just on top, as we said that. And the Mazdas are back down into third place, ahead of TSR Performance. Team BMW 5th, and then we've got the checkered past with CAP team, Porsche team.
Just got a brief glimpse of that Fiesta again. Michael Rudge, the driver, heading up across the line. There it is, just ahead of Morel. There's Paul Hinson, we heard from him. The Three Amigos up to 7th on handicap.
And he's got the really quick Beamer, hasn't he?
The 3 litre.
Yeah.
Morel is right on the edge of adhesion there into Birkett. That's where the Radical makes its time up the most on everything else.
Absolutely. That change of direction is absolutely manner for that car.
Passing one of the many Caterhams up towards Stowe. Passing a 116 and then braking down into the Vale. This part of the track's changed many times over the years, Marcus.
Yeah, when I first came here, I think, back in 1958, I don't remember it. It was a very different kettle of fish, as it was in '67 when I saw the British Grand Prix here. It was just a perimeter track for an airfield, effectively. And none of the grandstands were sort of permanent fixtures. There were none of the huge buildings around. It was pretty basic, but it was still great.
Interestingly, on handicap, TSR Performance are up to 4th, who are one of the fastest on scratch too in 5th. So they're having a good run. And we saw Jay Hadley stop at one stage earlier, as if that hadn't happened.
Oh, there's the MCR off in the gravel. 32A. Marshall rushing out to the assistance. That's the car that had the differential problem in qualifying. Change the gearbox to get it into the race by the MCR team.
Brave marshalling squad here at Silverstone. And they are getting it moved. The Andrew Butler car. There's Ben McCauley in his Lotus Elise, the air ambulance paramedic from West Sussex, in his 155 brake horsepower Rover K-Series engined car. Skeg Vegas Compact. That's Crowhurst, isn't it, I think?
It is, yeah, that's striped BMW.
Yeah, replica of the, I think, 2010 BMW Le Mans car.
Also appeared that livery on a Bentley Continental Coupe, I think, at the Bentley Drivers Club
Right.
meeting not long afterwards here at Silverstone.
Crowhurst in 4th and has pitted. But that team, Edmondson, Twickenham, a long way ahead of the rest. A couple of laps or so. BMW Compact there for Sergei Minev, who I think we heard from earlier. Down at Brooklands, as the Sports 2000 got out of the gravel, but seemingly not going very far afterwards.
I wonder if it's had another transmission failure. It's quite possible. Of course, that lead now is stretching because Morel out front banged in a 209 last time through. 15s for the two chasers, and it's still Ben Stone in second place for RSR, and then it's RJ Motorsport 2 with Matthew Jones into bat. He's working lap 107.
And for RSR have saved James Lay for the finish, who's last year's Radical champion, of course. Ben Stone at this stage doesn't seem as quick as McLeod was. Always hard to tell in a race like this. The Sports 2000 MCR is still being pushed, so it's certainly some sort of problem. But the marshals are doing a great job to keep us under local yellows there, but green around the rest of the track, which is great news. Andy Stevens in his Civic is bound for the pit lane. Is that the ex-Matt Digby car, possibly, who had success in the Type R Trophy?
Yeah, may well be.
DTO car just went through. How are they getting on? Their 8th on handicap. The 116 driven currently by Steve Lloyd, who's in his first season.
Miasa team has gone back up on top again.
It yo-yos, doesn't it? But it's get the same sort of 3 or 4 at the sharp end. Dark Side going through there. They've dropped to 8th behind Mark Lee's 4 Musketeers car. Michael Smith started this lap only 1.8 seconds ahead of Warren Allen. So we can see if we can see how that's changed on this lap. Has Michael Smith been able to get away from Warren Allen? No, he's lost out. Warren Allen goes through then up to 8th on scratch. Dark Side drop a place. But there is Michael Smith in the TDI Golf, a car that's got parking race last year. But Warren Allen has gone through, race winner in the Carmel Porsche Trophy this year. Through Beckett. Michael Smith's been racing his car with Lewis Barr in Road Sports this year. Last time through for Michael Smith with a 2:29. It's Luke Handley's TT. Got a Ginetta G40 in all of this, which has been driven for the first time today by ex-low-cost champion Mark Burton.
A few of those little Ginettas here this weekend. Always seem to perform very well.
Yeah, I think 750 Motor Club are keen to get some of these out in sports specials next year, because there's not really a home for G40s now, other than for youngsters. John McLeod, though, the driver who came into the pits from second for Team RSR. Perhaps we'll find out what RSR stands for with Lewis Bills.
Thanks very much, Josh. Down here with John McLeod. John, you've been very successful in this event, and you're battling away for the lead again.
We're trying. We've had 2 penalties, which has stopped us from being in the lead, sadly. I think the guys who are in the lead at the moment haven't had any penalties, so forgive me if I'm wrong on that. But yeah, I think that's what's put us back. Cars are feeling good, pace is good. We've made the right call so far on when to come in, try to make the most of the safety cars and the weather, which has been changeable, but I think now we're looking like we should be set fair through to the end. So yeah, second, but we don't want second.
Yeah, you've done 2 1-hour stints. Is that your? Are you done for the day?
Yeah, hopefully. Shouldn't be any reason really now to jump back in the car. We've got 3 drivers, so everybody doing 2 1-hour stints is optimal for us.
So James and Ben, it's on their shoulders now.
Certainly is. Nothing else for me to do. So yeah, good.
Well, there's one more thing. What does RSR stand for? That's what we've been querying.
It stands for Regent Services Racing, and it's run by George Tilson Smith.
So where he's
and they're doing a great job, by the way. They're doing a great job.
Obviously, where are they based?
I don't know. Not near where I live, so I don't know.
But anyway, yes, a little bit frustrated, I think, for the penalties. Yeah. Did you get both or?
No. So I got the overtaking under a yellow, which is the first one, which was a 60-second stop-go. Ben got a 45 seconds for something. We're still not quite sure what that one was for.
I couldn't find out what that was for either.
And I don't remember going, obviously, under a yellow. So I don't know. I'll look back on the onboard footage tonight and see if I was hardly treated or whether it's entirely my fault. Very likely to be entirely my fault.
Yeah, so obviously, probably one of the most experienced Birkett racers in the pit.
I think I've done it for 9 years. I think I've had 5 scratch wins. I've never had a handicap win. I think this is the 10th year. I'm not sure. I'm not added them up, but I think this is the 10th year. If we can get 6, that would be great. That would be great. But we're not there yet, and time's running out. So fingers crossed.
Yeah. What is it like lapping so many cars constantly?
So the way I think to imagine how that is that you've got to try and do that better than the other radical teams. So it's not just a case of whipping past them. That's not going to get you enough. It's not losing any extra time. And sometimes you get unlucky and you catch up somebody and it's just in perfectly the wrong place and you end up having to follow. Generally speaking, you need not to be doing anything different. You might take a completely different line and a bit of a zig and a bit of a zag and all that sort of thing. And there's outsides and insides and there's way too much curb sometimes compared to where you'd be in the Radical Cup. But you really just can't afford to lose momentum. You just got to keep sticking it in and you just try not to lose momentum compared to the other guys who are doing exactly the same thing and try not to take any prisoners at all. It's a long answer. I don't know if that kind of makes sense. You'd almost have to be in the car to see what that's like, but you just really got to try and get through that traffic.
Do you upload your videos onto YouTube afterwards?
No, never do.
So we can't watch you in action?
No, you don't want to see them. If you see them, then there's various other people who see them and they'll stop me from racing.
Leon was telling us he flashes his lights a lot to warn the drivers that he's coming up. Do you do the same?
I do it sometimes. I'm not sure it makes any difference, to be honest. I think at the end of the day, you're the faster car. You've got to make sure you get past safely. I think here, bearing in mind everybody is racing everybody because the way the handicap works, I try and give as much space as I possibly can because, the fact I flash my lights doesn't mean that you've understood quite what that means I'm going to do. Yeah. So, but I can understand why Leon does it. I think, you're almost desperate to do anything to go, please, just get out of my way. I'm not sure it works, but it's worth trying.
All right, John, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Cheers.
Thanks a lot. So there we go. That's John McLeod, 5-time winner. And John and his team have won for the last 2 years. Can he make it 3 in a row? Well, we're going to find out. Back to you in the commentary box.
Yeah, we'll find out in the next 82 minutes. But there are our event race leaders on the handicap. 29E is Ian Tomlinson. I think with 29E Martin Vernon. I think they switch, so it should be Martin Vernon who is in for the Miato Maestros, our race leaders. In towards Copse Corner with the RAF Motorsports in second and the checkered past Porsche team in third. 92 laps being completed by the Miata Maestros with 33 handicaps laps added to make 115. And this Mark 1 Mazda MX-5. See the Massimo tyres branding from the 5 Club Racing Championship that this car normally races in. I think I've seen all 5 Mazda MX-5 championships in the last month that run in the country. But 5 Club, one of the most popular. Had I think about 35 cars at the championship finale at Donington a couple of weeks ago.
Plenty of MX-5 action at Brands Hatch last weekend as well at the Formula Ford Festival.
That's right. That Mini Coupe's been out quite a bit today. That's Stephen Berry just going through shot. Probably about the only coupe, Cooper S, that races in the country, I'd imagine.
Would that have very much compromised rearward vision in a race like this, or is the rear window taped over to stop the effect of flashing lights?
Yes, possibly so. Is that Noel Bradley, I think? Adrian Bradley, I think it is, in fact, in 4th for Edmonton Twickenham. Last time round at a 2:22. Just putting another lap on TSR, in fact, Jay Hadley in 5th, so 2 full laps between 4th and 5th now for the best of the sort of production-based cars in this race. See the Suzuki Swift team, Adam Blair out now, the former British Formula 3 racer. The former Porsche German Carrera Cup podium finisher was Adam Blair. Just going through shot there. And there's a car, not where it should be. Is that a dark side car?
I think it is. It is, yes, it is.
Michael Smith, yes, dropping down. They were 7th, they're now 10th on our screens. So the Golf has faltered. I think that's between Beckett's and the Loop. And it's not going any further. Driver out.
And that compounds the problems they had with the earlier TT breakage when one of the park-in boys pulled off.
And they've dropped outside the top 10 now. So that's promoted Andy Shepherd up to 8th. And the 2 Macmillan Caterhams into the top 10, Gary Smith and Russ Ollivant. But they are, the 2 Caterham teams, a couple of laps down on the Cup 200 MKs. That continue to be the best of the 7s. But for Martin Vernon, our race leader on handicap, just being passed by our race leader on scratch, Leo Morel. Into Stowe Corner. Team which has had Mary Barnard and her dad Paul. Andy Bailey, as Liam Morrell looked up. Andy Bailey and Ian Tomlinson, part of the Miata team as well. Morrell's lead 58 seconds over Ben Stone.
It's come in a couple of seconds, but it's fairly insignificant at this point.
The most significant thing, Marcus, be how many pit stops each team has left. Can the leaders do it on just one more stop, where if both teams have to make one stop from here, that's advantage for the Daytona team. But if it's 2 more stops for Daytona, 1 more stop for RSR, that'll even it out.
Yeah. Oh, we've got a 46B having a big moment, one of the Ashgood Porsches, but well recovered.
Mike Kirtler, I think, drive from northwest London.
That's one of the Ashgood bosses, isn't he, Mike Kirtler?
Right, okay.
Based over near Heathrow, independent Porsche specialist.
Later MX-5 there. Team 35, Martin Whitehouse. One of the many Northern Sports and Saloon car racers. He was the 2016 champion from East Yorkshire. It's Mark Burton's G40, the team of Ginetta G40s. Sliding through Beckett.
That carries impressive speed for it, doesn't it, for a little car?
That's right, yeah. Particularly in the Ginetta Juniors, you really see them thrown around and super competitive. I think they're here next weekend, actually. Ginetta Junior Winter Series taking place. For a similar type of cars. Lando Norris started his car racing career in one of those. 7C is the Caterham 310R of Chris Buckley, Caterham Graduates racer. Have you ever raced a Caterham, Marcus?
I have, yeah, several times, including Donington and Spa, which was pretty mighty. Brands Hatch actually managed to have a win in one at Donington in 1990.
Yeah.
Great race with John Milicevic and Simon Nern. Simon Nern?
I presume that all 3 of you led on about every lap if it was like most Caterham races.
It was really quite fraught, yeah.
Especially at Donington. Looks like Paul Seward there back out for RJ2. Just ahead of Ben Stone on the road, so the top 2 may both put lap on RJ Motorsport 2 very shortly. MG of, is that Nathan Sutton?
Nathan Sutton's car, isn't it, from Castle Combe? Car that his late father Mark won the Castle Combe Saloon Championship in a few years before.
That's Ben Stone a lap ahead of Paul Seward. Paul Seward in the former Formula Woman run car that had various different drivers racing bike sports this year. Probably most impressively the last time out was Alicia Barrett, who got a top 6 finish in her first ever race. No relation.
Relative? No.
Not as far as I know, anyway.
Thought the speed might have been in the genes there, Josh.
Road legal Caterham just behind, still got the number plate on. Be good to see some of the Caterhams out today, out in sports specials next year. Caterhams have been champions in that series before. Be interesting, the new Radical Club Challenge that will be taking over Bike Sports home in the 750 Motor Club next year, to see that brings out any new faces. SR1s, that'll be their main home for next year with a dedicated class, which will hopefully sort of get 20 plus car grids constantly. Of course, bringing back the Radical Club Challenge name from about a decade or so ago. There's Ben Stone then, the 40-year-old, double winner of this event. And the gap back out to a minute to Leon Morel. It's interesting how long the Morel car's able to go on a stint, because that's when it was Charles Hall it went for a long time, and now Leon Morel is equally doing another long stint in that leading car.
Yeah, how long has he been in it now?
Let's have a look.
30 laps-ish, I thought.
Must be easy, that. Scroll across, yeah, 31, almost spot on. And Morel's best in this stint has been a 2:08.483. He's averaging a 12.5. Ben Stone is averaging a 13. His shorter 12-lap stint. His best has been a 2:10.039. But if James Lay is to come, possibly the quickest of the three in the RSR squad. Miata Biestros have led for a little while on the handicap, and down in the garages with them is Lewis Bills.
Thanks very much, Josh. Yeah, I'm down here with the 2019 with Mary. Mary, well, you're in the lead of the handicap. Well done.
Thank you. It's a bit unexpected, to be honest. We just thought that we'd go out there and just give our all, really, and then see where we ended up. I think we felt like we had a strong team, but again, it all comes down to it on the day, and the weather and everything comes into play. So I just feel like we're just trying our best, and then we've ended up being first. So hopefully Ian can bring it home for us as well.
Who's out on track at the moment?
So Ian Tomlinson's out at the moment. So we all race together in 5 Club. So we all decided to put a team in this year. We'd been talking about it throughout the year at different race meetings that we'd been at. So we thought, well, we'll put a team in. It's actually my 3rd year that I've actually done this. But this is the first year where we've all been in this team together. So see how we get on.
It seems to be you've got the right personnel and everything, because you're leading the Birkett, which is the real race. I mean, we know the Radicals can win on scratch, but on handicap, that's a really tough gig, because you've got to beat every other team.
Yeah, so I think, well, for myself, when I was out there, I was thinking, if I can just try and chase somebody in front of me and eventually try and pass them. So I did manage to pass a few, which I was quite pleased with, to be honest. And again, like I said, we just thought we're just going to go out there, drive as hard as we can, just see where we end up. And just, if we win, that'll be unbelievable. And it'll just top off an unbelievable season, to be honest with you. It'll just be the perfect end to the year. Yeah.
You've had a good season?
Yeah, so out of 41 in the championship in 5 Club, I come 13th, so not far off the top 10, which was good. And I think Dad came in the top 20, I think. Yeah. So
you beat Dad?
Yeah.
Good.
I do try every week, so yeah. So Yeah, we've had a really, really good year with 5 Club. And like I said, just the Birkett's just the perfect way to finish it off. And if we end up winning this will just be perfect.
Well, good luck to you and everybody else in the team, which is Andy Bailey, your dad, Paul Barnard, Martin Venom, and Ian Tomlinson, who's out at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's see how we get on, yeah.
So I take it you do an hour and a quarter each?
Yeah, so I think my stint was about an hour and 15 minutes. And with the safety cars at the beginning, so I think our first driver, Andy Bailey, I think he had to come in a little bit early just to try and time it nicely for the safety car. And then when my dad was out, I think there was a couple of safety cars out, so we were just trying to manage the time, because we obviously need to make sure that we all finish the race with enough fuel, because we can only run for so long and the clock's ticking down, so we just needed to try and adjust the times a little bit. But I think we've got it right, and it's all on Ian, just to try and bring it home for us.
Fingers crossed for you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you very much, guys. Have a good one. Anyway, and there it is. That's the information we get from actually it's from team the Maestros, MG Maestros in 12D. Back to you in the commentary box.
Thanks, Lewis, with Mary Barnard from Middlesbrough. There's Ian Tomlinson, who we were hearing about out on the track. Mary's also a footballer as well for her local team. She's been racing for 4 years in the 5 Club Racing Championship. And while Lewis was talking to them, of course they lost the lead. They're running in 4th position, but there are 6 on the same lap, so it's super close. With the 45 checkered past Porsche team that lead, which is Zach Falk, Richard Neal, Andrew Dews, Charlie Falk has the 4, and we've got a car off, which is the Cadbury BMW. Has it got a dent in the door, Marcus?
Looks like it may have.
Is that debris possibly a bit further
Some
round?
bits of gubbins lying in the track, which shouldn't belong there.
Let's have a look again at the side.
It's had a whack
That's
at some point.
Anton Martin's 330. Will the window come out of where it should be as well? So it's had a hit from somebody. As a second place, car's made another pit stop after just 14 laps of Ben Stone. So James Lay is in now. Do they think James can go to the end from here?
We may end up with a safety car now, which can throw another spanner in the works. But that's let's say we've had 2 6-stoppers. But the lead car's only been lead team's only made 3 stops so far.
For the Daytona squad, we haven't seen much of Alistair Smart, have we? So whether he be going to the end in the SR10, the Nissan Almera in the old Nissan replica works livery that Laurent Aiello won the British Championship in, and then I think stopped racing not long afterwards. Pit lane always busy. Looks like DTO Motorsport are keen to go out because they've got a car coming in. DTO are 8th on handicap. And the Polo's off as well in the inset. 24D to bring it home for DTO is James Allen, a driver from London in his 2nd season. So Anton Martin's car's being pushed out the gravel, but whether it actually could go anywhere after that.
I guess it could potentially head towards the pit lane, the other pit lane.
This is, of course, particularly with the radical teams that get caught out by yellow flags because they're catching cars pretty quickly.
Yes.
You can't afford to miss the yellows. 24A goes out, which is David Jones's Mazda 7. Not sure if...
it's a bit like the Aston Martin Red Dragon livery from vintage era. Yes, that has had a whack. It's a glass and a half of full cream milk in every bar that's taken the hit.
Bradley Horsnell's low cost. Yellow flags here.
Yeah, you kind of got to discontinue overtaking manoeuvres at that point.
They've already got themselves nicely into a queue, which includes Jay Hadley's Golf and the TSR team up to 3rd on handicap. Well, they were, as it refreshes. it all changes again. And Rutek back to the top.
And the Mazda second.
So Sam Reddrop, Phil White, Sarge Sofashari and Sergei Manev, our race leaders. But Miata up to second.
Cosmopolitan team, isn't it?
Racing in memory of Bill Reddrop, so I expect a good result would be pretty emotional for Sam. There goes Morale, round the outside of everybody. Is he going to stay on the track? Kinda. He was, I think, probably a bit wider than he had hoped. There's the Golf Ginetta.
With the biggest rear Venturi you've ever seen on a Ginetta.
That's right. It obviously works. They finished second. They finished as champions in Class B, rather. There's Macaulay and here's Elise. It's the roof line starting to peel on that Elise at the front. See if we can get a shot of the front of the Elise again in a moment. We've got more news though from Lewis Builds, and he is down with how the Suzuki Swift build is getting on.
Thanks very much, Josh. Yeah, we're about to catch up again. We've got to miss the hydraulic jack there, which is there. Wow, we're getting the transfers put on this side of the car this time. We're watching the lads put the transfers on the left-hand side of the car. Now we're seeing what you put on the right-hand side. We can see some of the... I take it the guys are in there doing some wiring. Yeah, there they go, look. Getting all the wiring up and ready. And making sure everything works. We've got the tow strap, so we have to have one of those front and rear. I take it we've got to have a rain light, but I'm not sure whether the... Do you have a specialist rain light, or can you use the fog light? Oh. Oh, use the centre brake light. There we go. So keep us up to date. That's a very good news. Come round this side, and we can see we've got the fire extinguisher. All the cars have the fire extinguisher in their cars, and they'll be plumbed up into, like I say, 4 outlets into the engine bay. I think you've got to have 2 here and 2 there, there, and can be operated inside from inside the car. That's the master switch on and off. That's the Bowden cable which goes to the... I'm trying to get out of the way. To the handle of the extinguisher, and so the driver can operate it. And there should be... Yep, if we come round here, we can see the same thing round here, which have been let into the scuttle. There are 2 there, and there will be a couple of... stickers there to show the marshals which is the electric and which is the fire extinguisher, and they could operate that from outside here as well from inside. We go around the front, which we haven't seen. Oh, we've got a nice transfer on the front. There we go. And we're also gone. You get through, right? Don't they? And there is also a tow bar, a tow strap there for any problems. Not quite sure what's going on here, but I'm sure we'll find out. There we go. This is what happens. This is for the. If we have a look on this side, hole's been cut in there, and there is the bonnet clip, which will be pushed over. So we've got a positive clip, not just normal ones at the front. So if you run into something or hit something, the bonnets can pop up as the slam panel there moves back. These clips here will make sure that doesn't happen, because the last thing you need to know is the bonnet to come up and obscure the driver's view. But that's what we can do. We can actually see, look, they're cutting the bonnet. Always a bit nervous. I'm always a bit nervous when I've ever done that. There we go. Cutting the small hole. You can see there'll be a cut in the big one later. And That's what's happening down here in Garage Zero as the team put together the finishing touches to the Suzuki Swift. Back to you in the commentary box.
Thanks, Lewis. We just saw on the inset there Jazz Sapra in car 38D for the mixed races. He was in a little bit of trouble there. We've also just seen a new fastest lap of the race. James Lay has done a 2 minute 7.088 now. He is in second place for Team 17, that's Team RSR, behind number 26, which is Charles Graham in the Daytona Motorsport with RJ. They're a minute and a half apart now, both having completed 121 laps, a lap ahead of RJ Motorsport 2, which is Paul Stewart in third. Tom Walpole for Edmondson Twickenham, fourth in Team 47, fifth number 9, which is TSR Performance and Jay Hadley, sixth is 31. Mike Whiteman Hayward currently aboard for the Teacups on handicap with just under an hour left to go. Latest update is that it's the Rutec BMW in memory of Bill Redrock that is leading the way on 126 laps with a clear lap now back to the team in second place. Number 29, the Miata Maestros, who we heard from in the shape of Mary Barnard earlier on, and then Team BMW, the Birkett version of Team BMW, are up to third now in 12. Are we going to get some kind of victory for the BTCC stars of Colin Turkington and Adam Morgan and their teammates? The three amigos who've won this on a couple of occasions are fourth. Checkered Past with Carmel Porsche are fifth. And RF Motorsport, the leading services team, in sixth position at the moment with just under an hour left to go, Marcus.
Charles Graham on an outlap, so his outlap was a 2:42. So we'll see the real gap was not a minute and a half. We'll see how James Lay now with that fast lap on his slate.
Nose on into the pits.
35A.
It's 35A. That's Maddie Hubel in the Run DDMC entrant. The Peugeot 206, the 41-year-old from Yorkshire. That's brought about the safety car. Married to Scott, who we've seen already. And she's the only female racer in the Darlington District Motor Club at the moment. But sadly, she's gone off in the Peugeot 206 GTI 2-litre car. And that's brought about, is this the fifth now safety car off here, I think, of the race so far? Add that to my tally. And again, we might get some more pit stops as a result of that. So we're 5/6 of the way through this race. Although there's only the one car on the lead lap on handicap now. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 cars on the next lap. So it's still all to play for in this late safety car period. There's some more recalculations of the amount of laps, credit laps that each team will get because of this fifth safety car period of the race. 2 minute 12 on the last lap for Tom Walpole, the personal best, and that means that he's getting ever further away from the car behind, which is the TSR Performance car of Jay Hadley. There is the safety car, the Renault Megane safety car that has once again picked up the cars, and you can see in amongst them is one of the leading contenders. Yes, and they're both there on the hang straight now, just about two cars between them, and they are in fact the second and third place cars.
Are we going to see? I wonder whether we're going to see Charles Graham joining that back of that queue. Yeah, I would suspect we will.
Yeah. A question has come in on the YouTube comments. Which team are Colin Turkington and Adam Morgan in? They're Team 12, which is the Birkett version of Team BMW, and who's out for them at the moment? Just having to see if we can look. It is Colin Turkington out on the track at the moment for Team 12, and they are running in 27th position, which is not too bad an effort, and they are third on handicap at the moment, not too far behind the race lead in this stage of the race. Getting a wave there from the Brooklands grandstand that time, so hello to everyone watching down there. 55 minutes of the race left to go. We'll very shortly get another update on the handicap positions. We'll give you that latest position just right now. Actually, Maestro's back into the lead on 128 laps. Second now, RF Motorsports, and third, Rutec BMW in memory of Bill Redrup. So 3 cars now on the lead lap. We are going to take, though, a short break.
Yokohama. Yokohama.
Well, we're down here in the pits again with Brian Watson. Brian, the Royal Air Force, he said the Navy there, Royal Air Force there, holding up their long tradition of doing extremely well in the Birkett, in the handicap. Second, I think, the last time I looked. You must be very proud of your boys.
Yeah, we've done very well. It's fingers crossed it's been a reliable event, which always changes the dynamic, as you know. But we're into that last hour, last car out, so one in standby just in case, but we're in that space where it's all down to a bit of luck, but just keeping it steady and keeping it on the tarmac.
If I remember right, last year you took it in the last 30 minutes.
We did indeed, so there's all to play for. We'll see how we can do. We've got an experienced driver out, we'll see how he gets on, but in essence, as you know with this race, anything can happen right up to the last minute, so keep it going, keep it clean, and let's see what happens.
Yeah, you don't need this safety car, or do you? No, you need to be able to get after the car in front, don't you?
So that's the bit. It's working out where they are and making sure we can track them down, and we know that. it's evolved over the years, as you know, in this race. We now get car radios, so we can actually have that conversation with the driver in a structured manner to allow them to do their race. We have to be careful we don't over-inform, because that distracts the drivers, as you well know, but it helps you actually derive your strategy a bit better.
Does this have a correlation to your day job?
Absolutely. This is all about a team event, so there's a whole team gets together behind this. It's not just the driver in the car, it's prepping the cars, it's getting the cars out in circuit, it's looking after the cars, it's the timing, so it's a whole deployment for us in sort of military terms, which allows us to think in a bit of a different way about an activity we do a lot in the Air Force.
Yeah, because you have to really think on your feet here at the Birkett, because there's so many things going on. It must really be quite helpful to train your personnel.
Yeah, people we bring to this are youngsters. I've got a range of people who are just joined the Air Force into some slightly older people like myself. So we actually bring a lot of people from different skill sets, different backgrounds. And what they're doing is just refining a skill set they would do in their day job, but in a setting that is fun to have and fun to enjoy.
And a pressured situation too.
Absolutely. As you well know with this event, the pressure starts to build up over the hours. We're now in that 5-hour mark plus. And yes, it's people are looking a bit nervous now, but that's because we know we're close, so it's about bringing it home, as they say.
Okay, Brian, best of luck to you, the team, and to the rest of the forces squadrons here, we might say. But at the moment, you're ahead of the Army and the Royal Navy.
Yes.
We'll leave it there, shall we?
Absolutely.
Oh, Brian, thank you very much. Okay, there we go. That's absolutely what the event brings to the armed forces, right from the horse's mouth himself. Brian Watson, very, very well known here at the Birkett. Been with us for, I say, a couple of decades nearly, I should think. Anyway, back to you in the commentary box.
Yeah, we've gotten green flag racing again. We've had now a total of 52 minutes of safety car circulation during the course of this race, out of the 5 hours and 12 minutes of racing that we have had. What that safety car period has effectively done is handed basically nearly a lap's lead now to Daytona Motorsports, with RJ, Team 26, Charles Graham out there at the moment for that, over number 17 in second place, RSR, and that's James Lay, and number 5, RJ Motorsport 2, Paul Seward, I should say, is in third place. And then 447, Edmondson Twickenham with Tom Walpole and the Atom out there at the moment. Fifth, number 9, TSL Performance with Harry Yardley Rose's Audi TT. And 631, the Teacups, Mike Whiteman Hayward in the MK Indy Cup 200 cars, clear of all of the caterhams. They are being headed at the moment by Macmillan 3 in 9th place for Gary Smith. We've got the best of the Carmel Porsche teams. This is the Cap Tasties. Flip Nagel out for them at the moment in 8th place for Team 53. That on screen at the moment is the car in second place. That's number 17, which is James Lay for RSR. And he has done the best lap of the race, 2:07.088, which is nearly a second faster than the time of the leader, but now effectively virtually a lap down there, just behind. You can see the car in third position, which is another lap behind RSR. So 3 leaders, not quite, but very nearly on 3 different laps as things stand, with 14% of the race remaining. 46 minutes to go. And a very busy piece of the circuit here. In fact, the gap has come down, if you like, to 1:28, so that's roughly 2/3 of a lap behind. James Lay is behind Charles Graham. Marcus, as we go into the last 3/4 of an hour or so.
It depends how far back Charles Graham started in the Crocodile, isn't it?
Yeah.
And yeah, it's fascinating. Here's Charles Graham with that kind of bright light on the roll cage, the red radical. He's shooting around the outside of a bunch of touring cars at Brooklands. There is the 29 fighting for the handicap honours. Beata Maestro's the very experienced Ian Tomlinson at the wheel of that car. So Mary Barnard informed us a while back. Here's Charles Graham shooting through this pack of cars.
The message shown on screen there, it's a 1 lap penalty for Team 37, the Good, the Bay and the Ugly. That's a team that's down to 1 car in any case. There's John Cutmore heading out onto circuit. Who's he taken over from? He's taken over from Wyman Hayward, hasn't he, in the Teacups team, and that's the team that is running in 6th position. That looked like a pretty efficient change over there between those two.
I think they've been doing it long enough.
Yes, exactly.
Well polished.
Yeah. Still, it is the Miata Maestros that have had another update on the handicap. They're still ahead, and we were musing while that safety car was out whether we'd had a female winner of the Birkett on handicap before, because Mary Barnard part of that team, and checking back the records, I think the last time it happened was 2009 when Gail Hill, as part of the 6 Potters team of Jaguars, was very much involved. Little battle going on between the Swift and the Mazda 2 there, the two low-powered hatchbacks, which is good to see. Now, we have had for quite some time 2 cars out for Team 65, which is the Swift Sport Challenge, so none of those laps will count. Meanwhile, James Lay has just lowered the fastest lap quite considerably now as conditions improve to a 2:05.497, and the gap's come down by another 13 seconds on that lap, so the gap's now down to 1 minute 15 seconds.
That's in striking distance to the lap record, isn't it, for this this event?
Josh is going to get the exact time out. It was a 2:04.45 for Simon Freeman, and that was in 2022. We'll worry later if anyone's got close to the production car lap record, but I'm not sure that. Does the Ariel Atom count as a production car? Perhaps not in that spec. Maybe not. So 43 minutes left to go. There's Paul Collingwood back out again in the Eclipse, and there once again is Will Pottergill as well in the Honda Civic. A 2:10.952 that time for Tom Walpole, so that'd be about 5 seconds under the production car record if it did count in that division. I suspect it may not though, but for overall lap records we're about 1.1 seconds outside the lap record now, aren't we?
How many aerial atoms have you seen on the road?
Not a whole lot, no, not many.
Only in the summer.
Yes. So, race going on here. We could have a fight still for the race victory here if James Lay can continue to take chunks of time out of Charles Graham in this next phase of the race. That could happen. Because it's getting it down to sort of about half a lap from about 2/3 of a lap, which it was not so long ago. So we'll look at that next time through. But then there's quite big gaps: 1 lap, 4 laps, 2 laps, 1 lap, 1 lap. 24 seconds, 7 seconds. The closest battle for scratch position, in fact, it has just been a change for 10th place. McMillan 1 with Lewis Tutel aboard has just got himself up into 10th position there, ahead of Motion Motorsport Chris Nyland out there for Team 27. But let's go down to the pit lane once again, and we're going to hear once more from Lewis Beals.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yes, I'm down here in the 26 pit, the Daytona Motorsport with RJ, and it's Charles Graham. Charles, a bit tense here, 75-second lead, 42 minutes or thereabouts to go. It's going to be tight.
It's going to be very tight, and there have been a couple of times in the race when I was very, very nervous, and we've had to react a couple of times. You can never, ever underestimate John McLeod.
Definitely, him and his crew, they've done this before, haven't they?
Yeah, they have, yeah. I think he's a 6-time winner, isn't he, actually?
5-time.
5.
He wants to be 6.
Let's stick with it at 5, shall we?
He wants to be 6. You were just telling me earlier, you're racing in the memory of?
Yeah, our Daytona's HR director, Azima Jagadar, who was with the company for 26 years, and unfortunately just taken on Friday after a very difficult battle with an awful disease. And actually, my partner and my best friend. So all the boys said we need to have her name on the car, and we need to go and do this one. Yeah, you'll see it.
There we go. Amzine, how do you pronounce her name?
Azima Jagadar.
And sadly, she's passed away, and racing in memory of her. So that's a very good thing.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's why we would like to get a result today. I mean, everybody wants a result, of course, Lewis, but I've got the name on the front of the car here, and I was just driving around all the laps, just patting the car, and hopefully she's looking after us today.
Yep, so fingers crossed. I believe you haven't got any more pit stops to do, so straight to the end. Who's in the car at the moment?
That's the plan. That's the plan, Lewis. But you never know with the Birkett, do you?
You don't. Who's in the car at the moment?
It's Charles Hall. Out in my car, he's on some great slicks. They sent me out on wet, and it stopped raining. So an hour and a half on wet was interesting. But managed to hold the lead. I think when I came back in, we had 95 seconds. They've also had a couple of penalties, which has really helped us. And so far, none of our boys, touch wood, have had any penalties. So fingers crossed.
OK, Charles, best of luck for the rest.
See you, Lewis. Thank you very much indeed.
Yeah, hope to see you at the end anyway.
I hope I'll see you down there.
yeah, we will anyway. Cheers, mate. Thank you very much. Here you go. There's a situation down in the 26 car, which is the Daytona Motorsport with RJ. We're going to have a word with the 17 team shortly. Back to you in the commentary box.
Thanks, Lewis. That caught us by surprise, certainly, because on our screens it was Charles Graham showing on the time screen. Then you came to interview him, and it turned out it's Charles Hall in Charles Graham's car. So that's not what we were expecting to see, because he had been driving Leon Morel's car earlier on in the race, which is the one that he's down to drive on the official entry list. So we'll see what happens with that. But it's Charles Hall then leading, and it is 26. D, which is okay. That is Charles Hall. So anyway, we'll pick that up as we go along. Anyway, so Charles Hall it is leading. James Lay second. Paul Stewart third. There it is. Charles Graham's car. You can see that bright light on the roll hoop there. That's to help to alert back markers that might be coming through. Or the leader or fast car is coming through, and the light's now taking more of an effect. It's clouded over once again. We had a glimpse of sunshine not so long ago, but it's got a little bit overcast again here as we go into the last 38 minutes of the race. Of course, the race will just about finish in the dusk, and then we change the clocks tonight. The clocks go back this evening. Looking at the handicap position, we've now got 6 cars on the lead lap with 40 minutes to go at the time this was updated. RAF Motorsports back into the lead. We were hearing from Brian Watson a few moments ago. Ahead of the Miata Maestros now by 6 seconds. Then another 4.5 seconds behind that is Rutec BMW in memory of Bill Redrop. The Three Amigos, they're about a minute and a half behind them. Then it's the Birkett version of Team BMW and Checkered passed with Carmel Porsche 6th. All of those on the lead lap. And then to get to cars that are more than 2 laps behind, you've got to go to 13th position. So 13 cars on the first 2 laps. Into the pits has come Michael Smith, actually stopped out on circuit, I should say, the Michael Smith car for Darkside Developments. That's the car that's running now well down the order after earlier dramas. So 36 minutes of the race left to go. Still those marshals busy with the blue flags as they have been all the way through the race. The lead gap has sort of stabilised now at around about 1 minute 10 seconds, something like that. It was 1:08 the previous lap. Perhaps Charles Hall has now got up to speed with a car that was less familiar to him. There's Paul Collingwood, Team 10 for Run Baby Run. They are now running where 28th position, Run Baby Run. They were a bit close towards the sharp end earlier on, but he was right with Colin Turkington. I suspect he's got past Colin Turkington already on this lap, because that car will have been much quicker than the BMW of that Colin is racing on this occasion. 2 similarly liveried cars here. You've got the Mini 3A and the Audi TT. 3A is the Bad Boy Tuning Coiler Works car of Stephen Berry, and 52C, that's Carl Swift out at the moment in the Audi TT. We're going to go down to the pit lane again to speak to the representative from Team RSR this time. Here's Lewis Beals.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yes, we just spoke to the race leader, Charles Graham. Now we've got John McLeod here. John, your team has given chase. I take it it's James who's out there at the moment.
Yeah, James Lay's in the car at the moment. He's been out there for a few laps already. He'll take it through now to the end.
Yep. So when we left, it was about 70 seconds and about 35 minutes. How many seconds a lap do you think he's got to get?
I think that works out something like 4 seconds a lap.
Is that doable?
If anybody can do it, James can do it. James is properly talented. James was the Radical champion twice. He's good. And we've got our mascot. Hello. We've got our mascot, haven't we? Are you going to cheer? Is it going to work?
And
he says it will. So,
what's his name?
Jude.
So you've got a mascot, yeah, and what relation is he?
He's my nephew.
He's your nephew. Oh, well, that's good.
He's 19 months old, as cute as they come, and I'm hoping he brings luck. It's his first Birkett, so we'll find out.
How good. Anyway, best of luck to you and the team. Obviously, straight to the end, and anything can happen because we've still got 30 odd minutes to go.
Anything can happen. Could be another safety car. Could be a mechanical. Can all happen. That's what I love about the Birkett. It's 6 hours and it will come down one way or the other to like 20 seconds, 30 seconds. It's great. It's cool.
Okay, thanks very much, John.
Thanks.
And there we go. That's the situation here with the RSR team. It's going to be a nail-biting finish. And we'll learn all about it from Ian and Marcus back in the comms box.
Thank you so much, Lewis. 57 has stopped out on track. That's one of the Bobcats cars. They were going really well in the early stages, but they've now fallen way back down the order after various dramas. We're just trying to search to see exactly where they are in the running order. It really is quite hard to find sometimes, isn't it? It's 57D that is the car that's going to stop. That's Tim Bishop in his Caterham Road Sport, and yes, they're in 15th position, so they had got back up the order somewhat. They had dropped down further than that, but now more problems for the Bobcats. And there is the Team 17. That's the James Lay car. The gap is now down to less than a minute, 58.6 seconds. John McLeod there was saying that James needs to make up 4 seconds a lap on Charles Hall. That time he made up 9, but it's not 9 consistently. It really does depend on the traffic, I think. Looks like both of these drivers are probably going to stay out towards the end. Their average lap times is about 4 seconds. On this stint, Charles Hall has averaged 2 minutes 13, and James Lay a 2 minute 9 second lap is what has been done. There's a couple of changes because Macmillan 3 are dropping back down the order, and going ahead of both of them, Area Motorsport TT All-Stars and Motion Motorsport. They've both made up places on that lap, and the Four Musketeers also dropping back.
And the RAF Motorsports team is back atop the handicap scoring for Rutec BMW in memory of Bill Redrop, and then the Miata Maestros.
Yeah, and we've got 5 teams on the lead lap on handicap at the moment. So that's really close. These two similarly liveried cars are still together, aren't they? They have been for about a lap now. 52 car, which is that of Carl Swift, and the Simon Baker, sorry, not the Simon Baker, the Stephen Berry. That's a JCW. There's the Swift. I'm assuming there's only one Swift out now. I'm presuming they've got the message. They've got the sideways Mazda, the Miata Maestro's car just ahead. That's the 29E car, which is that of Martin Vernon. We're going to head down to the pit lane once again to get another update.
Thank you very much, Ian. Yes, we can see the Suzuki Swift is now down on all 4 wheels, which is really good news. The guys are now just checking out the electrics. We've got the sticker in, look, there's the E for electrics. Oh, here's the other one, look. Sorry, E for extinguisher and the zigzag for the electric. So that's the extinguisher, that's what you pull for the marshals. That's the electrics to kill the thing. Same thing here, we've got the stickers going inside the car for the driver. Knows which one to turn and not pull. Turn it off and make a mistake, you end up with a big smog in there because of the extinguishers going. So we're getting there. Sorry, I've forgotten your name.
Rob.
Rob, how far are we away from finishing? Or you away from finishing?
Hopefully within about half an hour, because that's when we've got the time to finish.
Well, I'll tell you, you're a tight schedule and it looks like you're pretty good.
We're almost there, yeah, we're almost there. I reckon about another 20 minutes we should be done, hopefully.
Excellent. Have you fired the car up yet?
Yeah, she's running at the moment.
Oh, well, yes, we can hear that, can't we? There we go, she's running at the moment. So there we go. Shall we go around the front and just have a quick look under the bonnet? The car, I take it, will be quite standard underneath. And we can see we've got a nice racy air filter on there, but basically it's still all much the same underneath, quite standard. So for anyone who was thinking about building one of these, not too much in the engine department. It really is the safety equipment which the guys have been putting in, Rob and his crew. The biggest thing obviously is the safety cage, which we can see very nice and sturdy with the crossbars, stop anyone coming in here. We've got the safety extinguisher and got the cutout switches and everything, the proper seat in there and the belts, which are hooked over the back rail of the safety cage in the back there. You can see that they put proper eyes in, put the hooks round for the safety belts, and just putting in some padding to stop the
hitting his head.
yeah, there's on the other side there's some padding on the safety thing, stop the helmet hitting that and giving it some softness in case of incidents that might happen out on track. So yeah, well done guys, excellent. Look at that, look. And it's even got a nice logo on the side, 750 Motor Club SSC Swift Sport Challenge. There we go. And I have to say, a lovely job they have done to it as well. And very much like the wheels myself. And there's all the guys. Can you see the guys are in the background? Here's the wheels. And there's the guys in the background who have been putting all the effort in. And there's a hammer out. Definitely have mechanics working too, just to make slight adjustments to the bonnet clips. Anyway, I think that's just about it, really. And a magnificent job the boys have done too. Back to you in the commentary box.
49.
Thank you very much, Lewis. And we've got less than half an hour to go now. Latest situation in the handicap race is that as there is a change at the top, Rutec BMW, in memory of Bill Redrop, now atop the times, and they are a lap clear of the rest now. Team BMW are second, the Birkett version thereof. Miata Maestro's down to third, 2 Racing UK fourth. DTO Motorsport fifth, Mazda Misfits fifth. Where have RAF Motorsports gone? They've dropped down to 9th position and a couple of laps down. So I imagine they must have had some kind of drama that has afflicted them in the last few moments. The team in fourth position, they've changed their driver. Tom Walpole has been handed over to Niall Bradley now in his BMW M3. So the Atom been replaced by the BMW. And in terms of scratch positions, no changes reported on the previous lap, with the majority of the cars fairly well spread out, although there is less than a second between the Area Motorsport TT All-Stars, Rob Baker in the Audi TT and Chris Nyland in the Honda Civic Type R as they dispute 8th and 9th position. On screen at the moment we're watching car 4A, that's the Mini, and that is the Bad Boy Tuning TPE precision car, Matthew Hibbard in his Mini Cooper S. 26 minutes to go, Marcus. We've got about 45 seconds now between the first two cars. Another 4 seconds or so made up that time by James Lay.
It's intriguing, isn't it? James Lay set about this with relish, this task of trying to reel Charles Hall in. Charles is no mean performer. Yeah, really interesting to see, because it's come down by 4 or 5 seconds, 9 seconds to 3 or 4 laps ago. All down to traffic, I'm sure, ultimately, but it's going to be closer than this in the remaining, what do we have, 25 and a half minutes.
Yeah,
Fine finish.
Yeah, and that's sort of going to be sort of 10 laps or so, isn't it, for the Radical teams, and at 4 seconds a lap, he'll just about get there. We'll see if he can, in fact, make it. This is a very busy piece of tarmac. There's Audi TTs, there's Mazdas, there's BMWs, there's Porsches, all in there together, including, by the looks of it, the 12 car, which is Colin Turkington, out there in the midst of all of this somewhere. And it is another update on the handicap positions now, with Rutek, BMW in memory of Bill Redrup leading, but the Birkett version of Team BMW now up to second position, still a lap down, and RF Motorsports have come back to third now. I think that's pretty just one of those things where the sort of prorating of a lap, credit lap, does make quite a bit of a difference. So RF Motorsports back up to third, but still a lap behind the leading Rutek BMW team. Oh, and off into the gravel trap has gone one of the Type R's.
59 or 69?
Yeah, 59B. It's Ollie Musgrave, isn't it, I think, in his Honda Civic Type R, regular in the Takiwa Type R Trophy, which we'll see here at Silverstone tomorrow when the racing resumes, but on the national circuit tomorrow rather than the full Grand Prix layout. There's the 17 car going past Colin Turkington in his BMW. That's the number 17 car. That's the pursuing car of James Lay, who'd got the gap down to less than 39 seconds on the previous lap. So it'd taken about 6 seconds out of Charles Hall on the last lap. And there's 24 minutes, just under 24 minutes to go. And this is going to be quite a tight finish, I think. Yellow flags there at this part of the circuit as the marshal, who've done sterling work all day, try to dig Ollie Musgrave's car out of the gravel trap. Watching the pursuing car there, cutting his way through the traffic as he can now do once again, of having passed a green flag. Just trying to make up as much time as he can. He'll go past that Porsche so easily there through Abbey, now through the left-hander farm down towards the village hairpin. That's the car that's being chased. That's Charles Graham's car, driven by Charles Hall for Daytona Motorsport with RJ. That's the leading car at the moment, and that will shortly be through to complete another lap, which it does, and that time through it's a 2:18. That is a slow lap. 11 seconds off the regular pace of that car, Marcus.
But he was probably delayed by that problem down at Vale, wasn't he? So that's applicable to everybody.
Yeah, let's see how much James Lay was delayed though. Is he going to be up at a 2:18? He should be through in a few moments. The marshals are thinking giving up on that, aren't they?
I think they are.
Which rather heralds potentially a 6th and final question mark safety car period in this race, because they won't leave that there. 35 seconds now the gap. It was a 2:14 for James Lay, so it took about 4 seconds out that time. But this safety car, it's difficult to know whether it's going to be a help or a hindrance. It depends exactly where the safety car picks them up.
The last one was a big help to the lead team, wasn't it?
It was.
Because Charles Graham got onto the... was it Charles Graham got onto the back, or was it Charles Hall onto the back?
Yeah, either way.
This car.
This car, with Charles on board, whichever one it was.
Yes.
And we've not yet had notification that there is going to be a caution period, but it feels like there might be one.
That's not a good place to be trapped, is it?
No.
For Charles Hall. He's tried to come around the outside of them all, but...
Safety car notification has now come out on the timing screen, Marcus, so we are with 21.5 minutes to go, going into our 6th caution period of the race. We've already had 51 or 52 minutes of running behind the safety car in this race. This is probably going to trip it up towards an hour, so about a 1/6 of the race potentially will have been run behind the safety car. It's just a question of how long this safety car period takes. It shouldn't take too long to remove that car, I don't think.
Hook up and lug.
Yeah, and so we should get some more racing before we get to the 6-hour mark. And a reminder that in the Birkett 6-hour relay, it's not the first car that crosses the line after 6 hours. It's the number of laps that you've completed by the time 6 hours have elapsed. So the winner's time, if you like, is usually 5 hours, 59 minutes and something like that. It's the Fiesta going through. The Michael Rudge Fiesta, I think that was, for Team 38, the mixed racers. That's the team that lost Anson Martin's 330i earlier on, because that had a big dent in its passenger door, didn't it? That was often the
It
same
did,
part of the
yeah.
circuit as the Type R that we've just seen in the gravel trip. Evening sunshine catching the BRDC grandstand at Brooklands. Once again, as spectators watching on for the concluding 20 minutes of this race. Of course, this is going to cause a few issues with the handicap as well. We will give you the sort of handicap position at the end of the race, but it will be provisional. It will all have to be checked by the handicappers and the timekeepers, and the official handicappers will be announced at the prize giving in the BRDC Clubhouse later on this evening. A couple of cars in the penalty box, including the 68 car, which was the leading car. So drama's there for Rutek BMW. Is that Samurai drop that's the car that was in there? There was also one of the Porsches which had got 2 numbers on it. I'm trying to work out which is the right one. It might have...
Was it a 944 or 968 or something like that?
It was, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So we'll try and pick up who that was. But yeah, a couple of cars in the penalty box there. The 68 car, which was leading the handicap, having been released, it was 19.6 seconds ahead at the last check, which was probably just before it came in to serve that penalty. So we'll perhaps see if that drops down the order.
Ian has gone out to 55 seconds, gone out 20 seconds.
Yes.
But that might just be a temporary drama.
Yeah, I mean, it remains to be seen how close and how many cars between them there will be behind the safety car, and what happens when the race resumes, and for how long it will resume as well. As yet, the Musgrave car is yet to be recovered. It looks like it's gone off, possibly not on its own, but certainly the only car that is there, the JCB, has now arrived on the scene, and it will take moments, that's all.
There'll be one winner in this situation, yes. The JCB.
We reckon there's about 20 cars between the 2 leading radicals, so that's quite a lot of cars to overtake, but if anyone can do it, James Lay probably is the driver that can. A beautiful sunset here at Silverstone. Sun setting on this year's Birkett relay race. It doesn't always end in a sort of nice sunset like that. Usually ends in horrible drizzle or something like that.
Arctic drizzle.
But this is quite a pleasant way to round things off. And just as well that tomorrow's last race scheduled to start at 4:20, because that's basically about this time tomorrow.
Yeah,
is what this daylight will be like. It is supposed to be a good weather forecast tomorrow, so we're looking forward to a good day's racing. Yes, last year's day after the Birkett race meeting was a very wet affair, and that was on the Grand Prix circuit. I think it's going to work better this year with the racing on the national track. Certainly in terms of marshalling numbers as well, because it's a lot to ask of the marshals in such numbers to do 2 days in a row, and obviously the national circuit being less than half the length of the Grand Prix track requires less marshalling numbers.
Was it 3 of the 5 championships open, or 2 of the 5 championships open? I can't remember.
I think probably 3 mathematically, something like that. We'll give the rundown on that tomorrow, but certainly the most exciting battling prospect is for the Mazda 7 Championship between Ben Powney and Craig Land. Safety car lights are out by the looks of it, I think.
I think so.
Yeah, so they've obviously hauled the Type R away and pulled that into the international pit lane. Safety car lights out. So with 16 minutes or so remaining, we will get a resumption, I think, which is good news, and certainly good news for James Lay as he tries to pursue Charles Hall in the lead of the race. It is now showing Charles Hall's name on the timing screen as well. That has been updated from Charles Graham. So 16 minutes to go, and we'll see what the gap was when they both crossed the line. Into the pits comes Paul Collingwood there in car number 10.
That's the way it's changed. So
16 minutes left, Marcus. Race back underway.
Yeah.
And we'll just wait and see how many seconds there are between Charles Hall and James Lay, who's yet to come across the line. 22.6 seconds between them. So actually that gap has probably come down by about the amount it would have done had we had green flag racing for that period anyway. 15 minutes to go. One car that's been into and out of the penalty area is 57A. That was the car that was the team that was stopped on circuit early, wasn't it? Jeremy Adams at the wheel of that particular one.
Yeah, they've had a few tribulations towards the end of this race. Going well in the early stages. Oh, the Fiesta's gone round.
Yeah, in front of the pack as well, and hopefully everyone will manage to avoid that stricken car. He's managed to get it off the circuit now.
And stop it before it got into the gravel.
Yeah, exactly, which was not straightforward. No, not done. So that means that racing can continue. We should get another update on the handicap situation any second now. Just waiting for it to update itself. There we go, it does so. And Rutek are still in the lead despite that penalty, but only by 7.5 seconds now ahead of the Birkett version of Team BMW, who are the only other team on the lead lap now. And I think it's still Colin Turkington out there for them, is it? Yes, he is still out there in 28th position overall on scratch. They're a lap ahead of the Marietta Maestro's checkered past with Carmel Porsche, RF Motorsports 5th, and Carmel Porsche Tasties in 6th, ahead of the double winners from 2019 and 2020, the three Amigos. There, though, with a clear track, or what there was, Charles Hall making his way around Luffield. So he's trying to make hay on this lap while he has got a pretty clear track ahead of him, Marcus.
Yeah, exactly. He'll know that, and we'll see very shortly how James Lay is doing.
Well, it's a 2:13 that lap for Charles Hall, so 6 seconds off what that car has done, but better than it has been doing in recent laps. There is the second place car of James Lay. The gap was 22 seconds, remember. He probably needs it to be about 16 or 17 at the end of this lap if he's going to make the progress that he wants, and it is more than that. It's 21.1 seconds, so he had more traffic to deal with than did Charles Hall. There's 6 more laps to go, probably, I would think, if we say green flag running all the way until the end of this race. So it is just about possible for James Lay to get the scratch race victory here.
Yeah, he's trying really hard, isn't he? He's going to waste no time in going past these saloons. The big BMW has fallen prey in the middle of the flick-flack at Beckett's, and he's off down the Hanger Straight with great gusto.
Yeah, trying to make up ground there, closing in on that. I think it's the Pottergill Honda Civic Type R. Around the outside, or is it Chris Nyland aboard that? At the minute, it's Chris Nyland on board that at the moment. That car, in its own right, is doing very well, in 8th place overall on scratch, 12 laps behind the leading Radical squad. So James Lay pushing on further round the lap at the Village Hairpin is number 26. That's the leading car, Charles Hall, in Charles Graham's car. The second car that he's sampled during the course of this race, having driven Leon Morel's car in the early stages. He's still got that clear track ahead of him, though, so he's had one more lap, and he might get the best part of another lap, Marcus, where he's got a pretty empty circuit.
Yeah, exactly. But his times are pretty steady, which suggests that he's driving to a pattern, to a formula, and he seems to be pretty comfortable at that. There's Charles Hall crossing the timing line very shortly with just over 12 minutes to go as I look up.
That was a 2:09 for Charles Hall, so much closer to the best that team has done so far, which is a 2:07 in this race. There's the 32D car, which is Kevin Borland's Chevrolet NASCAR. That's come back out. 17 seconds now, the gap first to second, because another lap in the 2:05s for James Lay, only a few hundredths off his best lap early on, which was a 2:05.49 seconds.
It's a fantastic fight, isn't it? This, and we've got what time for? About 5
more
laps. Yeah. And at this rate, they could finish nose to tail.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be a Silverstone type finish possibly here in the Birkett 6-hour relay race. There's the 53D car going through. That's the Porsche Boxster, which is Philip Nagel for the Carmel Porsche Tasties. They are the team in 6th position on handicap, 7th on scratch, so they're doing very well on both metrics. There's also class prizes awarded on handicap as well. That will all be announced at the prize giving later on. So for those of you at the circuit, do make your way over for the prize giving ceremony. 10.5 minutes left to go in this race still. Handicap and scratch races to be decided. This is exactly what we're hoping for, Marcus.
Yeah, very much so. And what a fine way to round off this memorable 6-hour race. First run way back in 1951.
Yes, that's right. And it's been around different venues. It started here at Silverstone, back here at Silverstone on a very different layout to that of 1951, but it's been to Snetterton, Donington, Thruxton as well.
Yep.
Over the years, the Birkett relay race. It's not always been here. There's a moment. That is a battle for, not for position, no, they are on different laps, but that's the 27 car going through, and the 47 car also involved. That's Niall Bradley, who is in 4th position overall. Leading gap is down by that time 3.5 seconds to 13.898 seconds with 4 laps to go, we think. So it is absolutely going to be nip and tuck this. It's going to be so tight to finish between Charles Hall.
The Miata Maestros are back on top of the handicap
by 0.6 of a second over Rutek BMW in memory of Bill Redrup, and the Birkett version of team at BMW is still there in 3rd place. Team 12, Neil McDonald's squad, with Colin Turkington doing his best, because that squad, they're only 11 seconds behind the leader. And there's 4 cars within 20 seconds, basically. RF Motorsports in 4th position. And Lewis was saying to Brian Watson, well, last time you stole it in the last half hour. Could they do it again? It's eminently possible.
Incredible.
Who have they got out at the moment? Team 19. I'm just going to have a look down my screen to see if I can find out who's out for Team 19 right now. It's Simon Frowen out for RF Motorsports. For the Miata Maestros, which is Team 29, just looking to see how many laps have they done on scratch. They've done 117 on scratch, so I'm going to find where they are. That's Martin Vernon out for them. Rutek, in memory of Bill Redrup, that's Team 68. They've done 125 laps on scratch, so they're a bit further up the order. And that is Sam Redrup out for them at the moment, fittingly. And Team BMW, as we said, that is Colin Turkington out for them as we go into the last 7.75 minutes of this race. Shortly we should have another lap being completed by the 2 race leaders. In fact, a bit delayed over the line has come Charles Hall now, and what's the gap going to be as they cross the line this time? Waiting for James Lay to come through. It was just under 14 seconds. It's now 12.1 seconds. Only 1.8 seconds made up that time, so it's not what James Lay needed on that time. That Team 49D has been into the pits. That's Andy Cap Racing, Ed Sampson in the Porsche 968.
That was there before, wasn't it? So I think it was the same one.
Yeah, it was. So, well, that's the same penalty being served, or a separate one. not quite certain. 7 minutes left to go. I don't think James Lay is quite going to do this.
Says the accountant to my right.
So we've got 6.75 minutes to go. Confirmation from the timekeepers. It will take a few minutes after the end of the race for the handicap result to be confirmed. We'll tell you what's on our screen as the 6 hours go, but that will only be provisional while the final checks are being done. So don't embark on any wild celebrations in the pit lane if we announce you. A couple of cars have had penalties for overtaking the safety car. Well, that was one of those that we just saw, the handicap racing car. The other car that overtook the safety car was Capitol, number 48, Team 48. And they've both had a 50.1 second penalty as well. Yeah, that will be added on to their time, I would think. So there's Team 6. They've had a checkered race indeed, haven't they? And they're way down the order now, Team 6. In 66th position. They've lost a lot of running of dark side development, so things haven't all gone their way.
One of the Audis broke, one of the Golfs broke at one point.
Yeah. So they've been hobbled, and that is a problem when you lose. You do lose one or two of your cars in a race such as this. There's the race leader, Charles Hall, turning his way through to complete another lap. And he's just gone across the line now to complete lap number 143. And where is James Lay? Just coming through, and it's down to 7.3 seconds. So that time through, he took 4.5 seconds out. They're going to get 2 more laps, I reckon, Marcus, within the 6 hours. And James Lay needs to do what he's just done twice more, and he'll win this race on scratch for RSR.
Yeah, he's got his work cut out. There's other cars between him and Charles Hall at this point, and they're all having their own battles. But where is he? There he is.
Meanwhile, on handicap, Rootec BMWs are 17 seconds clear now of Team BMW, and Mayata Maestros are third, and that's the last update before we get to the 6-hour mark. There are 4 cars on the lead lap, separated by 26 seconds in the handicap part of the race. RF Motorsport still in there as well. But is James Lay going to do this? I said I didn't think he was a couple of moments ago. I'm now reconsidering my decision. What do you think, Marcus?
All bets are off. It's too late in the race to have a bet.
It certainly is.
My 50p is safe.
Very, very safe in your pocket, yes.
Yeah.
So there's the leader turning his way through. Fantastic shots these in the dusk here at Silverstone. It's a great way to finish a motor race, isn't it?
It's quite interesting because the overtaken cars, the drivers have been very attentive.
Yeah, that's right, and that's so important in a race like this, isn't it? An errant, slower car can really break someone's race and make it for somebody else. But it seems like the traffic generally has been pretty well behaved.
There's 2 cars between Charles Hall here, the race leader, and James Lay as they come down the... In fact, there's not even that now.
And they're only going to have time for one more lap at the end of this one within the 6 hours. Because say it's within 6 hours, not after 6 hours that this counts. So the gap was, what did I say? It was 7.3.
You say it was 7.3.
This time it's 5.1 seconds between them. So 5 seconds to make up, or just over 5 seconds on the last lap. I'm going to now go back to my original decision and say that there's not much. Meanwhile, good news, the car has been completed down there. The Suzuki Swift has been completed down in Garage Zero. I don't know if we're going to get a scrutineer down there as well to check it's all been done right. That'd be a good idea, wouldn't it? But a great effort from all of those involved in putting that Swift together over the last 6 hours, Marcus.
And yes, indeed. And here comes James Lay. He's just rocketed past one of the scenes on the hangar straight. About half a lap to go. Super there. One of the TTs having a great race. The 52 team in the top 10 on scratch.
There's the leader down towards...
he's behind the NASCAR.
It's not the kind of car you want to be behind in this situation. He gets around him there at club corner, so Charles Hall drives around him. James Lay has him in his sights. Hang on, am I going to have to change my mind again? Because he was 5.1 seconds behind at the beginning of the lap, James Lay. It looks like a clear run for the next few corners, at least for Charles Hall. And the 2 leaders are adjacent on track now, Marcus, as they head through the farm curve and towards Village Hairpin.
This is absolutely fantastic. And are you going to change your mind again?
Oh, it's fantastic.
Is there going to be a bit of slipstreaming here? Is he close enough onto the end of the straight?
He will be, I think.
He probably will be.
So who's going to do it? So it's Charles Hall for Daytona Motorsport with RJ. It's James Lay for RSR. It's Charles Hall leading. It's James Lay second. There's a Boxster ahead of them. Down towards Brooklands for the final time. Can they get a car between them? No, they can't. The Porsche just dives out of the way completely. James Lay is about 4 or 5 car lengths behind as they come through Luffield Corner for the final time. Up towards Woodcote they come. The gap is coming down and down and down and down. But James Lay's not quite going to do it. Up to the line they come. They won't get the checkered flag this time, of course, but they will not get another lap in. So that is by 0.344 seconds, I reckon, a win for Daytona Motorsport with RJ and Charles Hall from RSR and James Lay in second place. They've not got the checkered flag yet, but I think that will be their race completed at 145 laps. They have not changed over on this lap, but I don't think this lap's going to count.
And as they haven't seen a checkered flag, they are still racing, guys and girls. This is absolutely fantastic. Charles Hall and James Lay in radicals, hurtling down the Hangar straight for the 146th time. Now, side by side, there's not much room on the inside. You can flash your lights all you like, but from that point, you couldn't see him in the mirrors. And James Lay has gone past into Stowe.
He has, but we think this is going to be too late because we're now 9, 8, 7 seconds away from the 6-hour mark. The checkered flag will go out just somewhere outside our commentary box window.
And Charles Hall's
in
coming
2,
back
1 seconds.
again.
Charles Hall is trying to come back. Checkered flag should now be out. Checkered flag is out. It's confirmed on our timing screen. So checkered flag now is being taken by all of the teams as they come through. So it's yeah, do the team know that this is the rule, that it's the previous lap that will determine the result, not this lap? So James Lay failed to get by. He was a third of a second behind. There you can see the checkered flag is now out. Charles Hall nevertheless going to try and come back amid some traffic.
Charles Hall arrived with plenty of understeer, didn't he? Whoa!
Hope this doesn't end in tears. Heading off up the straight now. This is almost like a victory lap. Well, not a victory lap for both of these two, is it? It's been a fantastic race, though.
What a great race.
Brooklands they go. Charles Hall, I think, probably realises that he's not going to be able to get past before the end unless James Lay gets caught up, but it's not going to count anyway. Blue flags are waving. They'll get to the end and they'll see the checkered flag. But it will be too little and too late.
Well, it's the first time they've seen it, and they think that's probably how it's ended. So.
But it's not, because confirmation, those laps haven't triggered on our timing screen, so it is Daytona Motorsport with RJ winning the race, car 26, by 0.344 seconds. That's probably one of, if not the closest, Birkett relay results ever on scratch. RSR led home by James Lay, Team 17 second. Both of those have now seen the chip flag. Oh no, it has. It's given them another lap, which is not what we're expected to see. So we'll have to wait for all of this to be sorted out when the official results are published. Third has yet to come through. I think that's going to be Paul Seward, though, for RJ Motorsport. They were 3 laps behind the leader and 4 laps ahead of the next car. So I think we can be fairly safe in saying that they were third. Having crossed the line now, Niall Bradley has brought the Edmondson-Twickenham car home in 4th position, number 47. 5th should be number 9. There should be no dramas on the last lap for Jay Hadley for TSR Performance. 6th to number 31, they're home now. The Teacups, John Cutmore bringing them home. 7th, number 53. Carmel Porsche Tasties, Philip Nagel. 8th, number 27, Motion Motorsport, Chris Nyland. 9th, number 52, Area Motorsport TT All-Stars, Luke Handley. And 10th, number 61, Macmillan 1. The best of the Caterham teams, Matt Reeve bringing them home. And the handicap situation, this is provisional. It does need to be checked by the race officials, and the final official result will be announced at the presentations in the BRDC Clubhouse in 15 minutes or so. But on our timing screens it says that Team 68, Rutec BMW, in memory of Bill Redrup, have won this race. I think that's a second win for Rutec Racing on handicap in the Birkett 6-hour relay race. Checkered pass with Carmel Porsche second, 5.9 seconds adrift. No, that's just been updated now, so it's now saying 4.1 seconds the gap between them. Third, 12, the Birkett version of Team BMW, 32 seconds behind. Fourth, 46, the Calm Birkett Billies, 33 seconds behind. It looks like we have 4 cars on the lead lap as far as the handicap is confirmed. All of those results still pending official confirmation. We think it is, though, Daytona Motorsport with RJ Charles Hall that have won on scratch. We will head downstairs to the pit lane in a short while. Marcus, just get a few thoughts from you at the end of that race before we go down to Lewis.
Full of surprises. We've had, a 6th of the race under safety car for various incidents, and well, what an absolute humdinger that was. Just brilliant.
Thank you very much then, Marcus. Let's head down now to the pit lane, and Lewis Beals is going to catch up with representatives from the podium teams.
Thank you very much, Ian and Marcus and Josh, who's here with me as well. Yes, we're waiting for 1, 2, 3 at the moment. There is still some debate about the current position between first and second. Crossed the line, 0.344 of a second, just before the 6-hour mark was completed. The lap which followed, it's being discussed whether, well, whatever. At the moment, it's above our pay grade. Apparently being discussed at the moment. Well, here is one of the teams, car number 17. So that the top three is 26, 17 and 5. Which order they're in, we're not sure whether it's 26 or 17. We need that to be officially confirmed as it is. Charles, it's a bit nerve-wracking, isn't it? It's more nerve-wracking waiting to see what the timekeepers come up than anything.
Do you know how many times, Lewis, you and I have stood here in this situation the last 5 minutes of the race? But we don't know who's won, do we? We don't know.
No. And we do need an official confirmation from the timekeepers, who are now trawling through the regulations as we speak.
So there's Charles Hall in. There's Charles Hall in, and now we see, depending on the regulations, who's won the race.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure at the moment. Let's have a word with James. James, timekeepers are running through the regulations at the moment to see the situation. Whatever it was, as a very, very special charge there. Whatever happens, that fantastic final session.
Yeah, I don't think you could be annoyed at that. You could make it up.
No, you can't. You can't hear it at Birkett. 6 hours. Yeah, it's closer than a sprint race.
Oh my God! No, you couldn't make it up. It was. Yeah, I knew it was going to be tight at the end, but yeah, Jesus. Yeah.
We still don't know, do we?
No.
Anyway, did you enjoy that last session?
I did. That's the best race of the year.
Isn't it always?
It is.
So we're actually waiting to see whether history's there. I'm not 100%. Who was? I can't remember who was in the other car. Charles, who was in the other car? Who was in your car?
Charles Hall.
Charles, let's have a quick word with Charles.
Charles, can you come? Charles, can you come and have a quick word with Lewis?
Charles, we have no idea. It's so tight. The timekeepers are currently looking at the regulations to see the situation. Oh dear. What was it like?
I just gave it everything. So it's like hats off to Alistair Smart wherever he is, because we knew it was going to be tight on times and we could see how it was playing out. So I'll put me in Charles's car. I went and started in Leon's car and had a great first stint. Absolutely loved it. I mean, it's what you come racing for. I mean, honestly, just working with everyone at JR Motorsport, everyone with Leon, and just everyone the effort that I seen to go into it. All I could do was just give it absolutely, if you excuse me, balls out every lap, and then I knew he was coming. So, I just didn't quite have. I couldn't match his time, so I knew I just had to keep doing what I could and just hope the traffic played ball, and it kind of did. But we're waiting to see what happens.
Okay, anyway, I'll let you get your breath back. I take it you're going to need a drink?
Yeah, I do.
I hope someone down the team has got you something. So let's have a quick look. I'm going to turn the page and find out who the rest of the drivers were. Right. We've had a quick word with John. We've had a quick word. Let's have a word with John. Shall we turn round? See if we could get a word with John. And Ben. John, having some stretches, are you?
Yeah, I am.
Tense?
Slightly.
Because for you, this is history, isn't it?
Well, I don't know.
Could be.
It could be. It'd be a hat trick for you and for me, which would be pretty cool. and it would be 6 times if we do it. But look, either way, that was a mega race.
You couldn't make it up.
He was awesome.
You just could make it up. Yeah, that's John. So, John, congratulations, whatever happens.
Yeah,
well done.
Thank you, cheers.
Yeah, we've had a word with James. Ben, isn't it?
Yes.
Ben, boys, fools.
We don't know where we finished yet. 6 hours.
You know, I wrote down 0.344 seconds.
At 6 hours?
Yeah,
Wow.
or a fraction before 6 hours. Whatever way, it's tight, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, James's stint was unbelievable. So, yeah, if we do win, it's down to this man here. But,
I don't know.
Yeah, exciting race.
Yeah,
Really
I don't know.
exciting.
The thing about this race is it is a team race. It's not yourself, it's John, it's James, it's all the crew behind, it's the team manager, everyone. It really is, you know, it's a real big effort, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a great event. And we've done it, John and I have done it for the last 3 years together, and James with the 3 of us the last 2. So, yeah, it's great. Come back every year.
That's what we want to hear. Anyway, well done, congratulations, whatever the result.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
So that's one. Okay, here is Leon. Let's have a look with Leon. We wait. Car 17, isn't it?
Car 26.
Oh, 26. There we go. Completely got it.
Sorry?
Let me turn the page so I got it right. Oh, let me turn the page again. Leon, we spoke to you earlier.
We did.
Boy, it's tight, isn't it? You wouldn't believe it was this tight.
I don't really know. I don't know. Honestly, my brain's exploding right now. I don't know what's going off. I just want to know now. You know what I mean? It's an absolute roller coaster, isn't it? You go up, down, back, forth, safety car, not safety car, you know, one fast stint, one slow stint, bit of traffic, one lap, it is. And after 6 hours, it's coming down to this, which I don't really know what it is at the moment, is incredible regardless. I just want it for Charles and for Azima.
Yeah, we heard that, sadly, she'd not with us anymore.
Yeah, sad times. Obviously, we want it for ourselves as well, but, you know, what else could we do to give her a little send-off? You know what I mean? I think that would be nice on the cake, but we'll see. The lap charts don't lie. It's a 6-hour endurance race. Let's see if it's 6 hours and 2 minutes or if it's 6 hours. We'll see.
Leon, thanks very much. Where's the rest of your team? Where's the rest of your crew?
Where are you, team? Over here.
I can see Charles. We're with Charles.
And also, my wife's birthday today. She's let me come racing on my birthday. What a wife. What a wife. Love you.
Top lady. Thanks, sir. We're with Charles. Where's the rest of your crew? Oh, there's
we're all over.
Yeah, we've spoken to. Oh,
sorry, Lewis. I'm so sorry.
L3. Where's the fourth one? Have you got Alistair?
Leon. Where's Leon?
I just had a word with Leon.
Did you speak to Al?
Alistair. That's Alistair. Come on, Alistair. I knew there was. I was one short. Alistair. You look the coolest. You look the coolest cucumber here, mate.
I gave up my drive at the end for Charles Hall to go out. He's quicker than me. So we put him out and matched him to Richard for an hour and a half. My car will only do an hour, so we were slightly compromised in our strategy. So if we've won, then it paid off, and if not, it didn't.
Well, you did the best you could.
Definitely.
That's all you can do, isn't it?
Exactly, and that's probably the closest we've been if we don't win it for a number of years. But I've won it in the past, and I'll come back again, and we'll get another one if we don't. But it was a good, close race, and Charles is exhausted. On an hour and a half in one of these, trying to go around stationary objects is quite tough.
Yeah, because there are 70 cars out there. There are 3 radicals. You've got to basically, you're basically lapping 66 cars.
Yeah,
permanently.
My car at the back straight will do 180. So if you're maxing that out into a corner and you just want them to hold their line, just stay where they are and.
180s. That's 300 kilometres an hour, isn't it?
It's a quick car. But we had to compromise it at the end just because we didn't have enough in the fuel tank. Well, if Leon had stayed out, we chose, it's our strategy call.
Yeah.
Because we had to put our quickest driver against James because he's a quick
He's
driver.
a diamond, isn't he?
Yeah, exactly. So, but hey,
he's a bit quick, isn't he? Yeah.
Okay. It's good. Great race.
Yeah. That's what the Birkett is. It's the end of the season. Thanks very much.
Good to see you again.
And we'll catch you again. Yeah. So that's either first or second. We're not really sure. Josh, you got any updates on this? Come on, Josh. No news yet. Well, where's car number 5? We know these are third. This is the strangest. This is the strangest podium I've ever done. This is. But let's have a look. Here, car number 5. It's the RJ Motorsport 2. And sorry, who am I talking to?
It's Paul. Paul Seawood.
Sorry, sorry, we talked earlier, didn't we? Yeah.
That's all right. Don't
Yeah,
worry.
I don't know,
It's been
Paul.
a long day.
It's a real head scratcher. But you're third. Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks very much. Yeah, it was good. We were only a two-car team, so you know, a lot sitting in the car all day and a lot driving, and yeah, come out well in the end. It's good.
That's great. It's good. Would you know where Matthew and Joe are?
Matt.
Matthew,
Matt.
come on, have a chat. Oh, Matthew's in civvies.
Yeah.
Come on, Matthew. You're in the Matthew Jones. You're in the civvies. So third position. That's not shabby.
No, it's pretty good. I mean, look, Paul did an amazing job. It's the first time he's ever driven around Silverstone yesterday, so all kudos to him. Fortunately, our car broke. We had a fuel problem, so he did a 90-minute stint at the end, which is a great effort. Did an amazing job. So
Matthew and Joe, your colleague, was sharing one car, but we had what happened to the car?
Some fuel problem. So it is what it is.
Yep,
these things happen.
Do you know where Joe is?
I don't know. He seems to have disappeared. I think maybe his camera shy.
Anyway, congratulations on third place. Hope to see you back next year.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you very much.
That's great. And well done to you, Joe, and to Paul. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
So while we're at it, we're not really sure. I've got another word with Josh. He's better with me with the phones, and still no news.
I think the discussion is between our timekeepers making sure they've got the regulations spot on, because obviously we don't want to announce a winner until we got a official confirmation. So I think that's going to happen at the prize giving, which will be outside the BRDC this year.
Which is where that handicap will be announced as well.
Yes, absolutely, because again, that's being adjusted for we had 2 safety cars in the last hour, so maybe some prizes to be announced a little bit later on. But to have really only 3 teams who are ever in contention, to have 2 change after the race had possibly finished is, well, you've been to a lot more than I have, Lewis. Have you known anything like it?
No, but the Birkett always brings up something different every year. I've done, 38 years since Tim Harvey won it, and I did the one after, which is 37 years. So, it's, I've done, and of course, some of them, obviously, we've had 2 years, so I've done more than 37 events. Never known anything like this. And next year, it'll be something different, just as equally unique.
And it'll be 3/4 of a century, of course, 75 years of the Birkett. But that's not all for 750 Motor Club Racing this year, because we're back tomorrow on the national circuit. I'll be doing your job, Lewis. I'll be speaking to not just winners, but champions tomorrow. I think we've got 5 categories that are here tomorrow. So we'll be back on 750 Motor Club TV and Alpha Live tomorrow for the final day of 750 Motor Club Racing for 2024.